Chapter 7, Parts 1, 2, and 3 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 7, Parts 1, 2, and 3. Chapter 7. The Perils of Greece, the Persian and Punic Invasions. We have now reached the threshold of the second and the greater Persian invasion, the second and the greater triumph of Hellas. The significance of this passage in their history was not lost upon the Greeks. Their defense of Europe against the barbarians of Asia, the discomfiture of a mighty oriental despot by a league of their free states, the defeat of a vast army and a large fleet by their far smaller forces. These surprises made an enduring impression upon the Greek mind, and were shaped by Greek imagination into a wonderful dramatic story, at a time when the critical instinct had not yet developed. No tale is more delightful than this tale, as Herodotus tells it, when we take it simply as a tale, and none illustrates better the story-shaping genius of the Greeks. The historical criticism of it is another matter. We have to seek to extract what actually happened out of the bewildering succession of daring exaggerations, naive anecdotes, fictitious motives, oracles, not to speak of miracles, in most of which the reflected light of later events is visibly altering the truth, while much is colored by the prejudices and the leanings of the Athenians, from whom Herodotus seems to have derived a great part of his record. Section 1. The Preparations and March of Xerxes. The chief event in Persia during the 10 years which elapsed between the first and second invasions of Greece was the death of King Darius. After the unexpected repulse of his forces at Marathon, he had determined to repeat the experiment and begun to make some preparations. 4 years passed, and then a revolt broke out in the province of Egypt which demanded immediate attention. But its suppression was delayed in consequence of the king's death, and was only accomplished under Xerxes, son of Atossa, who had succeeded to the throne. The question then arose whether the design of an expedition against Greece, to avenge those who fell at Marathon, and to redeem the fame of Persian arms, should be carried out. It is related that Xerxes was himself undecided, but was over-persuaded by the impetuous counsels of his cousin Mardonius. On the other hand, his uncle Artabanus appears in the pages of Herodotus as the prudent and experienced adviser who weighs all the obstacles and foresees failure. Xerxes, swayed hither and thither between these opposing counsels, is finally determined to yield to the wishes of Mardonius by the peremptory command of a dream, which overcomes even the scruples of Artabanus. In this manner does Herodotus pretend to take us behind the curtain of the council chamber at Susa, representing, in the light of later events, the advice of Mardonius as youthful and foolish, although that advice merely amounted to the execution of the design which, according to Herodotus himself, the old and experienced Darius had initiated and prepared. Nevertheless, the contrast of Mardonius and Artabanus, and the dreams divinely sent with evil purpose, are, though not historical, a most effective dramatic introduction into the episode of the invasion. Further pressure was brought to bear on the king by Greeks who visited his court. Envoys from the Aluid princes of Thessaly, and members of the Pisistratid family, who brought with them the seer Onomacritus to impress Xerxes by favorable oracles. It was clear that the expedition must consist of a joint attack by sea and land. Preparations were begun by the difficult enterprise of digging a canal about 1.5 miles long across the isthmus of Mount Athos. On the occasion of the expedition of Mardonius to Thrace and Macedonia, it will be remembered that a large part of the fleet had been wrecked in rounding the dangerous headland. But was it necessary for the fleet to venture on this occasion within the proximity of Cape Athos? Might it not sail straight across the Aegean to Greece? On these grounds Herodotus suggested that the cutting of Athos was undertaken for display rather than from necessity. This is an unsound criticism. It was a fundamental principle of Persian strategy in these expeditions that the army and navy should cooperate and never lose touch. The Thracian expedition of Darius, the Macedonian expedition of Mardonius, the Greek expedition of Xerxes illustrate this principle. The canal of Athos was intended to ensure that the ships should safely accompany the land forces along the coasts of Thrace. It seems to be established that the work was completed and used, though later writers threw doubts on the velification of Athos. When it was finished, the workmen proceeded to lay a bridge over the Strymon for the passage of the army, and preparations were made all along the line of route for the feeding of a vast host. Xerxes came down from Susa to Sardis in the autumn. He met the oriental contingents of his army at Cratella in Cappadocia. At Cannae it is recorded that Pythius, the richest man in the empire, entertained at his own cost the king and the whole army. His wealth amounted to 4,000,000 gold darics. All but 7,000 he kept. Xerxes bestowed upon him 7,000 to make up for the spent sum. Xerxes spent the winter at Sardis. Pythius was so pleased with the king's graciousness that when the army was about to start for the Hellespont in the following spring, he ventured to proffer the request that the eldest of his 5 sons, who were serving in the army, might be permitted to remain behind. Great was the king's wrath at what he regarded as the insolent demand of a slave. The body of the eldest son was cut in two. One half was placed at each side of the gate of Sardis, through which the army was about to march forth. The anecdote illustrates the severity with which military service was enforced. It is impossible to suppose that the whole army wintered in Sardis with the king. It is probable that the place of mustering was at the Hellespont, across which 2 bridges had been constructed in the neighborhood of Sestos and Abydos by Phoenician and Egyptian engineers. But the strength of these bridges was not sufficient, and a tempest destroyed them. The wrath of Xerxes at this catastrophe was violent. He not only beheaded the engineers, but commanded that 300 lashes should be inflicted on the waters of the Hellespont. Those who carried out this strange order addressed the sea as they scourged it in these words: "O bitter water, our Lord lays this punishment upon thee, for having done him wrong, who never did wrong to thee. King Xerxes will cross thee, whether thou wilt or not. Just is it that no man sacrifices to thee, for thou art a treacherous and briny river." These words are blamed by Herodotus as un-Greek and impious. The reconstruction of the bridges was trusted to new engineers. 2 lines of ships were moored across the strait by anchors at prow and stern. The line nearer to the Propontis consisted of 360, the other of 314, triremes and pentators mixed. Over each of these lines of ships 6 huge cables, 2 of flax, 4 of papyrus, were stretched, and in 3 places rows were left between the ships and under the cables for small paddling craft to pass between the Euxine and the Aegean. Planks were laid across the cables and kept in their places by a second tier of cables above. On this foundation a road was made with wood and earth, and on each side palisades were set, high enough to prevent the animals which passed over from seeing the water. On a marble throne erected on the shore, Xerxes is said to have witnessed the passage of his army, which began at the first moment of sunrise. The troops crossed under the lash, and the crossing was accomplished in 2 days. But when the size of the Persian host was magnified in later years to the impossible figure of 5 millions, the story was that the crossing of the Hellespont required 7 days and 7 nights, the favorite number of fiction, without a moment's pause. The army was joined by the fleet at Doriscus in Thrace. Fleet and army were henceforth to act together. In the plain of Doriscus, Xerxes reviewed and numbered his forces. What nation of Asia, asks Herodotus, did not Xerxes lead against Hellas? He enumerates 46 peoples, with a picturesque description of their array. The Persians themselves, who were under the command of Otanes, wore coats of mail and trousers. They had wicker shields, large bows, and short spears. The Medes, Scythians, and Hyrcanians were attired in the same way. Then there were the Assyrians with brazen helmets, linen cuirasses, clubs, lances, and short swords, Bactrians with cane bows, trousered Sakai with pointed hats and carrying axes, Indians clad in cotton, Caspians in goatskin, Serangians wearing dyed garments and high boots, Ethiopians clad in lion skins or leopard skins and armed with arrows whose stone points transport us to a primitive age, Sagartians with dagger and lasso, Thracians with foxskin caps, Colchians with cowskin shields. The fleet was furnished by the Phoenicians, Egyptians, Cypriots, Cilicians, Pamphylians, Lycians, Carians, and subject Greeks. It is said to have consisted of 1,207 warships, with 3,000 smaller vessels. A curious story was told of the numbering of the army. 10,000 men were packed together in a close space. A line was drawn round them, and a wall built. All the infantry passed successively into this enclosure. It was filled 170 times, so that the whole army of fighting men was 1,700,000. The number of the cavalry was 80,000, and there were some additional troops not included. Adding to these the crews of the ships, counting 200 to each larger and 80 to each smaller vessel, the total was obtained of 2,317,000 men. This enormous number was further increased by fresh contingents which joined during the march through Thrace and Macedonia. Besides the fighting men were a vast number of servants, sutlers, and camp followers, whom Herodotus considered to be quite as numerous as the soldiers. The whole host would consequently have reached upwards of 5 million, not including eunuchs and concubines. It is needless to say that these numbers are wholly fabulous. The facts which Herodotus states as to the number of the fighting men are false, and the principle of his conjecture that the total number of the host was double that of the fighting men is also fallacious. The picked body of 10,000 troops, called the Immortals, had the privilege of traveling comfortably with their wives and baggage. But this was an exceptional privilege, and it cannot be supposed that the mass of the troops were accompanied by servants. There is reason for supposing that the land forces may have amounted to 300,000, hardly more. A larger force than that would have been unmanageable in a small mountainous country, and the difficulties of provisioning even this were formidable. The number of the fleet must also be considerably reduced, perhaps to 800 triremes. From Doriscus, Xerxes proceeded to Therma with his fabulous host, in 3 divisions, drinking rivers dry in their march. At the crossing of the Strymon, near the place called the 9 Roads, he sacrificed 9 native youths and virgins. At Therma he was rejoined by his fleet, which had been separated from him while it sailed around Sithonia and Pallene. Most of the incidents which Herodotus recounts concerning this march of Xerxes are pleasing stories, designed to illustrate the historian's general view as to the great struggle of Greek and barbarian. The cruelty of Xerxes to Pythias, his barbarity and impiety in scourging the Hellespont, served to characterize the barbarian and the despot. The enormity of the host, which rolled over the straits to deluge Europe, enhances the danger and the glory of Hellas. And to signify, by a solemn portent, the destined discomfiture of the Persian host, it is stated that as Xerxes was setting forth from Sardis, the sun was darkened. This eclipse actually happened 2 years later. The tradition which Herodotus follows transposed its date to an impressive and significant occasion. Section 2. Preparations of Greece. In the meantime, Greece was aware of the preparations of the great king for her enslavement, and was making her counter-preparations. The digging at Athos had warned her betimes, and the coming down of the king to Sardis showed that the danger was imminent. Xerxes is said to have dispatched from Sardis heralds to all the Greek states, except Athens and Sparta, to demand earth and water. These 2 cities now joined hands to resist the invasion. They were naturally marked out as the leaders of Greece, in Greece's greatest crisis. Sparta, by virtue of that generally acknowledged headship which we have seen, Athens by the prestige which she had won in resisting the Mede at Marathon. They jointly convened an Hellenic Congress at the Isthmus to consult on the measures to be taken for common resistance to the threatened invasion. We have already observed certain indications of the growth of a pan-Hellenic feeling. But this is the first instance of anything that can be described as deliberate pan-Hellenic policy. It is an attempt to combine all the scattered cities of the Greek world to withstand the power of Persia. It is a new fact in Grecian history, opening scenes and ideas unlike to anything which has gone before, enlarging prodigiously the functions and duties connected with that headship of Greece, which had hitherto been in the hands of Sparta, but which is about to become too comprehensive for her to manage. A large number of cities sent delegates to the Congress, which was called the Synedrion of Prubuloi, or Congress of Representatives. It met at the Isthmus, a meeting place marked out by its central position, under the presidency of Sparta. There, the states which were represented, 31 in number, bound themselves together in a formal confederation by taking a solemn oath that they would tithe those who uncompelled submitted to the barbarian for the benefit of the Delphic god. This was a way of vowing that they would utterly destroy such traitors. A great many states, the Thessalians, most of the Boeotian states, besides the smaller peoples of northern Greece, Locrians, Malians, Achaeans, Dolopians, and others, took no part in this congress. Their inaction by no means meant that they had made up their minds to Medize. They were only waiting to see how things would turn out, and, considering their geographical position, their policy might be justified by the natural instinct of self-preservation. These northern states would be the first invaded by the Persian, and it was hopeless for them to think of withstanding him alone. Unless they could absolutely rely on Sparta and her confederates to support them in defending the northern frontier of Thessaly, nothing would be left for them but to submit, and with this prospect it would have been imprudent for them to compromise themselves by openly joining the confederacy. Events prove that if they had seriously relied on that confederacy throwing all of its strength into the defense of northern Greece, they would have been cruelly deceived. As we shall see, they were ready to resist so long as there were hopes of support from the stronger states. In some cases there were parties or classes who were favorable to the Persian cause. For example, the oligarchs of Thebes and the Alaudae of Thessaly. One of the great hindrances of joint action was the existence of domestic disputes. There were feuds of old standing between Thessaly and Phocis, Argos and Lacedaemon, Athens and Aegina. The Congress attempted to reconcile such feuds, and Athens and Aegina laid aside their enmity to fight together for Grecian freedom. Another important question concerned the command of the confederate forces. The claim of Sparta to the leadership of the army was at once admitted. The question as to the fleet was not so clear. Sparta was not a naval power, and Athens, which would furnish more ships than any other state, had a fair claim. But the other cities were jealous of Athens. They declared that they would submit only to a Spartan leader. The Athenian representatives, when they saw the feeling of the allies, at once yielded the point. The Congress made some other provisions. While spies were sent to observe the preparations of Xerxes in Asia Minor, envoys were sent forth to various Greek states to enlist new confederates, to win over Argos, who had sent no delegates to the Isthmus, and to obtain promises of assistance from Crete, Corcyra, and Syracuse. None of these embassies led to anything. Gelon, the great tyrant of Syracuse, was himself absorbed by the prospect of an attack of the Carthaginians, and even if he had wished, could have sent no aid to the mother country. When the military preparations for the defense of Greece were made, and the generals appointed, the Congress of Representatives probably met again in spring, and then consigned the conduct of the affairs to the military congresses of the commanders, who used to meet together and decide on each movement under the presidency of the Spartan leaders. King Leonidas was the leader of the Confederate army, and Eurybiades, a Spartan, who did not belong to either of the royal families, was commander of the Confederate fleet. The Greeks had abundance of time for their preparations, for strengthening their defenses and building new ships. Athens probably threw herself with more energy into the work than any other city. One wise measure shows that she had risen to a full apprehension of the truth, that a solemn hour in her history had arrived. She recalled those distinguished citizens whom the vote of ostracism had driven into banishment during the last 10 years. Aristides and Xanthippus returned home. Their feuds with Themistocles were buried in the presence of the great danger, and the city seems to have shown its confidence in their patriotism by choosing them as generals. These leaders will each play his part in the coming struggle. Section 3. Battles of Thermopylae and Artemisium. About the time when Xerxes reached the Hellespont, the Thessalians sent a message to the Confederacy, suggesting that the pass of Tempe should be defended against the invading army. Accordingly, 10,000 hoplites were sent. But when they arrived at the spot, they found that there were other passes from Macedonia into Thessaly by which the Persians would be more likely to come. There were passes of Volistana and Petra, which descended into the valley of the river Titaresius, and it was by one of those that Xerxes actually marched. 10,000 hoplites were not enough to defend the three passes, and it seemed useless and dangerous to occupy this advanced post. Hence the defense of Tempe was abandoned, and the troops left Thessaly. This desertion necessarily drove all the northern Greeks between Tempe and Thermopylae to signify their submission to Xerxes by the offering of earth and water. The next feasible point of defense was Thermopylae, a narrow pass between the sea and mountain, separating Thracis from Locris. It was the gate to all eastern Greece south of Mount Oeta. At the eastern and at the western end of the pass, in those days, was extremely narrow, and in the center the Phocians had constructed a wall as a barrier against the Salian incursions. Near the western end was Anthela, the meeting place of the Amphictyotic Council, while on the Locrian side one emerged from the defile near the village of Alpanoi. The retreat of the sea and consequent enlargement of the Malian plain have so altered the appearance of this memorable pass that it is hard to recognize its ancient description. The hot sulphur springs from which it derived its name and the sheer mountain are the two prominent features. It was possible for an active band of men, if they were debarred from proceeding by Thermopylae, to take a rough and steep way over the mountains and so reach the Locrian road at a point east of Alpanoi. It was therefore needful for a general who undertook the defense of Thermopylae to secure this path, lest the detachment should be sent round to surprise him in the rear. The Greeks determined to defend Thermopylae, and Leonidas marched thither at the head of his army. He had about 7,000 men, including 4,000 from Peloponnesus, 1,000 Phocians, 400 Thebans, 700 Thespians, and Locrians in full force. It is possible that there may have been some other Boeotians who were not mentioned. Of the Peloponnesians, more than half were Arcadians. Mycenae, free at this moment from Argive control, sent 80 men. There were Corinthians and Thessalians, 1,000 Laconians, and 300 Spartans. So far as the Peloponnesians were concerned, this was only a small portion of their forces, and we may suspect that but for Athens they would have abandoned northern Greece entirely and concentrated themselves at once on the defense of the isthmus. But they were dependent on Athens because her fleet was so strong, and they were therefore obliged to consider her interests. To surrender Thermopylae and retire to the isthmus meant the surrender of Attica. But the hearts of the Spartans were really set on the ultimate defense of the isthmus, and not on the protection of the northern states. Their policy was narrow and Peloponnesian. They attempted to cover this selfish and short-sighted policy by the plea that they were hindered from marching forth in full force by the celebration of the Carnean festival, and that the Peloponnesians were delayed by the Olympic games. They alleged that the soldiers of Leonidas were only an advance guard, the rest would soon follow. Yet the feast did not interfere with the movement of the Confederate fleets. As the land arm and the sea arm of the Persian forces always operated together, it was necessary that while the Greek hoplites held the pass under Mount Oeta, the Greek triremes should oppose the Persian fleet in the straits between Euboea and the mainland. The Persians would naturally attempt to sail between Euboea and Magnesia into the Malian Gulf, and thence, accompanying the advance of the army along the western shore of the Long Island to the Euripus. The object of the Greeks was to prevent this, and support the garrison of Thermopylae by controlling the Malian Gulf. The Greek fleet, which numbered 324 triremes and 9 pentaconters, the Athenians contributing 200, chose its station near Artemisium, on the north coast of Euboea. 3 ships were sent forward to reconnoiter on the Thermaic Gulf, and 2 of them were destroyed by the Persians. This was the first collusion in the war. The incident is said to have so depressed the Greeks that the whole squadron sailed back to the Euripus, but this is highly unlikely, for it was bound to remain at the mouth of the Malian Gulf so long as Leonidas held Thermopylae. It was, however, necessary that the Euripus should be guarded, for there was the possibility that the Persians might send round a detachment by the south of the Euboea, and so cut off the retreat. As 53 Athenian ships were absent during the first conflicts at Artemisium, it may be supposed that they were deputed to the service of keeping watch at the Euripus. In the month of July, the Persian army arrived at Thermopylae, and the Persian navy at the Magnesian coast between Casthanæa and Cape Sepias. Their ships were so many that they could not all be moored at the shore, and they had to range themselves in 8 lines parallel to the coast. While they were in this unsafe position, a great storm rose and destroyed, at the lowest computation, 400 ships. Thus the gods intervened to lessen the inequality between the Persian and Greek forces. Encouraged by this disaster, the Greek fleet returned to its station at Artemisium. In this account of Herodotus, the main fact is that the Persians suffered serious losses by a storm off the Magnesian coast. But the loss is exaggerated in proportion to the exaggeration of the original size of the fleet, and the movements of the Greeks are probably misrepresented. The story goes on that, cowed by the numerical superiority of the Persians, even after their losses, the Greek commanders wished to retreat again and were restrained from doing so by Themistocles. The Euboeans were naturally anxious that the fleet should remain where it was, as a protection to themselves, and to secure this, they gave Themistocles 30 talents. Of this sum, Themistocles distributed 8 in bribes to his colleagues and kept the rest. The facts of this case throw doubt on this story, which was probably suggested by what happened some weeks later at Salamis. For Eurybiadus and the Peloponnesians were bound to stay at Artemisium so long as the land army was at Thermopylae. After the storm, the Persians took up their station at Aphetai. They determined to cut off the Greek retreat, and secretly sent a squadron of 200 vessels to sail round Euboea. The news of this movement was brought to the Greek camp by Scylaeus of Scione, the most remarkable diver of his time, who plunged into the sea at Aphetai, and did not emerge above water until he reached Artemisium at a distance of 10 miles. Herodotus indeed hesitates to accept this tale, and records his private belief that Scylaeus arrived at Artemisium in a boat. The Greeks decided that when midnight had passed they would sail to meet the ships which were sailing to the Euripus, but in the afternoon they attacked the enemy just to see how they fought, and they succeeded in capturing 30 Persian ships. The night was very stormy. The gods had again intervened to aid Greece. The 200 ships, having rounded the southern cape of Euboea, were wrecked off the dangerous coast known as the Hollows. Immediately afterwards, the 53 Attic ships, which had not yet appeared at Artemisium, arrived there, and at the same time came news of the disaster. The Greeks consequently gave up the intention of retreating. There was some further fighting, with loss on both sides, but no decisive advantage, according to the Greek account, but we may suspect that the Persians had the best of it. Meanwhile, Leonidas had taken up his post at Thermopylae, and the Phocians, who knew the ground, had undertaken the defense of the byroad over the mountains. The old Phocian wall in the center of the pass was repaired. It was a serious matter for even such a large army as that which now encamped in the Malian plain to carry the narrow way of Thermopylae against 6,000 determined men. For 4 days Xerxes waited, expecting that they would retreat, awed by the vision of his mighty host. On the 5th he attacked, and in the engagements which took place at the west end of the pass, the Hellenic spearmen affirmed their distinct superiority to the Asiatic archers. On the following day the result was the same. The immortals themselves made no impression on the defenders. Herodotus says that Xerxes sprang thrice from his throne in agony for his army. It was then decided to send round the immortals, hardly the whole 10,000, under their commander Hydarnes, by the mountain road to take the Greeks in the rear. A Malian Greek named Ephialtes guided the band, and so won the name of having betrayed Greece. At dawn they reached the highest point in the path, where the Phocians were posted. The Phocians fled to the heights, and the Persians went on, paying no attention to them. Meanwhile deserters informed Leonidas of the Persian stratagem. He hastily called a council of war. The exact plan of action which was decided on is unknown. We only know that the Spartans, Thebians, and Thespians remained in the pass, while the rest of the Greeks retired southward. It was afterwards represented that they had deserted the defense of the position and returned home. But in that case it was foolish, if splendid, of Leonidas to hold the pass between foes on both sides. The rational courses were either for the whole garrison to abandon the pass, or else, just as the Persians aimed at enclosing the Greeks, so enclose the band of Hydarnes. We may suspect that the second plan was actually adopted. While part of the force, including Leonidas and the Spartans, remained in the pass, the rest, we may suppose, placed themselves at some distance east of the point where the mountain path descended to the road, so as to take Hardanes in the rear. Of the 1,400 who stood in the pass, some had to guard the eastern entrance against Hardanes, others the western against the main army. Leonidas and his 300 undertook the western side, but they were no longer content with merely repelling assaults. They now rushed out upon their enemy. Their charge was effective, but Leonidas himself was slain, and a Homeric battle raged over his body. 2 brothers of Xerxes fell. Many Persians were driven into the sea. But at length the defenders were forced back behind the wall. They drew together on a hillock where they made a last stand, to be surrounded and slain by overwhelming numbers. For the Immortals, having in the meantime routed the Greeks in their rear, had now forced their way into the pass. It was said that 4,000 Greeks fell. The valiant defense of Thermopylae made a deep impression upon Greece, and increased the fame of the Spartans for bravery. It was represented as a forlorn defense, Leonidas and his band devoting themselves to certain death, and clinging to their posts from that sense of military duty which was inculcated by the Spartan system from early youth. The brave Thespians would not desert the Spartans, while the Thebians were represented as detained by Leonidas against their will because they were suspected of secret Medism. The malicious tale adds that, having taken only a perfunctory part in the defense, the Thebians advanced to the enemy and asked for quarter, declaring that they were friends of the great king and had come to Thermopylae against their will. Their lives were spared, but all, including the commander, were forced to suffer the shame of being branded as bad slaves. It is certain that this contrast between the Thespians and Thebians was invented in the light of the subsequent Medism of Thebes. Nor is it clear that the defense of Thermopylae, although eminently heroic, was, until the very end, desperate. If, as we suspected, an effort was made to meet the Immortals, then, if that effort had been more effectual, it might have been possible to hold the pass, and in that case a naval battle must have decided whether the Persians or the Greeks would be forced to retreat. A column was afterwards erected at Sparta with the names of Leonidas and his 300. Among them was to be read the name of Diacones, reputed as the author of the famous mot which displayed the lightheartedness of a Spartan soldier in the hour of peril. When it was observed to him that the Persian host was so enormous that their arrows hid the sun, he replied, "So much the better. We shall fight in the shade." The news of Thermopylae speedily reached the fleet at Artemisium. The Greeks forthwith weighed anchor and sailed through the Euripus to the shores of Attica. End of Chapter 7, Parts 1 through 3. Chapter 7, Part 4, 5, and 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 7, Parts 4, 5, and 6. Section 4, Battle of Salamis. Having thus succeeded in breaking through the inner gate of Hellas and slain the king of the leading state, Xerxes continued his way and passed from Locris into Phocis and thence into Boeotia, meeting with no resistance. The Thebans and most of the other Boeotians now, unable to do otherwise, submitted to the Persians. The loss of Thermopylae forced them to this course, as the abandonment of Tempe had forced the Thessalians. In later days, a story was told at Delphi that a Persian band detached itself from the main host in Phocis in order to proceed to Pytho and plunder the shrine of the god. I think, says Herodotus, that Xerxes knew its treasures better than his own. The Delphins fled up into the heights of Parnassus, leaving only 60 men and the prophet Acaratius in the temple. They did not remove the treasures, for the god said that he would protect his own. As soon as the barbarians approached, marvels began to happen. The prophet saw the sacred arms, which no man might touch, lying in front of the temple, carried out by some mysterious means. And when the Persians came to the shrine of Althena Pronaea, which stood not far from the Castilian fountain, lightning flashed. 2 crags rent from Parnassus fell with a large crash, crushing many of them, and a war-whoop was heard from Athena's temple. The barbarians fled in terror, and told how 2 hoplites of superhuman size pursued them. These were Phalacius and Autonaus, the native heroes of Delphi. Such was the legend told at Delphi of the Persian invasion. When the Athenians returned from Artemisium, they found that the main body of the Peloponnesian army was gathered at the isthmus and engaged in building a wall from sea to sea, instead of advancing to the defense of Boeotia, as had been previously arranged. Thus Boeotia and Attica were unprotected. Themistocles and his Athenian colleagues decided to evacuate Athens. They made a proclamation that all citizens should embark in the triremes, and that all who could should convey their families and belongings to places of safety. This was done. The women and children were transported to Troezen, Aegina, and Salamis. The council of Areopagus helped at this crisis by distributing from the treasury of Athena 8 drachmae to each citizen who embarked. At the same time, the great natural strength of the Acropolis, though its walls had been demolished after the expulsion of the tyrants, encouraged the hope that it might be held against the Persians, and a small garrison was left to defend it. This bold and wise policy of embarkation was dictated by the circumstances, but it was supposed to have been based on an oracle which foretold the utter destruction of Attica with the sole exception of a wooden wall. The wooden wall was interpreted to mean the ships, and to suit this view it was represented that the garrison left on the Acropolis was merely a handful of poor citizens who remained behind and barricaded themselves there because they adopted the more literal interpretation of a wooden barricade. This explanation of the oracle was perhaps suggested by subsequent events. While the Athenians were thus showing that they were not bound to their soil, the allied fleet had stationed itself in the bay of Salamis, and it was reinforced by new contingents, so that it reached the total strength of 378 triremes and 7 pentaconters. The army at the isthmus was now placed under the command of Cleombrotus, brother of Leonidas and guardian of his son Pleistarchus, who was still a child. Xerxes arrived at Athens about the same time that his fleet sailed into the roadstead of Phaleron. He found the town empty, but for a small band which had entrenched itself on the Acropolis. Persian troops occupied the lower height of the Areopagus, which is severed from the Acropolis by a broad saddle, and succeeded in setting the wooden barricades on fire by means of burning arrows. The garrison rolled stones down on them, and such is the natural strength of the Acropolis that the siege lasted 2 weeks. Then the Persians managed to ascend on the precipitous north side by the secret path which emerged close to the shrine of Aglaris. The Greeks were slain, the temples plundered and burnt. After the fall of the Acropolis, the Greek generals held a council of war, and it was carried by the votes of the majority that they should retreat to the isthmus and await there the attack of the Persian fleet. The advantage of this seemed to be that they would be in close touch with the land forces and have the Peloponnesus as a retreat in case of defeat, whereas at Salamis they would be entirely cut off. This decision meant the abandonment of Aegina, Salamis, and Megara, and it was strenuously opposed by the Aegintians, Athenians, and Megarians. Themistocles determined to thwart it. He went privately to Eurybiadus and convinced him that it would be much more advantageous to fight in the narrow waters of the Salamian Channel than in the open bay of the Isthmus, where the superior speed and number of the hostile ships would tell. A new council was summoned, at which, it is said, hot words passed between the Athenian and Corinthian general. When Themistocles opened the debate without waiting for the formal introduction of Eurybiades, the Corinthian Adamiantus said, "O Themistocles, those who stand up too soon in the games are whipped." "Yes," was the reply, "but those who start late are not crowned." It is recorded that Themistocles, in order to carry his point, had to threaten that the Athenians, who were half the fleet, would cease to cooperate with their allies and seek new homes in some western land if the retreat to the isthmus were decided. Themistocles won his way, and when it was resolved to fight in Salaminian waters, the heroes of the island, Ajax and Telamon, were invoked, and a ship was sent to Aegina to fetch the other Aeacid heroes. Of all the tales of signs and marvels which befell in those memorable days, none perhaps was more attractive to the Athenians than the experience of two Greek exiles as they walked in the Thriasian plain. One was an Athenian named Decius, and his companion was none other than Demaratus, the Spartan king who had sought refuge at the Persian court. As they went, they saw a great dust afar off near Eleusis, such a dust as they thought might be raised by a host of 30,000 men. And then they heard a voice suddenly from the midst of the dust, and it sounded like the cry of the mystic Iacchus, which is cried at the Eleusinian festival. Demaratus asked his companion what it might be. "It is a token," said Decius, "of some great disaster to the king's host. For since the plain is desolate of men, it is clear that the thing which uttereth the cry is divine, and it is a thing coming from Eleusis to help the Athenians. If it turn to the Peloponnese, the peril menaces the army of the land, but if it wend towards the ships, then are the king's ships endangered." "Peace," said Demaratus, "for if these words of thine come to the king's ears, thou shalt lose thy head." Then the dust, wherein the voice was, turned to a cloud, and rising aloft moved towards the Greek fleet at Salamis, and so they knew that the fleet of Xerxes was doomed. Meanwhile the Persians too had deliberated and determined to fight. According to a Halicarnassian story told by Herodotus, the Carian queen Artemisia alone gave sound advice, not to risk a sea fight, but either to wait for the Greek fleet to disperse from want of provisions, or to advance by land into the Peloponnese. The southern entrance to the narrow sound between Salamis and Attica is blocked by the islet of Pistalia and the long promontory which runs out from Salamis towards the mainland. The Greek fleet was anchored close to the town of Salamis, north of this promontory. It would be best for the Greeks if they could lure the Persian fleet to enter the Salaminian Bay so that its flank would be exposed as it sailed through the narrow waters. It would be best for the Persians if they could force the Greeks out into the open sea. Xerxes foresaw the possibility that his enemies might attempt to escape at night, and, to prevent this, he moved his armament so as to enclose the ingresses of the two straits on either side of Pistalia, and landed troops on that island to rescue Persians and kill Greeks who should happen to swim to its shores in the expected battle. These movements, carried out in the afternoon, alarmed the Greeks. The Peloponnesian commanders brought pressure to bear on Eurybiades. Another council was called, and Themistocles saw that the hard-won result of his previous exertions would now be overthrown. He therefore determined on a bold stroke. Leaving the council, he dispatched a slave named Sicanus to the Persian camp, bearing a message from himself, as a well-wisher to Xerxes, that the Greeks proposed to sail away in the night. If they were prevented from doing so, a Persian victory was certain, owing to the disunion that existed in the Hellenic camp. If the Persians attacked the Greeks here as they were, the Athenians would turn against their allies. This message was believed, and Xerxes took his measures at nightfall to prevent the Greek fleet from escaping by the western straits between Salamis and the Megarid. He sent his 200 Egyptian ships to round the southern promontory of Salamis and place themselves so that they could bar the straits. And he decided to attack in the morning, a fatal decision which only the prospect of the treachery of some of his allies could have induced him to take. The Greek generals, meanwhile, were engaged in hot discussion. Suddenly Themistocles was called out from the council. It was his rival Aristides who had sailed across from Aegina and brought the news that the fleet was surrounded by the enemy. Themistocles bade Aristides inform the generals of what had happened, and the tidings was presently confirmed by a Tenian ship which deserted from the Persians. There is no reason to question the sensational accident that Aristides brought the news, but we need not suppose that this was his first return from ostracism. It seems probable that he had been sent with the ship which fetched the Aeacids from Aegina, and that he was one of the 10 strategoi. Themistocles had managed that a naval battle should be fought at Salamis, and under the conditions most favorable to the Greeks. The position and tactics of the two armaments have been the subject of much debate. According to the poet Aeschylus, who was an eyewitness of the battle, the Persian ships were drawn up in 3 lines outside the entrance into the sound. The extreme left wing was composed of the Ionian Greeks, while the right towards the Piraeus was the Phoenician squadron on which Xerxes chiefly relied. The Greek fleet was drawn up behind the promontory of Cynosura and facing northward. the Athenians on the left towards the town of Salamis, and the Aeginetans probably near them, and the Lacedaemonians on the right. On the opposite mainland, on shore, under Mount Aigalios, a high throne was erected, from which Xerxes could survey the battle and watch the conduct of his men. At the break of day the Persians began to advance into the straits. The three lines converted their formation into three columns, and the Phoenicians led the way through the opening between Pastalia and the mainland. The Ionians on the left would naturally move through the smaller channel between Pastalia and Salamis. When the Phoenicians came into view, the Athenian squadron immediately advanced, assailed them in the flank, and cut them off from the rest of the fleet, driving them towards the Attic shore. The other Persian divisions crowded through the straits, and a furious melee issued, which lasted till nightfall. There was no room for the exercise of tactical skill in the crowded narrow waters, where the fairway between Cynosura and Attica is little more than a mile in breadth. The valor of the Aeginetans was conspicuous. They seemed to have completed the discomfiture of the Phoenicians and to have dispersed the Ionians. The Persians, under the eyes of their king, fought with great bravery, but they were badly generalled, and the place of combat was unfavorable to them. By sunset the great armament of Xerxes was partly destroyed, partly put out of action. Aristides, who with a force of Athenian hoplites was watching events on the shore of Salamis, crossed over to Pastalia and killed the barbarians who had been posted there by Xerxes. Among the anecdotes told about this battle, the most famous is that which was current at Halicarnassus, of the signal bravery and no less signal good fortune of the Carian queen Artemisia. She saved herself by the stratagem of attacking and sinking another Carian vessel. Those who stood round Xerxes observed the incident, but supposed the destroyed trireme to be Greek. "Sire," they said, "seest how Artemisia has sunk an enemy's ship?" And Xerxes exclaimed, "My men have become women, my women men." Section 5. Consequences of Salamis. The Greek victory at Salamis was a heavy, perhaps a decisive blow to the naval arm of the Persian power. The wrath of Xerxes against the Phoenicians was boundless. On them he had relied, and to their infidelity he ascribed the loss of the battle. His threats so frightened the remnant of the Phoenician contingent that they deserted. But the prospects of the ultimate success of the invasion was still favorable. The land army had met with no reverse, and was overwhelmingly superior in numbers. The only difficulty was to keep it supplied with provisions, and in this respect the loss of the command of the sea was a serious misfortune. The Greeks represented Xerxes as smitten with wild terror, fleeing back overland to the Hellespont, and hardly drawing breath till he reached Susa. This dramatic glorification of the victory misrepresents the situation. Xerxes was personally in no jeopardy. The real danger lay not in Attica, but in Ionia. The Persians had good reason to fear the effect which the news of the crushing defeat of their navy might have upon the Greeks of Asia, and if Xerxes dreaded anything, he dreaded the revolt which actually came to pass in the following year. It was all important for him to secure his line of retreat, while he had no intention of relinquishing his enterprise of conquering Greece. These considerations explain what happened. The Persian fleet was immediately dispatched to the Hellespont to guard the bridge and the line of retreat. The land forces were placed under the command of Mardonius, who, as the season was now advanced, determined to postpone further operations till the spring and to winter in Thessaly. A force of 60,000 men was detached to accompany Xerxes to the Hellespont. When he arrived there, he found that the bridge had been destroyed by storms, the same storms which had wrecked his ships off Magnesia. The fleet took him across to Abydos, and he proceeded to Sardis, which he made his headquarters. The convoy of 60,000 soldiers returned to the main army in Thessaly, and on their way they laid siege to two towns which afterwards became famous on the Pallene Isthmus, Olynthus and Potidæa. Olynthus, then a Boeotian town, was taken and handed over to the Chalcidians, who remained faithful to Persia. Potidæa successfully withstood a siege of 3 months. Meanwhile, the Greeks had failed to follow up their victory. Cleombrotus was about to advance from the isthmus with the purpose of aiming a blow at the retreating columns of the Persian forces before they reached Boeotia. But as he was sacrificing before setting out, 2 hours after noon on the 2nd of October, the sun was totally eclipsed, and this ill omen made him desist from his plan and march back to the Peloponnesus. Themistocles tried to induce the naval commanders to follow up their advantage by sailing after the Persian fleet to the Hellespont, that they might deal it another blow and break down the bridge. It might be expected that, if this were done, the Greeks of Ionia would revolt. But the Peloponnesians would not consent to sail to a distant part of the world, while the isthmus was still threatened by the presence of the Persian army. The story goes that, having failed to get his advice adopted, Themistocles, with that characteristic adroitness which won the admiration of his contemporaries, determined to utilize his failure. The faithful Sicanus was sent to Xerxes, to assure the monarch of the goodwill of Themistocles, who had dissuaded the Greeks from pursuing the Persian fleet. Themistocles might expect that Xerxes, having been deceived before, would now disbelieve his announcement, and therefore hasten back with all speed to reach the Hellespont, if possible, before the Greeks. But on a later day of his life, when he was in exile, he claimed the Persian gratitude for this service. It was even represented that, with extraordinary long-sightedness or treachery, he had in his view the contingency of being driven to seek Persian help or protection against his countrymen. But the tale need not be seriously criticized. It has all the appearance of an invention suggested by subsequent adventures of the subtle Athenian. The island of Andros and the Euboean city Carystus had furnished contingents to the Persian fleet. Just as the Athenians, after the battle of Marathon, had sailed against Paros and demanded a war contribution, so now the Greeks acted against Andros and Carystus. They failed at Andros, just as Mityletus had failed at Paros. They devastated the territory of Carystus. Great was the rejoicing in Greece over the brilliant victory which was so little hoped for. The generals met at the Isthmus to distribute the booty and adjudge rewards. The Aeginetans received the choice lot of the spoil on account of their preeminent bravery, and dedicated in the temple of Delphi, on Apollo's express demand, 3 golden stars set in a mast of bronze. For bravery, the Athenians were adjudged the second place. Prizes were also proposed for individuals who had distinguished themselves for valor or for wisdom. In adjudging the prizes for wisdom, each captain wrote down 2 names in order of merit and placed his tablet on the altar of Poseidon at Isthmus. The story is that each wrote his own name first and that of Themistocles second, and consequently there was no prize, for a second could not be given unless a first were also awarded. This ingenious anecdote reflects the reputation for cleverness which had been won by Themistocles. The Corinthians who fell in the battle were buried in Salamis, and their sepulchral stele was inscribed with a simple distich, telling the stranger that Salamis, the isle of Ajax, holds us now, who once dwelled in the city of Corinth between her waters. The stone has been recently found. This is only one of many epitaphs composed by nameless author in those days of joy and sorrow in various parts of Greece, all marked by the simplicity of a great age, whose reserve, as has been said truly, is the pride of strong men under the semblance of modesty. In later days, insensible to such reserve, it became fashion to improve these epitaphs by the addition of boastful verses, which have been imposed till recently upon posterity, and the epitaphs thus disfigured were all said to be the workmanship of the poet Simonides. The exposure of these 2 deceptions increases our admiration for Hellas at the time of the invasion. There were men everywhere capable of writing a simple, appropriate inscription for a grave, and the tombstones of the fallen were not used for superfluous boasts. But the triumph of Hellas had nobler memorials than the unassuming verses of the tombs. The barbarian invasion affected art and literature, and inspired the creation of some of the great works of the world. Men seemed to rise at once to the sense of the high historical importance of their experience. The great poets of the day wrought it into their song. The great plastic arts alluded to it in their sculptures. Phrynichus now had a theme that he could treat without any dread of another fine. Aeschylus, who had himself fought against the Mede, made the tragedy of Xerxes the argument of a drama, which still abides the one great historical play dealing with a contemporary event that exists in literature. But the Persian War produced, though not too soon, another and a greater work than the Persians. It inspired the father of history with the theme of his book, The Contest of Europe with Asia. The theme was afloat in the air that the Trojan War was an earlier act of the same drama, that the warriors of Salamis and Plataea were fighting in the same mews as the heroes who had striven with Hector on the plain of Troy. Men might see, if they cared, this suggestion in the scenes from the 2 Trojan wars which were wrought by the master sculptors of Aegea to deck the pediments of the temple of Athena, whose Doric columns still stand to remind us that Aegina once upon a time was one of the great states of Greece. And in other temples, friezes and pediments spoke in the conventional language of sculptured legend, by the symbols of lapiths and centaurs, gods and titans, of the struggle of Greek and barbarian. Section 6. Preparations for another campaign. The words of the poet Aeschylus that the defeat of the Persian sea host was the defeat of the land host too were perfectly true for the hour, but only for the hour. The army, compelled after Salamis to retreat to the north, spent the winter in the plains of Thessaly and was ready for action, though unsupported by a fleet, for the following spring. The liberty of Greece was in greater jeopardy than ever, and the chances were that the success of Salamis could be utterly undone. For in the first place the Greeks, especially the Lacedaemonians and Athenians, found it hard to act together. This had been shown clearly the year before, eminently on the eve of the Salaminian battle. The Peloponnesian interests of the Lacedaemonians rendered them unwilling to meet the enemy in northern Greece, while the northern Greeks, unless they were supported from the Peloponnesus, could not attempt a serious resistance, and were therefore driven to come to terms with the barbarians. And in the second place, if these difficulties were overcome, and a pan-Hellenic force were opposed to the Persians, the chances were adverse to the Greeks, not from the disparity of numbers, but from the deficiency of Greeks in cavalry. In spring, Mardonius was joined by Artabazus and the troops who had conducted Xerxes to the Hellespont. The total number of forces now at the disposal of Mardonius is unknown. It may perhaps have been 150,000. Meanwhile, the Persian fleet, 400 strong, but without the Phoenician ships, was collected at Samos, with the purpose of guarding Ionia, and a Greek squadron of 110 ships gathered at Aegina under the command of the Spartan king, Leotychidus, for the purpose of defending the coasts of Greece, but not intending to assume the offensive. With great difficulty, some envoys from Chios induced Leotychidus to advance as far as Delos, but he could not be moved to sail further east with the view to the liberation of Ionia, for Samos seemed as far away as the Pillars of Hercules, and he dreaded the Persian waters teeming with unknown dangers. It seems probable that Athenian policy was working upon the Spartan admiral's inexperience in military affairs. The object of the Athenians was to secure their own land against a second Persian occupation. They therefore desired the protection of the fleet for their coasts. But there was a more important consideration still. If the fleet took the offensive and gained another naval victory, the Peloponnesus would be practically secured against a Persian attack, defended at once by a victorious navy and the fortifications of the isthmus. The result would be that the Peloponnesians would refuse to take any further part in the defense of northern Greece, and would leave Athens a prey to the army of Mardonius. It was therefore the policy of the Athenians to keep the fleet inactive until the war should have been decided by a battle on land, and for this reason they equipped only a few of their ships. Mardonius, well aware of this fatal division of interests between the Athenians and Peloponnesians, made a politic attempt to withdraw Athens from the Greek League. He sent an honorable ambassador, King Alexander of Macedon himself, with most generous offers. He undertook to repair all the injuries suffered by Athens from the Persian occupation, to help her gain new territory, and asked only for her alliance as an equal and independent power. In a desolated land, amid the ruins of their city and its temples, knowing well that their allies, indifferent to the fate of Attica, were busy in completing the walls of the isthmus, the Athenians might be sorely tempted to lend an ear to these seductive overtures. Had they done so, the fate of Peloponnesus would have been sealed, as the Lacedaemonians knew. Accordingly, envoys were sent from Sparta to counteract the negotiations of Alexander, and to offer Athens material help in the privations which she was suffering. Tempting as the proposals of Mardonius sounded, in good reason, as they had to depend little on the cooperation of their allies, the Athenians were constrained by that instinct of freedom which made them a great people to decline the Persian offer. "Tell Mardonius," they said to Alexander, "that the Athenians say, 'So long as the sun moves in its present course, we will never come to terms with Xerxes.'" This answer utters the spirit of Europe in the eternal question between the East and the West, the spirit of the Senate when Hannibal was at the gates of Rome, the spirit of Roman and Goth when they met the riders of Attila on the Catalonian plain. Thus the embassy of Alexander ought to have strengthened rather than weakened the Greek League. It ought to have made the Lacedaemonians more actively conscious of the importance of Athenian cooperation, and consequently readier to cooperate with Athens. It enabled Athens to exert stronger pressure on the Peloponnesians, with a view to the defense of northern Greece, and the Spartan envoys promised that an army should march into Boeotia. But still stronger pressure was needed to overcome the selfish policy of the Peloponnesians. Soon after the embassy of Alexander, they had completed the walling of the isthmus, and, feeling secure, they took no thought of fulfilling their promise. The Spartans alleged in excuse the festival of the Hyacinthia, just as before they had pleaded the Carnia. And in the meantime Mardonius had sent his army in motion and advanced into Boeotia with the purpose of reoccupying Attica. Once more the Athenians had been cruelly deceived by their allies. Once more they had to leave their land and remove their families and property to the refuge of Salamis. Mardonius reached Athens without burning or harrying. He still hoped to detach the Athenians from the Greek cause. Herein lay his best chance of success. If they would now accept his former offers, he would retreat from their land, leaving it unravaged. But even at this extremity, under the bitter disappointment of the ill faith of their allies, the Athenians rejected the insidious propositions which were laid by an envoy before the Council of the 500 at Salamis. Immediately the three northern states which had not yielded to the Mede, Athens, Megara, and Plataea, sent ambassadors to Sparta to insist upon an army marching at once to oppose Mardonius in Attica, a tardy redemption of their promises, with the threat that otherwise there would be nothing for it but to come to terms with the foe. Even now the narrow Peloponnesian policy of the ephors almost betrayed Greece. For 10 days, it is said, they postponed answering the ambassadors, and would have ultimately refused to do anything, but for the intervention of a man of Tegea, named Chelios, who impressively pointed out that the alliance of the Athenian power with the Persians would render the Isthmian fortifications on which the ephors relied absolutely useless. One would have fancied that this was obvious even to an ephor, without a prophet from Tegea to teach him. However it happened, the Lacedaemonian government suddenly changed its policy and dispatched a force of 5,000 Spartans, each attended by some Helots, to northern Greece. Never since, never perhaps before, did so large a body of Spartan citizens take the field at once. They were followed by 5,000 Perioeci, each attended by one Helot. It was clear that Sparta had risen at last to an adequate sense of the jeopardy of the Peloponnesus. The command was entrusted to Pausanias, who was acting as regent for his child cousin Pleistarchus, son of the hero of Thermopylae. At the isthmus the Lacedaemonian army was joined by the troops of the Peloponnesian allies and the contingents from Euboea, Aegina, and western Greece. And in the Megarid they were reinforced by the Megarians, and at Eleusis by Aristides, in command of 8,000 Athenians and 600 Plataeans. It was entirely an army of foot soldiers, and the total number, including light armed troops, may have approached 100,000. The task of leading this host devolved upon Pausanias. The strong fortress of Thebes, which he had abundantly supplied with provisions, was the base of Mardonius, and once the Greek army was in the field, he could not run the risk of having his communications with his base broken off and finding himself shut up in Attica, a land exhausted by the devastation of the preceding autumn. Accordingly, he withdrew into Boeotia, having completed the ruin of Athens, and having sent a detachment to make a demonstration in the Megarid. He did not take the direct route to Thebes, but marching northwards to Decalia, and by the north side of Mount Parnes, he reached Tanagra and the plain of Aesopus. Marching up this stream, westward, he came to the spot where it is crossed by the road from Athens to Thebes, at the point where that road descends from the heights of Cithaeron. The river Aesopus was the boundary between the Theban and Plataean territories, and the destruction of Plataea was probably an object of the Persians. But the main purpose of Mardonius in posting himself on the Aesopus was that he might fight with Thebes behind him. The Persians had every cause to be sanguine. Not only had they superior, though not overwhelmingly superior forces, but they had a general who was far abler than any commander on the side of the Greeks. Mardonius was not anxious to bring on a battle. He fully realized that his true strategy was to do as little as possible. He knew that the longer the army of the Greeks remained in the field, the more would its cohesion be relaxed through the jealousies and dissensions of the various contingents. We need not take too seriously the story which the Greeks were afterwards fain to believe, that at this moment there was a certain dispiritedness and foreboding of disaster in the Persian camp. An anecdote told by one of the guests at a Theban banquet was thought to illustrate this gloomy mood. Antigonus, a Theban general, made a feast in honor of Mardonius. 100 guests were present, arranged on double couches, a Persian and a Boeotian on each. Thersander of Orchomenus was among the guests, and in after days he told the historian Herodotus that his Persian couchfellows spoke these words to him: "Since we have now shared the same table and wine, I wish to leave thee a memorial of my opinion, that being forewarned thou mayest look to thine own welfare. Seest thou these Persians feasting, and the host which we left encamped by the river? In a little while thou shalt see few of these remaining." The Persians shed tears as he spoke, and Thersander rejoined, "It behooves thee to tell this to Mardonius." But the Persian said, "Stranger, man cannot avert what God hath ordained. No one would believe me. Many of us Persians know it, and follow the army under constraint. No human affliction is worse than this, to know and to be helpless." Mardonius had taken up his position and constructed a fortification on the north bank of the river Asopus, before the Greek army had crossed the Cithaeron. His plan was to act on the defensive. He would wait for the Greeks to attack him, so that the issue might be tried in a plain, when he would be able to reap the full advantage of his superiority in cavalry. It would, on the contrary, be to the interests of the Greeks, when they descended from Cithaeron, if they could by any means entice the enemy to give battle on the rough and high ground south of the river, where the cavalry would be of little use. End of Chapter 7, Parts 4, 5, and 6.
Chapter 7, Parts 7, 8, and 9 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 7, Part 7, Battle of Plataea. The field on which the fate of Greece was decided is bounded on the north by the river Asopus, on the south by Mount Cithaeron. The town of Plataea stood in the southwest of this space, on the most westerly of 6 ridges which connect the lower heights of the mountain with the plain. 3 roads descended here into Boeotia. On the extreme east, the road from Athens to Thebes; in the centre, that from Athens to Plataea; on the west, that from Megara to Plataea. The Greek army took the most easterly way, which, after a gradual ascent on the Attic side, reaches the fortress of Eleuthere and the pass of the Oaks Heads, and then descends steeply into the Boeotian land. They found when they reached the other side that the road passed through the Persian camp, and they were forced to take up a position at the foot of the pass. Their right wing, consisting of the Spartans and Tegeates, rested on the high bastion of the mountain which rises above the town of Erythrae. Their centre on lower ground close to the town, and the left wing, where the Athenians and Megarians were posted, was advanced right down to the foot of the descent. Thus the position of the Greeks was astride the road to Thebes. The only assailable point was the left wing, and against it Mardonius sent cavalry under the command of Mecisteus. Sore bestead by the darts and arrows of the enemy, and with no cavalry to aid them, the Megarians required succour. 300 Athenians, for the Athenians were also on the left wing, went down to the scene of battle, and the fortune of the day was at last changed when the general Mecisteus, a conspicuous figure in the fight, fell from his wounded charger. He was slain with difficulty by a spear which pierced his eye, for his armour was impenetrable, and the Persian horsemen, after a furious and fruitless charge to recover the body of their leader, abandoned the attack. The camp of the Persians was filled with loud wailing and lamentation, echoing, says Herodotus, all over Boeotia, for the death of Mesistius. But this success was far from dealing any solid advantage to the Greeks or serious injury to their foes. The Persians were well content to remain where they were. Their great host still lay north of the Asopus. The Greeks, in order to obtain a better water supply, and knowing that there was no chance that the Persians would attack them in their present position, decided to occupy lower ground in the territory of Plataea. In order to do this, they moved northwestward along the spurs of Cithaeron, past the towns of Erythrae and Hysii. To understand the operations which ensued, it is to be observed that the region between Cithaeron and the Asopus falls into two parts, separated by a depression in the ground. The southern part is marked by the 6 ridges already mentioned and the streams which divide them, while the northern tract is also hilly, being marked by 3 ridges between which rivulets flow into the Asopus. Westward the depression opens out into flat land, the only flat land here, which stretches northward from Plataea to the river and is traversed by the road to Thebes. The Greek army ultimately arranged itself in order of battle between the Theban road and the Moloais, a tributary stream of the Asopus. Their position was marked by the spring of Gargaphia, which afforded an abundant supply of fresh water, and the temple of the hero Androcrates. We are told that a dispute arose between the Tegeates and the Athenians for the occupation of the west wing, and that the Lacedaemonians decided in favour of the Athenians, who, as we have seen, were under the command of Aristides. The Tegeates were stationed next the Lacedaemonians on the right. Pausanias had now lost control of the eastern passes across Mount Cithaeron. The Persian general, as soon as the Greeks had left their first position, promptly occupied the roads and cut off a provision train which was on its way to supply the Greek army. The Greek general hoped every day that the enemy would attack, but Mardonius, apart from cavalry skirmishing, remained persistently on the defensive. It would seem that the Greeks remained about 2 days inactive in this weak position, harassed by the Persian cavalry, which crossed the river, hovered on the ridges, discharged darts into the camp, and finally succeeded in choking up the waters of the Gargaphia spring. The only course open to the Greeks was to fall back upon the mountain and either take up a position on the ridges between Hysii and Plataea, or seek to regain their former position at the foot of the main pass. For they could not venture to cross the Asopus and brave the Persian cavalry. Pausanias held a council of war, and it was determined that the army should fall back to a position between Hysii and Plataea, and that one division should move up the mountain slope to recover command of the pass from Plataea to Athens. The whole movement was to be carried out at night. Perhaps Pausanias had received information that the Persian commander was growing impatient and was contemplating an attack. In any case, his plan of retreat proved fortunate, and though it was not executed with precision, the Persians, even as at Salamis, were induced to give battle in conditions chosen by their enemy and unfavourable to themselves. We might understand why Mardonius decided to abandon the defensive strategy to which hitherto he had adhered, if we knew something of the intrigues and divisions in the Persian camp. There seems to have been disastrous rivalry between himself and his second-in-command, Artabazus, who in the ensuing battle did simply nothing, and probably desired that Mardonius should not win the glory of victory. A little to the southeast of Plataea, a spur of Cithaeron was enclosed by the two branches of a stream which met again at the foot of the ridge and went by the name of the island. It was arranged that the Athenians should now occupy the centre next the Lacedaemonians, and they were instructed to retreat to this ridge. The scheme was carried out as it was planned by the left wing, who took up their post in front of the temple of Hera, which was just outside the walls of Plataea. But the Athenians, for some unexplained reason, failed to obey orders, and remained where they were in a dangerous and isolated position. The Lacedaemonians, too, seem to have wasted the precious hours of the short night. Their delay is ascribed to the obstinacy of the commander of one of the Spartan divisions, who had not been present at the council of war, and refused to obey the order to retreat. His name was Amompharetus. He was a man of blameless valour, and Pausanias could not persuade himself to leave him behind. But the morning was approaching, and at length Pausanias began his march, convinced that his stubborn captain would follow when he found himself deserted. And so it fell out. When they had moved about 10 stades, the Spartans saw that Amompharetus was coming, and waited for him. But the day had dawned. The Persians had perceived that the Greek position was deserted, and Mardonius decided that now was the moment to attack, when the forces of the enemy were divided. His cavalry came up and prevented the Lacedaemonians from proceeding. It was on the slopes under Hysii, near the modern village of Krikuki, that Pausanias was compelled to turn and withstand the Persian horsemen, who was speedily supported by the main body advancing under Mardonius himself. The Persians threw up a light barricade of their wicker shields, from behind which they discharged innumerable arrows. Under this fire the Greeks hesitated, for the victims were unfavourable. At length Pausanias, looking towards the temple of Hera, invoked the goddess, and after his prayer the prophets obtained good omens from the sacrifices. The Lacedaemonians no longer held back. Along with the Tegeates who were with them, they carried the barricade and pressed the Persians backward towards the temple of Demeter, which stood on a high acclivity above them. In this direction the battle raged hotly, but the discipline of the best spearmen of Greece approved itself brilliantly, and, when Mardonius fell, the battle was decided. The Lacedaemonians and Tegeates had borne the brunt of the day. At the first attack, Pausanias had dispatched a hasty messenger to the Athenians. As they marched to the scene, they were attacked by the Greeks of the left wing of the enemy's army, who effectually hindered them from marching farther. Meanwhile, the tidings had reached the rest of the Greek army at Plataea that a battle was being fought, and that Pausanias was winning it. They hastened to the scene, but the action was practically decided before their arrival. Some of them were cut off on the way by Theban cavalry. The defeated host fled back across the Asopus to their fortified camp. The Greeks pursued and stormed it. The tent of Mardonius was plundered by the men of Tegea, who dedicated in the temple of Athena Alea in their city the brass manger of his horses, while his throne with silver feet and his scimitar were kept by the Athenians on the Acropolis, along with the breastplate of Mesistius, as memorials of the fateful day. The body of Mardonius was respected by Pausanias, but it was mysteriously stolen, and none ever knew the hand that buried it. The slain Greek warriors, among whom was the brave Amompharetus, were buried before the gates of Plataea, and the honour of celebrating their memory by annual sacrifice was assigned to the Plataeans, who also agreed to commemorate the day of the deliverance of Hellas by a feast of freedom every 4 years. Pausanias called the host together, and in the name of the Spartans and all the confederacy guaranteed to Plataea political independence and the inviolability of her town and territory. The hour of triumph for Plataea was an hour of humiliation for Thebes. 10 days after the battle, the army advanced against the chief Boeotian city and demanded the surrender of the leaders of the Medizing party. On a refusal, Pausanias laid siege to the place, but presently the leaders were given up by their own wish, for they calculated on escaping punishment by the influence of bribery. But Pausanias caused them to be executed without trial at Corinth. A Theban poet who sympathized with the national effort of Hellas might well feel distressed in soul. The battle had been won simply and solely by the discipline and prowess of the Spartan hoplites. The plans of the exceptionally able commander, who was matched indeed with a commander abler than himself, were frustrated once and again through the want of unity and cohesion in his army, through the want apparently of tactical skill, most of all, perhaps, through the half-heartedness of the Athenians. Never do the Athenians appear in such an ill light as in the campaign of Cithaeron, and in no case have they exhibited so strikingly their faculty of refashioning history, in no case so successfully imposed their misrepresentations on the faith of posterity. They had no share in the victory, but they told the whole story afterwards so as to exalt themselves and to disparage the Spartans. They represented the night movements planned by Pausanias as a retreat before an expected attack of the enemy, and they invented an elaborate tale to explain how the attack came to be expected. Mardonius, they said, growing impatient of the delay, called a council of war, and it was decided to abandon defensive tactics and provoke a battle. Then Alexander of Macedon showed at this critical moment that his real sympathies were with Hellas and not with his barbarian allies. He rode down to the outposts of the Athenians, and, shouting, we must suppose, across the river, revealed the decision of the Persian Council of War. Thus made aware of the Persian resolve to risk a battle, the Spartans proposed to the Athenians to change wings, in order that the victors of Marathon might fight with the Persians, whose ways of warfare they had already experienced, while the Spartans themselves could deal better with the Boeotians and other Greeks, with whose methods of fighting they were familiar. The proposal was agreed to, and as day dawned the change was being effected. But the enemy perceived it, and immediately began to make a corresponding change in their own array. Seeing their plan frustrated, the Greeks desisted from completing it, and both the adversaries resumed their original positions. Mardonius then sent a message to the Lacedaemonians, complaining that he had been deeply disappointed in them, for though they had the repute of never fleeing or deserting their post, they had now attempted to place the Athenians in the place of danger. He challenged them to stand forth as champions for the whole Greek host, and fight against an equal number of Persians. To this proposal the Spartans made no reply. Then Mardonius began his cavalry operations, which led to the retreat of the Greeks from their second position. The 3 striking incidents of this malicious tale, the night visit of Alexander, the fruitless attempt of the Spartans to shirk the responsibility of their post on the right wing, the challenge of Mardonius, are all improbable in themselves. but nevertheless this story was circulated and believed, and has received a sort of consecration in the pages of Herodotus. End of Chapter 7, Part 7. Chapter 7, Part 8, Battle of Mycale and Capture of Sestos. The Battle of Cithaeron shares with Salamis the dignity of being decisive battles in the world's history. Pindar links them together as the great triumphs of Sparta and Athens respectively, battles wherein the Medes of the bent bows were sore afflicted. Notwithstanding the immense disadvantage of want of cavalry, the Lacedaemonians had turned at Plataea a retreat into a victory. The remarkable feature of the battle was that it was decided by a small part of either army. Sparta and Tegea were the actual victors, and on the Persian side Artabazus, at the head of 40,000 men, had not entered into the action at all. On the death of Mardonius, that general immediately faced about and began without delay the long march back to the Hellespont. Never again was Persia to make a serious attempt against the liberty of European Greece. "A god," said a poet of the day, and the poet was a Theban, "turned away the stone of Tantalus, imminent above our heads." For the following century and a half, the dealings between Greece and Persia will only affect the western fringe of Asia, and then the balance of power will have so completely shifted that Persia will succumb to a Greek conqueror, and Alexander of Macedon will achieve against the Asiatic monarchy what Xerxes failed to achieve against the free states of Europe. One memorial of this victory of Europe over Asia has survived till today. The votive offering which the Greeks sent to Delphi was a tripod of gold set upon a pillar of 3 brazen serpents, with the names of the Greek peoples who offered it inscribed upon the base. The pillar still stands in Byzantium, whither it was transferred after that city had been renamed Constantinople by her second founder. The immense booty which was found in the Persian camp was divided, when portions had been set apart for the gods and for the general who had led the Greeks to victory. The achievement of the Hellenic army under Mount Cithaeron, which rescued Greek Europe from the invader, was followed in a few days by an achievement of the Hellenic fleet, which delivered the Asiatic Greeks from their master. The Greek fleet was still at Delos. We saw that it was the policy of the Athenians to remain inactive at sea until a battle had been fought on land. For a naval victory would probably have meant the retreat of the Spartans from northern Greece, on the calculation that the enemy would not attack Peloponnesus without the cooperation of the fleet. But the armament at Delos was drawn into action by a message from the Samians, seeking to join the Greek League and begging help against the Persian. For the Persian fleet was at Samos, and hard by at Cape Mycale a large Persian army, including many Ionian troops, was encamped. The Samian request was granted. Leotychidas sailed to the island, and on his approach the Persian ships withdrew to the shelter of Cape Mycale and their army. The Greeks landed, attacked, carried, and burned the enemy's camp. Their victory was decided by the desertion of the Ionians, who won their freedom on this memorable day. Mycale followed so hard upon Plataea that the belief easily arose that the 2 victories were won on the same afternoon. There is more to be said for the tradition that as the Athenians and their comrades assailed the entrenchments on the shore of Mycale, the tidings of Plataea reached them and heartened them in their work. The Athenians and Ionians led by the admiral Xanthippus, followed up the great victory by vigorous action in the Hellespont, while the Peloponnesians, with Leotychidas, content with what they had achieved, returned home. The difference between the Athenian and the Spartan character, between the cautious policy of Sparta and the imperial instinct of Athens, is here distinctly, and it is not too much to say, momentously expressed. The Lacedaemonians were unwilling to concern themselves further with the Greeks of the eastern and northeastern Aegean. The Athenians were both capable of taking a pan-Hellenic point of view and moved by the impulse to extend their own influence. The strong fortress of Sestos, which stands by the Straits of Helle, was beleaguered and taken, and with this event Herodotus closes his history of the Persian Wars. The independence of the Hellespontine regions was a natural consequence of the victory of Mycale, but its historical significance lies in the fact that it was accomplished under the auspices of Athens. The fall of Sestos is the beginning of that Athenian empire to which Pisistratus and the elder Miltiades had pointed the way. End of Chapter 7, Part 8. Chapter 7, Part 9, Gelone, Tyrant of Syracuse. While the eastern Greeks were securing their future development against the Persian foe, and were affirming their possession of the Aegean waters, the western Greeks had been called upon to defend themselves against that Asiatic power which had established itself in the western Mediterranean, and was a constant threat to their existence. The Greeks had indeed, on their side, proved a formidable check and hindrance to the expansion of the dominion and trade of Carthage. The endeavours of this vigorous Phoenician state to secure the queenship of the western seas, from Africa to Gaul, from the coast of Spain to the shores of Italy, depended largely for their success on her close connection and identity of interests with her sister towns in Sicily, and secondly on her alliance with the strong pirate power of Etruria. The friendly Phoenician ports of western Sicily, Motia, Panormus, and Solus, were an indispensable aid for the African city, both for the maintenance of her communications with Tuscany and for the prosecution of designs upon Sardinia and Corsica. In Corsican waters, as well as in Sicily, the Phoenician clashed with the Greek. It was in the first quarter of the 6th century that Dorian adventurers from Cnidus and Rhodes sought to gain a foothold in the barbarian corner of Sicily at the very gates of the Phoenicians. The name of their leader was Pentathlus. He attempted to plant a settlement on Cape Lilybaeum, hard by Motia, a direct menace to the communications between Motia and Carthage. The Phoenicians gathered in arms, and they were supported by their Elymian neighbours. The Greeks were defeated, and Pentathlus was slain. It was not the destiny of Lilybaeum to be the place of a Hellenic city, but long afterwards it was to become illustrious as the site of a Punic stronghold, which would take the place of Motia, when Motia herself had been destroyed by a Greek avenger of Pentathlus. After their defeat, the men of Pentathlus, casting about for another dwelling place, betook themselves to the volcanic archipelago off the north coast of Sicily, and founded Lipara in the largest of the islands. This little state was organized on communistic principles. The soil was public property. A certain number of the citizens were set apart to till it for the common use. The rest were employed in keeping watch and ward on the coasts of their little home against the descents of Tuscan rovers. This system was indeed subsequently modified. The land was portioned out in lots. but was redistributed every 20 years. The attempt of Pentathlus, the occupation of the Lipparian group, the recent settlement of Acragas, pressed upon Carthage the need of stemming the Greek advance. Accordingly, we find her sending an army to Sicily. The commander of this expedition, precursor of many a greater, was Malchus, and it is possible that he was opposed by Phalaris, who established a tyranny at Acragas. There was a long war, of which we know nothing except that the invader was successful and Greek territory was lost to the Phoenician. In the northern seas, Carthage was also confronted by the Greeks. The Phocians of Massalia planted colonies and won influence on the coast of Spain. We are told that in the days of Cambyses, the Phocians gained repeated victories over the Carthaginians by sea. Moreover, the new Phocian settlement at Eulalia in Corsica was a challenge to Carthage in what she regarded as her own domain. But Greek Eulalia was short-lived. Carthage and her powerful Etruscan allies nearly annihilated the Phocian fleet, and the crews which escaped were only able to rescue their families and goods. Eulalia was deserted. Corsica fell under the power of the Etruscans, and the coasts of Sardinia were gradually appropriated by Carthage. Thus the chance of establishing a chain of Greek settlements between Massalia and Sicily was frustrated. It now remained for Carthage to establish and extend Phoenician power in Sicily. We have seen how Dorius, son of a Spartan king, made an attempt to do somewhat the same thing which the Cnidian adventurer had essayed, to gain a footing in Sicily within the Phoenician circle. He, too, failed, but such incidents brought home to Carthage the need of dealing another and a mightier blow at the rival power in Sicily. She was occupied with the conquest of Sardinia and with a Libyan war, and the struggle was postponed. But the hour came at last, and the Carthaginians put forth all their power to annihilate colonial Greece, at the very time when the great king had poured forth the resources of Asia against the mother country. It was, in the first instance, an accident that the two struggles happened at the same moment. The causes which led to the one were independent of the causes which led to the other. But the exact moment chosen by Carthage for her attack upon Sicily was probably determined by the attack of Xerxes upon Greece, and although the two struggles ran each its independent course, there is no reason to question the statement that the courts of Susa and Carthage exchanged messages through the mediation of the Phoenicians, and were conscious of acting in concert against the same enemy. In the second decade of the 5th century, Greek Sicily was dominated by 4 tyrants. Anaxilas of Rhegium had made himself master of Zancli, which from this time forward is known as Messana, and he thus controlled both sides of the straits, which he secured against the passage of Etruscan pirates. Terillus, his father-in-law, was tyrant of Himera. Over against this family group in the north stood another family group in the south, Gelone of Syracuse, and his father-in-law Theron of Acragas. Gelone had been the general of Hippocrates, a tyrant of Gela, who had extended his sway, whether as lord or overlord, over Naxos, Zancli, and other Greek cities, and had aimed at winning Syracuse. Hippocrates had defeated the Syracusans on the banks of the Helorus, and would have seized their city if it had not been for the intervention of Corinth and Corcyra. But Syracuse was forced to cede her dependency Camarina to the victor. Hippocrates died in besieging Hybla, and the men of Gela had no mind to allow his sons to continue their father's tyranny. But Gelone, son of Dinomides, a general who had often led the cavalry of Gela to victory, espoused the cause of his master's heirs, and as soon as he had gained possession of the city, brushed them aside, and took the tyranny for himself. The new lord of Gela achieved what his predecessors had vainly striven to accomplish. The Gamorai, or nobles of Syracuse, had been driven out by the commons, and they appealed to Gelone to restore them. The Syracusan people, unable to resist the forces which Gelone brought against them, made terms with him, and he established his power in Syracuse over oligarchs and democrats alike. It seems probable that Gelone was either at once, or at a later stage of his rule, appointed formally general with full powers. We find his brother Hieron, who succeeded to his position, addressed by the poet Bacchylides as general of the Syracusan horsemen. The tyrant of Gela now abandoned his own city and took up his abode in Syracuse, making it the centre of a dominion which embraced the eastern part of the island. Gela had for a short space enjoyed the rank of the first of Sicilian cities. She now surrendered it to Syracuse, which was marked out by its natural site for strength and domination. Gelone may be called the second founder of Syracuse. He joined the island of Ortygia with the fortified height of Acradina, which looked down upon it. In the course of the 6th century, a mole had been constructed connecting the island with the mainland, so that the city, though it was still called the island, had become strictly a peninsula. Gelone built a wall from the Acradina fort down to the shore of the great harbour. Thus Acradina and Ortygia were included within the same circuit of wall. Acradina became part of the city, Ortygia remained the Acropolis. The chief gate of Syracuse was now in the new wall of Gelone, close to the harbour, and near it a new agora was laid out, for the old agora in the island no longer sufficed. Hard by, docks were built, for Syracuse was to become a naval power. She was now by far the greatest Greek city in the west. Gelone, belonging to a proud and noble family, sympathized and most willingly consorted with men of his own class, and looked with little favour on the people, whom he described in a famous phrase as a thankless neighbour. He held court at Syracuse like a king, surrounded by men of noble birth. He tolerated the Syracusan commons. He was not unpopular with them, but he showed elsewhere what his genuine feelings were. One of his first needs was to find inhabitants to fill the spaces of his enlarged town. For this purpose he transplanted men on a large scale from other places of his dominions. His own town, Gela, was sacrificed to the new capital. The half of its citizens were removed to Syracuse. Harder was the fate of luckless Camarina, which was now for the second time blotted out from the number of Greek cities. 2 generations had hardly passed since she had been swept away by the Syracusan Republic, and now the Syracusan tyrant carried off all the inhabitants and made them burgesses of the ruling state. Megara, the next-door neighbour of Syracuse on the north, and Euboea higher up the coast, also contributed to swell the population of Gelone's capital. Megara became an outpost of Syracuse, while Euboea was so entirely blotted out that its very site is uncertain. But in both these cases the policy of Gelone strikingly displayed the prejudice of his class. He admitted the nobles of Megara and Euboea to Syracusan citizenship. he sold the mass of the commons in the slave market. In abolishing cities and transplanting populations, Gelone set an example which we shall see followed by later tyrants. He also invited new settlers from elder Greece, and he gave the citizenship to 10,000 mercenary soldiers. Gelone was supported in his princely power by his 3 brothers, Hieron, Polyzelus, and Thrasybulus. He entered into close friendship with Theron, his fellow tyrant, who made Acragas in wealth a power second only to Syracuse itself. Theron, like Gelone, was a noble belonging to the family of the Eminids, and his rule was said to have been mild and just. Gelone married Damareta, the daughter of Theron, and Theron married a daughter of Polyzelus. The brilliant lords of Syracuse and Acragas, thus joined by close bonds, were presently associated in the glorious work of delivering Greek Sicily from the terrible danger which was about to come against her from overseas. End of Chapter 7, Part 9. Recording by Graham Redman.
Chapter 7, Parts 10 and 11 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 7, Part 10. The Carthaginian invasion of Sicily and the Battle of Himera. A quarrel between Theron of Acragas and Turillus, tyrant of Himera, led up to the catastrophe which might easily have proved fatal to the freedom of all the Sicilian Greeks. The ruler of Acragas crossed the island and drove Turillus out of Himera. The exiled tyrant in Anaxilis of Rhegium. But Rhegium was no match for the combined power of Acragas and Syracuse, and so Turillus sought the help of Carthage, the common enemy of all. Carthage was only waiting for the opportunity. She had been making preparations for a descent on Sicily, and the appeal of Turillus merely determined the moment and the point of her attack. Turillus urging the Phoenician against Himera plays the same part as Hippias urging the Persian against Athens, but in neither case is a tyrant's fall the cause of the invasion. The motive of the Carthaginian expedition against Sicily at this particular epoch is to be found in a far higher range of politics than the local affairs of Himera or the interests of a petty despot. There can hardly be a doubt that the great king and the Carthaginian Republic were acting in concert, and that it was deliberately planned to attack, independently but at the same moment, eastern and western Greece. While the galleys of the elder Phoenicia, under their Persian master, sailed to crush the elder Helias, the galleys of the younger Phoenician city would cross over on her own account against the younger Helias. In the Phoenicians of Tyre and Sidon, Xerxes had willing intermediaries to arrange with Carthage the plan of enslaving or annihilating Hellas. The western island mattered little to Xerxes, but it mattered greatly to him that the lord of Syracuse should be hindered from sending a powerful succour in men and ships to the mother country. We have already seen how the mother country sought the help of Gelon, and how the danger of Sicily forced him to refuse. When the preparations were complete, Hamilcar, the Sophist of Carthage, sailed with a large armament and landed at Panormus, for the call of Turillus determined that the recovery of Himera should be the first object. It is said that the army consisted of 300,000 men, conveyed by more than 200 galleys and 3,000 transports. But we can lay no stress on these figures. From Panormus, this great host moved along the coast to Himera, accompanied by the warships, and proceeded to besiege the city, which Theron was himself guarding with a large force. The sea camp lay on the low ground between the hill of Himera and the beach. The land camp stretched along the low hills on the western side of the town. A sally of the besieged resulted in loss, and Theron sent a message to Syracuse to hasten the coming of his son-in-law. With 50,000 foot soldiers and 5,000 horsemen, Gelon marched to the rescue without delay. He approached the town on the east side, and formed a strong camp on the right bank of the river. The decisive battle was brought about in a strange way, if we can trust the story. Hamilcar determined to enlist the gods of his foes on his own side. He appointed a day for a great sacrifice to Poseidon near the shore of the sea. For this purpose it was needful to have Greeks present, who understood how the sacrifice should be performed. Accordingly, Hamilcar wrote to Selinus, which had become a dependency of Carthage, bidding that city send horsemen to the Punic camp by a fixed day. The letter fell into the hands of Gelon, and he conceived a daring stratagem. On the morning of the appointed day, a band of Syracusan horsemen stood at the gate of the sea camp, professing to be the expected contingent from Selinus. The Carthaginians could not distinguish strangers of Syracuse from strangers of Selinus, and they were admitted without suspicion. They cut down Hamilcar by the altar of Poseidon, and they set fire to the ships. All this was visible from the high parts of the town above them, and men posted there signalled to Gelon the success of the plan. The Greek commander immediately led his troops round the south side of the city against the land camp of the enemy. There the battle was fought, a long and desperate struggle, in which the scale was finally turned in favour of the Greeks by a body of men which Theron sent round to take the barbarians in the rear. The victory was complete, the great expedition was utterly destroyed, the chief himself was slain. But of the death of that chieftain, the Carthaginians had another and a far grander tale to tell. This tale does not explain how the battle was brought about. It simply gives us a splendid picture. The battle rages from the morning till the late evening, and during that long day Hamilcar stands at the altar of Baal, in his camp by the sea. A great fire devours the burnt offerings to the god. Victim after victim, whole bodies of beasts and perhaps of men are flung into the flames, and the omens are favourable to Carthage. But as he is pouring out a drink offering, he looks forth, and behold, his army is put to flight. The moment for a supreme sacrifice has come. He leaps into the fire, and the flames consume him. The offering of his life did not retrieve the day, but hereafter Himera was destined to pay a heavy penalty for the death of Hamilcar. The common significance of the battles of Salamis and Himera, or the repulse of Asia from Europe, was appreciated at the time and naively expressed in the fanciful tradition that the two battles were fought on the same day. But Himera, unlike Salamis, was immediately followed by a treaty of peace. Carthage paid the lord of Syracuse 2,000 talents as a war indemnity, but this was a small treasury compared with the booty taken in the camp. Out of a portion of that spoil, a beautiful issue of large silver coins was minted, and called Damaratian, after Gelon's wife, and some pieces of this memorial of the great deliverance of Sicily are preserved. Section 11. Syracuse and Acragas, under Hieron and Theron. Theron and Acragas had played an honourable part in the deliverance of Sicily, though it was a part which was second to that of Gelon and Syracuse. Theron survived the victory by 8 years, and during that time he was engaged, in doing for Acragas what had been already done for Syracuse by his fellow tyrant. The enlargement of the Syracusan and the Acratinian cities were effected by opposite processes. Syracuse had sprung up a hill. Acragas, which was perched aloft on a height, sprang down the slope. The enlarged city was encompassed by a wall, of which nature had already done half the building. The most striking feature of the new city was the southern wall, stretching between the rivers and lined by a row of temples. Theron laid the foundations of the temples along the wall, but it was not till long after his death that they were completed, and the line of holy building shone forth in all its glory. In all this work, and in the watercourses which he also constructed, Theron had slave labour in abundance, the barbarians who had been captured after the battle of Himera. Theron placed rescued Himera under the government of his son Thrasidius, who, however, unlike Theron himself, proved an oppressor and was hated by the citizens. Meanwhile Gelon died, and left the fruits of his enterprise and statesmanship to be enjoyed by his brother Hieron. While Hieron was to have the sovereign power, Gelon decided that Polyzalus, whom he ordered to marry his widow Damareta, should have the supreme command of the Syracusan army. The idea of this dual system was unwise, and it necessarily led to fraternal discord. Polyzalus was popular at Syracuse, and his double connection with Theron secured him the support of that tyrant. To Hieron he seemed a dangerous rival, and in the end he was compelled to seek refuge at Acragas. This led to an open breach between Hieron and Theron, but it did not come to actual war, and it is said that the lyric poet Simonides, who was a favourite at both courts, acted as peacemaker. War between the two chief cities of Sicily did not come till after Theron's death, and then it brought freedom to Acragas. Hieron may be said to have completed the work of Himera by the defeat which he inflicted upon the Etruscans at Syme. Etruscans were the other rival power which, besides the Carthaginians, threatened the greater Greece of the West. The possession of the northern outpost of Hellas on the Italian coast, the colony of Syme, was one of the greatest objects of Etruscan politics, and 3 or 4 years after the accession of Hieron, it was pressed hard by a Tuscan squadron. Hieron was a statesman of a sufficiently large view to answer the prayer of Syme for help. The Syracusan fleet sailed to the spot and defeated the besiegers. From this time the Etruscan power rapidly declined, and ceased to menace the development of Western Greece. From the booty Hieron sent a bronzed helmet to Olympia, and this precious memorial of one of the glorious exploits of Greece is now in the great London collection of antiquities. More precious still is the song in which Pindar of Thebes immortalized the victory. It is perhaps from the hymns of Pindar that we win the most lively impression of the wealth and culture of the courts of Sicily in the 5th century. Pindar, like other illustrious poets of the day, Simonides and Bacchylides and Aeschylus, visited Sicily to bask in the smiles and receive the gifts of the tyrant. The lord of Syracuse, or king as he aspired to be styled, sent his racehorses and chariots to contend in the great games at Olympia and Delphi, and he employed the most gifted lyric poets to celebrate these victories in lordly odes. Pindar and Bacchylides were sometimes set to celebrate the same victory in rival strains. These poets give us an impression of the luxury and magnificence of the royal courts and the generosity of the royal victors. Syracuse, on whose adornment her tyrants could spend the Punic spoils, and Acragas, fairest of the cities of men, seemed wonderful to the visitors from elder Greece. Yet amid all their own magnificence, and amid their absorbing political activity, the princes of this younger western world coveted above all things that their name should be glorious in the mother country. They still looked to the holy place of Delphi as the central sanctuary of the world, and they enriched it with costly dedications. The golden tripod, which Gelon and his brother dedicated from Punic treasure, became, like the other golden things of Delphi, the loot of robbers. But we are reminded of that fraternal union by a precious bronze charioteer, which was dug up recently in the ruins of the Delphic sanctuary. It was dedicated by Polyzalus, perhaps in honour of a Pythian victory. It were easy to be blinded by the outward show of these princely tyrants, which the genius of Pindar has invested with a certain dignity. But Pindar, himself born of a noble family, cherished the ideas and prejudices of a bygone generation. He belonged to a class, he wrote chiefly for a class whose days were past, nobles whose sole aim in life was to win victories at the public games. These men were out of sympathy with the new ideas and the political tendencies of their own age. They were belated survivals of an earlier society. Pindar sympathized with them. He liked aristocracies best. He accepted monarchy even in the form of tyranny. But democracy he regarded as the rule of the mob's passions. The despots of Sicily and Cyrene supported the national games of Greece, and that was in truth their great merit in the eyes of the poet. The chariot race, the athletic contests, seen in the midst of a gay crowd, then the choral dance and song in honour of the victory, and the carouse in the hall perhaps of some noble Aeginetan burgher, these were the delightful things in Hellas, which to Pindar were the breath of life. He was religious to the heart's core, and all these things were invested with the atmosphere of religion. But allowing for this, we feel that he takes the games too seriously, and that when Achilles was wrestling with the deep problems of life and death, the day was past for regarding an Olympian victory as the grandest thing in the world. We must not be beguiled by Pindar's majestic art into ascribing to the tyrants any high moral purpose. It was enough that they should aspire to an Olympian crown, and incur the necessary outlay, and seek immortality from the poet's craft. The poet could hardly dare to demand a higher purpose. Fair as the outside of a Syracusan state might seem to a favoured visitor who was entertained in the tyrant's palace, underneath there was no lack of oppression and suspicion. The system of spies which Hieron organized to watch the lives of his private citizens tells its own tale. One of his most despotic acts was his dealing with the city of Catene. He deported all the inhabitants to Leontini, peopled the place with new citizens, and gave it the name of Aetna. His motive was partially vanity, partially selfish prudence. He aspired to be remembered and worshipped as the founder of a city, and he also intended Aetna to be a stronghold of refuge to himself or his dynasty, in case a day of jeopardy should come. His son Dinomenes was installed as king of Aetna. But the Dorian city of Aetna, so cruelly founded, though it was celebrated in lofty praises by Pindar, and had the still higher honour of supplying the motive of a play of Achilles, had but a short duration. It was soon to become Catene again. At Acros, the mild rule of Theron seems to have secured the love and trust of his fellow citizens. But at Himera he showed what a tyrant might do, by slaughtering without any mercy those who had showed their discontent at the rule of his son. Neither the Syracusan nor the Acratine dynasty endured long. After Theron's death, Thrasydeus misruled Acragas, as he had already misruled Himera. But for some unknown reason he had the folly to go to war with Hieron, who discomfited him in a hard-fought battle. This defeat led to his fall. Himera became independent, and Acragas adopted a free constitution. The deliverance of Syracuse came about 5 years later. When Hieron died, his brother Thrasybulus took the reins of government, and being a less able and dexterous ruler than Hieron, he soon excited a revolution by his executions and confiscations. The citizens rose in a mass, and obtaining help from other Sicilian cities, besieged the tyrant and his mercenaries in Syracuse. He was ultimately forced to surrender and retire into private life in a foreign land. Thus the tyranny at Syracuse came to an end, and the feast of Eleutheria was founded to preserve the memory of the dawn of freedom. The rule of the despot seems to have wiped out the old feud between the nobles and the commons, but a new strife arose instead. The old citizens, nobles and commons alike, distrusted the new citizens, whom Gelon had gathered together from all quarters. A civil war broke out. For some time the old citizens were excluded from both the island and Acradina, but in the end all the strangers were driven out, and the democracy of Syracuse was securely established. One good thing the tyrants had done: they had obliterated the class distinctions which had existed before them, and thus the cities could now start afresh on the basis of political equality for all. The next half-century was a period of weal and prosperity for the republics of Sicily, especially for the greatest among them, Syracuse and Acragas, and for Selinus, freed from the Phoenician yoke. At Acragas the free people carried to completion the works which their beneficent tyrant had begun. The stately row of temples along the southern wall belongs to this period. It was a grand conception to line the southern wall, the wall most open to the attacks of mortal enemies, with this wonderful series of holy places of the divine protectors of the city. It was a conception due, we may believe, in the first instance to Theron, but which the democracy fully entered into and carried out. But her sacred buildings brought less glory to Acragas than the name of the most illustrious of her sons. The poet and philosopher Empedocles was reared in what he describes as the great town above the yellow river of Acragas. He was not only a profound philosopher, an inspired poet, a skilful physician, but he had lent his hand to the reform of the constitution of his city. Unhappily his personality is lost in the dense covert of legends which quickly grew up around him. The true Empedocles, who, banished from his home, died quietly in the Peloponnesus, becomes a seer and magician, who hurled himself into the bowl of Etna, that he might become a god. A god indeed he proclaims himself to be, going about from city to city, crowned with Delphic wreaths, and worshipped by men and women. For a time, indeed, the Siceliots were threatened with a remarkable danger, the revival of the native power of the Cecils. This revival was entirely due to the genius of one man, and the danger disappeared on his death. Ducetius organized a federation of the Cecil towns, and aspired to bring the Greek cities under Cecil rule. He displayed his talent in the foundation of new cities, which survived the failure of his schemes. His first settlement was on the hilltop of Manaeum, overlooking the sacred lake and temple of the Palasai. As his power and ambitions grew, he descended from the hill, and founded Palasa, close to the national sanctuary, to be a political capital of the nation. He captured Etna, gained victory over the Acragantines and Syracusians, but was subsequently defeated by Syracuse, and on this defeat his followers deserted him, and the fabric which he had reared collapsed. He boldly took refuge himself at the altar in the Syracusan marketplace. His case was debated in the assembly, and by an act of clemency, which we might hardly expect, he was spared and sent to Corinth. 5 years later we find him again in Sicily, engaged in the congenial work of founding a third city, Cael Acte, or Fair Shore, on the northern coast, with the approbation of Syracuse. It is uncertain whether he dreamed of repeating his attempt at a national revival, or had become convinced that the fortune of the Sicel lay in the Hellenian nation. His foundations were more abiding than those of Hieron. One of them, Minoe, survives today. The career of Ducetius exhibited the decision of destiny that the Greek was to predominate in the island of the Sicels. End of Chapter 7, Parts 10 and 11.
Chapter 7, Parts 12, 13 and 14 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1 by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 7, Parts 12, 13 and 14. Part 12. Religious Movements in the 6th Century. In the latter part of the 6th century, the expansion of the Persian power had suspended a stone of Tantalus over Hellas, and it seemed likely that Greek civilization might be submerged in an oriental monarchy. We have seen how the Greek generals, Greek spearmen, and Greek seamen averted this calamity. We have now to see how another danger was averted, a danger which, though it is not like the Persian invasion, written large on the face of history, threatened Greece with a no less terrible disaster. This danger lay in the dissemination of a new religion, which, if it had gained the upper hand, as at one time it seemed likely to do, would have pressed with as dead and stifling a weight upon Greece as any oriental superstition. Spiritually, the Greeks might have been annexed to the people of the Orient. The age of Solon witnessed not only a social and political movement among the masses in various parts of Greece, but also an intellectual and spiritual stirring. There was an intellectual dissatisfaction with the theogony of Hesiod as an explanation of the origin of the world, and the natural philosophy of Thales and his successors came into being in Ionia. But there was also a moral dissatisfaction with the tales of religious mythology as they were handed down by the epic bards, and this feeling took the form of interpreting and modifying them so as to make them conform to ethical ideals. The poet Stesichorus was a pioneer in this direction, and it was he who first imported into the legend of the house of Atreus the murder of Agamemnon by his wife, and the murder of Clytemnestra by her son, the terrible moral significance which Aeschylus and the Attic tragedians afterwards made so familiar. Further than this, men began to feel a craving for an existence after death, and intense curiosity about the world of shades, and a desire for personal contact with the supernatural. Both the scientific and the religious movements have the same object, to solve the mystery of existence. But the religious craving demanded a short road and immediate satisfaction. The craving led to the propagation of a new religion, which began to spread about the middle of the 6th century. We know not where it originally took shape, but Attica became its most active centre, and it was propagated to western Hellas beyond the sea. Based partly on the wild Thracian worship of Dionysus, this religion was called Orphic, from Orpheus, poet and priest, who was supposed to have been born in Thrace and founded the Bacchic rites, and it exercised a deep influence over not only the people at large, but even the thinkers of Greece. The Orphic teachers elaborated a theology of their own, a special doctrine of the future world, peculiar rites and peculiar rules of conduct. But they took up into their system, so far as possible, the old popular beliefs. The Orphic religion might almost be described as based on three institutions: the worship of Dionysus, the mysteries connected with the gods of the underworld, and the itinerant prophets. But Dionysus, the underworld, and the art of the seer and purifier all acquired new significance in the light of the Orphic theology. It was perhaps as early as the 8th century that the worship of Dionysus was introduced into northern Greece, and various legends record the opposition which was at first offered to the reception of the stranger. His orgies spread especially in Boeotia and Attica. The worshippers gathered at night on the mountains by torchlight, with deerskins on their shoulders and long ivy-wreathed wands in their hands, and danced wildly to the noise of cymbals and flutes. Men and women tore and devoured the limbs of the sacred victims. They desired to fall, and they often fell, especially the women, into a sort of frenzied ecstasy, into which their souls were thought to be in mystic communion with Dionysus. It was probably the influence of the Dionysiac worship that induced the Delphic god to give his oracles through the mouth of a woman cast into a state of divine frenzy. Men could also deal with the supernatural world through the mediation of seers. Wise men and women called Bacchids and Sibylls, attached to no temple or sanctuary, travelled about and made their livelihood by prophesying, purifying, and healing. They practised these three arts through their intimacy with the invisible world of spirits, to which the causes of disease and uncleanness were ascribed. Epimenides was one of the most famous and powerful of these wizards. We saw how he was called upon to purify Athens. Mysteries connected with the cult of the deities of the underworld supplied another means of approaching the supernatural. The Homeric bards of Ionia may have lived in a society where life yielded so many pleasures that men could look forward with equanimity and resignation to that colourless existence in the grey kingdom of Persephone which is described in the epics. But the conditions of life were very different in the mother country in the 8th century. The strife for existence was hard, and the Boeotian poet must have echoed the groans of many a wretched wight when he cried, "The earth is full of ills the sea." It was a time when men were ready to entertain new views of a future world, suggesting hopes that a tolerable existence, unattainable here, might await them there. These new hopes, which begin to take shape in the course of the 7th century, were naturally connected with the religion of the deities of the underworld. In Homer we find Persephone as queen in the realm of the ghosts, but we meet there no hint of a connection between her worship and that of Demeter, the goddess of the fruits of the earth. But as the earth which yields the sustenance of men's life also receives men into her bosom when they die, Demeter and Persephone came to be associated in many local cults throughout Greece, and there grew up the legend of the rape of Persephone, which was specially developed at Eleusis, and was the subject of the Eleusinian hymn to Demeter, composed in the 7th century. At Eleusis this Chthonian cult acquired a peculiar character by the introduction of a new doctrine touching the state of souls in the life beyond the grave. In the days of Eleusinian independence, the kings themselves were the priests of the two goddesses. When Eleusis became part of the Athenian state, the Eleusinian worship was made part of the Athenian state religion. A temple of the two goddesses was built under the Acropolis and called the Eleusinion, and the Eleusinian mysteries became one of the chief festivals of the Attic year, conducted by the king. The mysteries, which were probably of a very simple nature in the 7th century, were subsequently transformed under Athenian influence. 2 points in this transformation are especially to be noted. The old Eleusinian king, Triptolemus, is made more prominent, and is revered as the founder of agriculture, sent abroad by Demeter herself to sow seed and instruct folk in the art. But far more important is the association of the cult of Iacchus with the Eleusinian worship. Iacchus was a god of the underworld, who had a shrine in Athens. In the mysteries he was borne to Eleusis, and solemnly received there every year. He was originally distinct from the mystic Dionysus, with whom he was afterwards identified. The mysteries seem to have consisted of a representation in dumb show of the story of Persephone and Demeter. Mystic spells were uttered at certain moments in the spectacle, and certain sacred gear was exhibited. There was no explanation of any system of doctrine, The initiated were seers, not hearers. When the scheme of the mysteries was fully developed, the order of the festival, which took place in September, was on this wise. On the first day the cry was heard in the streets of Athens, "Seaward, O Mustai, Mustai, to the sea!" And the initiated went down to the shore and cleansed themselves in the sea water. Hence the day was called Halade Mustai. The next 2 days were occupied with offerings and ceremonies at Athens, and on the fourth the image of Iacchus was taken forth from his shrine and carried in solemn procession along the sacred way over Mount Aigalios to Eleusis. The Mustai, as they went, sang the song of Iacchus, and reached the temple of the goddesses under the Eleusinian Acropolis late at night by the light of torches. The great day was when they assembled in the hall of initiation, and sat around on the tiers of stone seats. The Hierophant, who always belonged to the Eleusinian royal family of the Eumolpids, displayed the secret things of the worship. Beside him the torch-holder, the herald, and the priest of the altar conducted the mystic ceremonies. The mysteries are mysterious still, so far as most of the details are concerned, yet we may perhaps say that no definite dogma was taught, no systematic interpretation was laid on the legends, but the acts were calculated to arouse men's hopes, mysterious enough to impress their imaginations, and vague enough to suggest to different minds different significances. The rites gave to many an assurance of future weal, and even to harder reasoners a certain sense of possibilities in the unknown. And it was believed that the Mustai had an advantage over the uninitiated, not only here but hereafter, an interest, as it were, with the powers of the other world. So it is said in the old Eleusinian hymn, "Bliss hath he won, whoso these things hath seen, among all men upon the earth that go. But they to whom those sights have never been unveiled, have other dole of weal and woe, even dead, shut fast within the mouldy gloom below." The Eleusinian mysteries became Pan-Hellenic. All Greeks, not impure through any pollution, were welcome to the rites of initiation. Women were not excluded by their sex, nor slaves by their condition. It is probable that the development of the mysteries owed a good deal to the Pisistratids, and the ground plan of the Hall of Ceremonies, which was erected in their time, can be traced at Eleusis. Part 13. Spread of the Orphic Religion. The Orphic teachers promulgated a new theory of the creation of the world, a theory which may have derived some suggestions from Babylonia. They taught that time was the original principle, that then ether and chaos came into being, that out of these two elements time formed a silver egg, from which sprang the firstborn of the gods, Phanes, god of light. The development of the world is the self-revelation of Phanes. It was necessary to bring this cosmogony into connection with Greek theology. Accordingly, Zeus swallows Phanes, and thereby becomes the original force from which the world has to be developed anew. The Thracian god Dionysus Zagreus is the son of Zeus and Persephone, and thus closely connected with the underworld. Zeus gives him the kingdom of the universe while he is still a boy, but he is pursued by the Titans, and when, after many escapes, he takes the shape of a bull, he is rent in pieces by them, but Athena saves his heart. Zeus swallows it, and afterwards brings forth the new Dionysus. The Titans, still wet with the blood of their victim, he strikes with lightning, and the race of men springs from their ashes, so that the nature of men is compact of titanic and Dionysiac elements, good and bad. The motive of the myth was to awaken in the human soul a consciousness of its divine origin, and help it on its way back to the divine state. To escape from the prison or tomb of the body, to become free from the titanic elements, penalties and purifications are necessary, and the soul has to pass through a cycle of incarnations. In the intervals between these incarnations, which recur at fixed times, the soul exists in the kingdom of Hades. To attain a final deliverance, a man must live ascetically according to rules which the Orphics prescribed, and be initiated in the orgies of Dionysus. Thus they prescribed abstinence from animal food, and imposed necessary ceremonies of purification. They taught the doctrine of judgment after death, and rewards and punishments in Hades, according to men's deeds in the body. Thus the Orphics reintroduced, as it were, into Greece the Thracian Dionysus, who seemed almost another god when brought face to face with the Dionysus who had been Hellenized and sobered since his admission into the society of the Greek gods of Olympus. They adopted and developed the ideas of the Eleusinian mysteries, and in a poem on the descent of Orpheus into Hades, they described the geography of the underworld. They also aspired to take the place of the old prophets and purifiers, and they sought out and collected the oracles which those prophets had disseminated. Their doctrines were published in poems which were intended to supersede the theogony of Hesiod, and the surviving fragments of these works show more poetical power than the compositions of the later successors of Homer. The Orphic religion found a welcome at Athens, and was encouraged by Pisistratus and his sons. Onomacritus, one of the most eminent Orphic teachers, reputed the author of a poem on the rites of initiation, won great credit and influence at the court of the tyrants. We saw how he was supposed to have taken part in preparing an edition of Homer, in which it was suspected that he and his collaborators made interpolations, and how another interpolation led to his banishment, when he was detected in making an addition of his own to a collection of ancient oracles, which were ascribed to the mythical poet Musaeus. The Orphic traditions were taken up by a man of genius, Pythagoras of Samos, who went to Italy and settled at Croton, where he was well received. His philosophy had two sides, the philosophic and the religious. He made important discoveries in mathematics and the theory of music. He recognized the spherical form of the earth, and his astronomical researches led to a considerable step, taken by his followers, in the direction of the Copernican system, the distinction of real and apparent motions. The Pythagoreans knew that the motion of the sun round the earth was only apparent, but they did not discover the revolution of the earth on its axis. They conceived a fire in the centre of the universe, round which the earth turns in 24 hours, the 5 known planets also revolving round it, and the moon and the sun, in a month and a year respectively. We never see the fire, because we live on the side of the earth which is always turned away from it. The whole world is warmed and lit from that fire, the hearth of the universe. Pythagoras sought to explain the world, spiritual and material, by numbers, and though he could plausibly defend the idea in general, its absurdity was evident when carried out in detail. His great achievement was the creation of mathematical science. At Croton he founded a religious sect or brotherhood, organized according to strict rules. The most important doctrine was the transmigration of souls, and the ascetic mode of life corresponded to that of the Orphic sects. In fact, the Pythagoreans were practically an Orphic community. Their brotherhood, which did not exclude women, obtained adherents not only in Croton but in the neighbouring cities, and won a decisive political influence in Italiate Greece. But this influence was exerted solely in the interests of oligarchy. It would seem indeed that the nobles became members of the religious organisation in order to use it as an instrument of political power. It was during the ascendancy of the Pythagoreans that a war broke out between Croton and its neighbour Sybaris, which was then subject to a tyranny. The men of Croton harboured the exiles whom Tellus, the despot of Sybaris, drove out, and refused his demand for their surrender. Tellus led forth a large host, a battle was fought, and the Sybarites were routed. Then the victors captured Sybaris and utterly blotted it out. New cities were to arise near the place. One was for a few months to resume its name, but the old Sybaris, which had become proverbial throughout Greece for its wealth and luxury, disappeared so completely that its exact site is unknown. The destruction of the rival city was the chief exploit of the Pythagorean oligarchy of Croton, but a strong opposition arose in Croton against the government and against the Pythagorean order. Pythagoras himself found it prudent to escape from the struggle by leaving Croton, and he ended his life at Metapontion. The Democratic party was led by Cylon, but the Cylonians did not get the upper hand till more than half a century had passed, and the Pythagorean order flourished in Croton and the neighbouring cities. At length a sudden blow dissolved their power. One day 40 brethren were assembled at Croton in the house of Milon. Their opponents set the building on fire, and only 2 escaped. It was a signal for a general persecution throughout Italy. Everywhere the members of the society were put to death or banished. At the time of the fall of the Pythagoreans, the Orphic religion was no longer a danger to Greece. It was otherwise in the lifetime of Pythagoras himself. Then it seemed as if the Orphic doctrines had been revealed as the salvation which men's minds craved. And if those doctrines had taken firm hold of Greece, all the priesthoods of the national temples would have admitted the new religion, become its ministers, and thereby exercised an enormous sacerdotal power. Nor would the Orphic teachers have failed, if there had not been a powerful antidote to counteract their mysticism. Even as it was, they exercised a permanent influence, stimulating the imaginations of poets like Aeschylus and Pindar, and diffusing a vivid picture of the world of Hades, which has affected all subsequent literature. Part 14. Ionian Reason. The antidote to the Orphic religion was the philosophy of Ionia. In Asiatic Greece that religion never took root, and most fortunately the philosophical movement, the separation of science from theology, of cosmogony from theogony, had begun before the Orphic movement was disseminated. Europe is deeply indebted to Ionia for having founded philosophy, but that debt is enhanced by the fact that she thereby rescued Greece from the tyranny of a religion interpreted by priests. We have met Thales and Anaximander already. Pythagoras, although he and his followers made important advances in science, threw his weight into the scale of mysticism. Affected by both the religious and the philosophical movements, he sought to combine them, and in such unions the mystic element always wins the preponderance. But there were others who pursued, undistracted, the paths of reason, and among these the most eminent and influential were Xenophanes and Heraclitus. No man was more active in the cause of reason than Xenophanes of Colophon, who, after the Persian subjugation of Ionia, migrated to Elea, where he died in extreme old age. But he spent his long life in wandering about the world, and none saw and heard more of many lands and many men than he. The feeble resistance of Ionia to the invader had disgusted him with the Greeks, and produced a reaction in his mind against their religion and their ideals. His experience of many lands helped him to cast away national prejudices, and he spent his strength in warring against received opinions. In the first place, he attacked the orthodox religion, and showed up the irrational side of gods made in the image of men. If oxen or horses or lions, he said, had hands to make images of their gods, they would fashion them in the shape of oxen, horses, and lions. In the next place he protested against the accepted teachers of the Greeks, the poets Homer and Hesiod, whom Greece regarded as inspired. All they have taught men, he said, is theft, adultery, and mutual deceit. Again he ridiculed the conventional ideas of Greek life, the ideal, for instance, of the athlete. He deprecated the folly which showed great honours to a victor in a race or a contest. Our wisdom is better than the strength of human animals and horses. He carried about and spread his revolutionary ideas from city to city in the guise of a musician, attended by a slave with a cithern. But he was not merely destructive. He had something to put in the place of the beliefs which he overthrew. He constructed a philosophy of which the first principle was God, not like mortals in either form or mind, which he identified with the whole cosmos, and which was thus material, existing in space, and not excluding the existence of particular subordinate gods animating nature. He was also distinguished as a geologist. He drew conclusions from fossils as to the past history of the earth. As a fearless thinker, seeking to break through national prejudices, he is one of the most attractive of the pioneers of Greek thought. But what especially concerns us here is that Xenophanes rejected Orpheus as utterly as he rejected Hesiod. He would have nothing to do with mysticism and divine revelation. He regarded the Orphic priests as impostors, and he inveighed strongly against Pythagoras. We can hardly overvalue his services in thus actively fighting the battle of reason, and diffusing ideas which counteracted not only the comparatively harmless superstitions of the vulgar, but also the more serious and subtle danger of the Orphic religion. Long before he died, Greek philosophy had become a living power, which no religion would stifle, a waxing force which would hinder sacerdotalism from ever turning back the stream of progress. The rationalism of Xenophanes affected Heraclitus of Ephesus, a man of very different temper. Heraclitus heartily despised the vulgar. He was an aristocrat in politics, and he wrote in a hard style for the few. In old age he retreated to the woods to end his life, having deposited the book of his philosophy in the temple of Artemis. A man of greater genius than any of the Ionian philosophers who preceded him, he thought out the doctrine of the flux, which exercised an immense influence on his successors. This principle was the constant change in all things. Existence is change. We are and we are not. But the process of change observes a certain law. Nature has her measures, and thus, while he had developed the doctrine of relativity, good and bad, he said, are the same, he had a basis for ethics. His influence was both subversive and conservative, according as one took hold of the doctrine of the flux, or the fixed law of the world. The pantheistic principle of Xenophanes was taken up at Elea by Parmenides, who gave it a new metaphysical meaning. He assumed an eternal, unchanging being, and treated it with the scientific method which he learnt from the Pythagoreans. One of the most important services of Parmenides and his followers was their argument that sense is deceptive and leads us into self-contradiction. Here, they said, was the capital error of Heraclitus, who founded his system on the senses. With Parmenides and Heraclitus, philosophy, in the strict sense, metaphysics as we call it, was fully founded. We have not to pursue the development here, but we have to realize that the establishment of the study of philosophy was one of the most momentous facts in the history of the Greeks. It meant the triumph of reason over mystery. It led to the discrediting of the Orphic movement. It ensured the free political and social progress of Hellas. A danger averted without noise or bloodshed, not at a single crisis, but in the course of many years, is a danger which soon ceases to be realized, and it is perhaps hard to imagine that in the days of Pisistratus, the religion which was then moving Greece, and especially Attica, bid fair to gain a dominant influence and secure a fatal power for the priests. The Delphic priesthood had, doubtless, an instinct that the propagation of the Orphic doctrines might ultimately redound to its own advantage. Although the new religion had arisen when the aristocracies were passing away and had addressed itself to the masses, it is certain that if it had gained the upper hand, it would have lent itself to the support of aristocracy and tyranny. The tyrants of Athens might have made an Orphic priesthood a useful instrument of terror, and the brotherhood of Pythagoras was an unmistakable lesson to Greece what the predominance of a religious order was likely to mean. We may say with propriety that a great peril was averted from Greece by the healthful influence of the immortal thinkers of Ionia. But this, after all, is only a superficial way of putting the fact. If we look deeper, we see that the victory of philosophy over the doctrines of priests was simply the expression of the Greek spirit, which inevitably sought its highest satisfaction in the full expansion of its own powers in the free light of reason. The 6th century, the most critical period in the mental development of the Greeks, came to be known afterwards as the Age of the 7 Sages. The national instinct for shaping legends chose out a number of men who had made some impression by their justice and prudence, and, regardless of dates, invented an ideal community among them, as if they had formed a sort of college, and brought them into connection with great people like Lydian kings. Periander, the tyrant of Corinth, was curiously added to the list, which included Solon and Thales. To them were attributed wise maxims like "Know thyself," "Avoid excess," and "It is hard to be virtuous." The spirit which the legend ascribes to these sages, and which the lives of Solon and Pittacus displayed, reflects the wisdom which sought to solve, or rather to evade, the everlasting problems of the discrepancy between man's ideal of justice and the actual ordering of the world, by enjoining a life of moderation. But it is not without significance that when the Orphic agitation had abated, Greece should have enshrined the worldly wisdom of men who stood wholly aloof from mystic excitements, and sought for no revelation in the fiction of the 7 sages. End of Part 14. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8, Part 1, 2, and 3 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 8, Parts 1, 2, and 3. The Foundation of the Athenian Empire, Section 1. The Position of Sparta and Career of Pausanias. The Persian War, in its effects on Greece, illustrates the operation of a general law which governs human societies. Pressure from without, whether on a nation or a race, tends to promote unity and cohesion within. In the case of a nation, the danger of foreign attack increases the sense of unity among individual citizens and strengthens the central power. In the case of a race, it tends to weld the individual communities into a nation or a federation. In the latter case, the chance of realizing a complete or permanent unity depends partly on the strength and the duration of the external pressure, partly upon the degree of strength in the instinct for independence which has hitherto hindered the political atoms from cohesion. The Persian danger produced a marked tendency towards unity, but the pressure was acute only for a few years, and lasted in any form only for a few decades, and therefore that tendency was arrested, and the instinct for independence resumed its uncontested sway, before any scheme of pan-Hellenic federal government had become necessary. On the coast of Asia, where the danger was permanent, an union came into existence. Now on these principles a philosopher might have predicted that an Hellenic union, whether whole or partial, whether of short or of long duration, would follow the repulse of the Persians. He might have predicted that such a great joint effort would react upon the domestic development of the victorious peoples. But no one could have foreseen what the shape of the union would take, or how the reaction would be directed. The course of Grecian affairs entered upon a new and unexpected way. For the last 40 years Sparta had been the predominant power in continental Greece. She had become the head of a Peloponnesian League, and had intervened with effect in Greek affairs beyond the limits of the Peloponnesus. Her headship in the common resistance to Persia was recognized without murmur or dispute by the allies of northern Greece. In fact, her peninsular league may be said to have widened into the Pan-Hellenic Confederacy of the Isthmus. Her admirals had been commanders-in-chief at Salamis and at Mycale, and, if it were said that those naval victories could not be ascribed to Lacedaemonian skill or enterprise, Sparta could point to Thermopylae, where her king had been gloriously defeated, to Cythereion, where her general and her spearsmen had won what was, after all, the decisive contest of the war. A political prophet would therefore have been tempted to predict that Sparta, universally acknowledged before the war to be the leading state of Greece, would after the war be able to convert leadership into dominion. A great national enterprise, conducted under her auspices to a splendid conclusion, must immensely increase the moral strength of her position, and might justly stimulate her ambition. Moral power, by dexterous management, can soon be converted into material strength. In short, after the battle of Platae, the Greek world seemed to lie at Sparta's feet. If such calculations were made, they were doomed to disappointment. Lacedaemon had not the means, and the Lacedaemonian government had not the brains or the spirit to create the means, of carrying out an effective imperial policy. For a state which aspired to a truly imperial position in Greece must inevitably be a sea power. This was determined by the geographical and commercial conditions of the Greek world. So long as the Asian Greeks belonged to the Persian dominion, so long as the eastern waters of the Aegean were regarded as a Persian sea, Sparta might indeed hold a dominant position as a Hellas thus restricted. But when the world of free Hellenic states once more extended over the Aegean Sea to the skirts of Asia and to Thrace, Sparta, unless she became a sea power, could not extend her influence over this larger sea-bound Greece. She might retain her continental position, but her prestige must ultimately be eclipsed and her power menaced by any city which won imperial authority over the islands and coasts of the Aegean. This was what happened. The Spartans were a people unable to adapt themselves to new conditions. Their city, their constitution, their spirit were survivals from medieval Greece. The government was conservative, by tradition, reforms were unwelcome, a man of exceptional ability was regarded with suspicion. They continued to drill their hoplites in the 5th century as they had done in the 6th. The formation of a navy would have seemed to them as unpractical an idea as an expedition against the capital of Persia. And if we follow their conduct of the recent war, we see that their policy was petty and provincial. They had generally acted at the last moment. They had never shown the power of initiation. Their view was so limited by the smaller interests of the Peloponnesus that again and again they almost betrayed the national cause. Failing to share in the progress of Greece, utterly wanting in the imperial instinct and the quality of imagination which accompanies it, the city of Lacedaemon was not marked out to achieve a political union of the Hellenic states. She was, however, able to prevent a rival from achieving it, but not before that rival had completely thrown her into the shade. Unfortunately, the events of the years succeeding the battle of Platae are but very slightly known. Herodotus, who, about half a century later, completed the story, compact of fiction and history, of the Persian War, ends his work at the capture of Sestos. In the meantime, the events of that full and momentous half-century had not been recorded, except by bits and scraps. The dates became confused, the details were forgiven, and when Thucydides, some years after Herodotus, came to investigate the history of this period, the result of his research was a meagre narrative, in a very uncertain chronological setting. The growth of the Athenian Empire is the central fact of the period, but before tracing it we must pause, it will not be for long, over the misfortunes of Sparta. Pausanias, the son of Cleombrotus, had shown, it must be allowed, remarkable military ability in conducting the campaign of Platae. But his talents as a politician were not equal to his talents as a general. Leaping into fame by his victory, he was led into attempting to play a part for which he was too slight a man. Sparta sent him out, in command of a squadron of ships supplied by her allies, to continue the work of emancipating the eastern Greeks. He sailed first to Cyprus, and was successful in delivering the greater part of the island from Persian rule. He then proceeded to Byzantium and expelled the Persian garrison. But here his conduct became ambiguous. He began to play a game of his own. He connived at the escape of some kinsmen of Xerxes who were in the city, and he committed various acts of insolence and oppression to the Greeks. He behaved more as a tyrant than as a general. and he completely ruined all chances that his country had of remaining at the head of the confederacy, which the Persian invasion had called into being. The Eastern Greeks placed themselves under the protection and headship of Athens. This step was inevitable. The maritime power of Athens marked her out to be a leader in the prosecution of the war beyond the sea. But the conduct of Pausanias at Byzantium may well have been the occasion of the formal transference of the leadership of the confederacy from Sparta to Athens. At Sparta itself, the reports of the doings of the general aroused alarm and anxiety. He was recalled to answer the charges. It was said that he wore Persian dress and was attended by an Asiatic bodyguard in his journey through Thrace. For he had indeed been intriguing with the Persian court. The victor of Platae offered to enslave his own city and the rest of Hellas to Xerxes, and to seal the compact by marrying his daughter. His overtures were welcomed by the great king, and Pausanias, being a small man and elated by vanity, was unable to refrain from betraying in little things his treacherous designs. The Persian intrigue, however, could not at this time be proved against him. He was punished only for some acts of injury which he had done to particular persons. He was not sent out again, but he subsequently hired a trireme for himself, and returned to the scene of his former intrigue. He resumed possession of Byzantium, and thus controlled the inner gate of the Euxine, and he succeeded almost immediately in capturing Sestos, which gave him control of the outer gate also. This was too much for Athenians who were extending their political and commercial interests in these regions, and they sent out a squadron under Cimon, the son of Miltiades, who recovered Sestos and drove Pausanias out of Byzantium. Spartan government, hearing that he was intriguing in the Troad, sent a herald commanding him to return home. He obeyed the summons, believing that he could compass an acquittal by bribes, but it seems that he was already devising a daring and dangerous plan against the constitution of his own city. The ephors threw him into prison, but it was difficult to procure evidence of his guilt. He was released and challenged inquiry. Everybody knew that he had not only negotiated with Persia, but that he had prepared the way for a revolt of the Helots by promising them emancipation. He dreamed of converting the Spartan state into a true monarchy. But there were not clear enough proofs to act upon, until a confidential servant turned informer. Pausanias had entrusted him with a letter to Artabazus, but the man, who had noticed that none of the messengers who had been previously dispatched on the same errand ever returned, broke the seal and read in the letter the order for his death. He showed the letter to the ephors, and they, wishing to have proof against Pausanias from his own mouth, contrived a stratagem. A hut with a partition was erected at the sanctuary of Taenarus. They concealed themselves in one room, and the man remained in the other as suppliant. Pausanias came to discover why he was there. The man told him of the letter and reproached him. In the conversation, Pausanias admitted the whole truth. But he received a hint of his danger, and fled to the temple of Athena of the Brazen House. He took refuge in a small covered building adjoining the shrine. The ephors had the doors built up and starved him to death. As he was dying, they brought him out, and by the command of the Delphic god he was buried at the entrance to the sacred enclosure. But the starvation within the precincts was an offense against the goddess, and brought a curse upon the Spartans. To expiate this, they dedicated 2 brazen statues to Athena of the Brazen House. Though the adventures of Pausanias are of no great consequence, his career is typical of the Spartan abroad, and it throws some light on years of which we know very little. The Spartan government had sent out another general to replace Pausanias in the Hellespont, but the allies would have no more dealings with Spartan generals, and Sparta made no further attempt to win back the allegiance which the Aegean and Asiatic Greeks had transferred to Athens. On the other hand, she made some attempts at extending her power on the mainland, and forming a continental federation. She cast her eyes upon Thessaly, and perhaps hoped that if she brought the far north under her sway, she could extend her influence southward to the Thracian Gulf, and form a Lacedaemonian empire on the basis of the Amphictyon League of northern Greece. She sent forth an army under King Leotychidas, who landed in the Pagasean Bay and showed that he could have easily subjugated the Thessalonian states. But like many a Spartan general, he could not resist silver and gold, and the Aleuid princes saved their power by bribing the invader. His guilt was evident, and when he returned home he was condemned to death. He saved himself by fleeing to Tegea, where Athena's sanctuary was ever the refuge of a Spartan king in the day of danger. It is possible that Sparta gained some influence in Thessaly by this enterprise, in which she employed the Peloponnesian fleet, but she made no conquest. Nor did her attempt to reorganize the Amphictyonic federation prosper better. She proposed to expel from this league all the states that had joined the Mede. This was aimed at Thebes and Thessaly, and even the states which had not joined the federation against the Mede. This was aimed at Argos. But through the influence of Themistocles, who represented Athens, the proposal was thrown out. The activity of Themistocles in defeating the designs of Sparta at this period is reflected in the story that he tried to induce the Athenians to set fire to the Peloponnesian fleet in Thessalian waters. Sparta was unable to prosecute any further plans of empire beyond her own peninsula. She was soon compelled to fight for her position within the Peloponnesus itself. Argos had now recovered somewhat from the annihilating blow which had been dealt her by King Cleomenes, and was entering upon a new constitutional development which was ultimately to shape itself into a democracy. Most of the small towns, which had taken advantage of the prostration of their mistress to throw off her yoke, such as Hysiae and Orniae, were brought back again to their allegiance. It might have been harder to cast out the slave lords Tyrrhens from their Cleopian fortress, but a prophet from Phiglia came and stirred them up against Argos. They took the offensive, endured a defeat, and Tyrrhens was recovered. Thus re-arising, Argos was able to support the Arcadian cities in a combination against the power of Sparta. She entered into alliance with Tegea, but outside the walls of that city the joint forces of the two allies were smitten by the hoplites of Lacedaemon. Yet the city was not taken, and the epitaph of the fallen warriors told how their bravery hindered the smoke of blazing Tegea from their mountain to the sky. Soon after this we find all the Arcadian cities leagued against Sparta, all except the Mantineans, who were never ready to join hands with their Tegeate neighbours. This time Argos sent no help. The Arcadian League sustained a crushing defeat at Dipaea, and Tegea was forced to submit. Thus, through the energy of the young king Archidamus, Sparta maintained her position. But there were grave causes of anxiety for the future. She had to behold the cynicism of the villages of Elis into a city with a democratic constitution. That was a danger in the west. Regenerate Argos was a danger in the east. And even in Arcadia, Sparta was constrained reluctantly to recognize the new synoecium of the Mantinean villages, as a mark of gratitude to the community for holding aloof from the Arcadian League. Thus it was not given to Sparta to strike out a new path. The Persian War left her much where she was before. She had, if anything, diminished rather than increased her prestige, and she had shown the world that she was destined to remain in the old Peloponnesian groove. In the meantime another city had been advancing with rapid strides along a new path, compassing large enterprises and establishing a large empire. The lukewarmness of Sparta, exhibited in her failure to follow up the battle of Mycale, had induced the Ionian and other Asiatic Greeks to place themselves under the leadership of Athens. Thus was formed the voluntary confederacy on which an Athenian empire was to rise. The object was not only to protect the rescued cities from reconquest by the barbarian, but also to devastate the country of the great king, in order to obtain by rapine a set-off against the expenses and losses of the war. The treasury of the League was established in the sacred island of Delos, the ancient centre of Ionian worship, and it was hence called the Confederacy of Delos. The recapture of Sestos was its first achievement. The League included the Ionian and Aeolian cities of Asia, the islands adjacent to the coast from Lesbos to Rhodes, a large number of towns on the Propontis, and some in Thrace. Most of the Cyclades, and Euboea, except its southern city, Charistus. It was a league of sea-states, and therefore the basis of the contract was that each state should furnish ships to the common fleet. But most of the members were small and poor. Many could not equip more than 1 or 2 ships. Many could do no more than contribute a part of the expenses to the furnishing of a single galley. To gather together a number of small and scattered contingents at a fixed time and place was always a matter of difficulty, nor was such a miscellaneous armament easily managed. It was therefore arranged that the smaller states, instead of furnishing ships, should pay a yearly sum of money to a common treasury. It is uncertain how the amount of these payments was fixed. It seems probable that a calculation was made that all the states, which undertook to pay in money, ought to have been able to contribute between them 100 ships, and that the annual sum of 460 talents was taken as the equivalent of this contribution. Then a careful estimate was made of the resources and capacities of each city, and that sum was proportionately distributed among them. The valuation of the wealth of the Confederate cities and the determination of the contribution of each was a work of great difficulty and responsibility, and it was devolved upon Aristides, whose discretion and the respect in which he was held fitted him eminently for the task. His valuation remained in force for more than 50 years. Thus from the very beginning the Confederacy consisted of 2 kinds of members, those who furnished ships and those who paid an equivalent in money, a pharos, as it was called, and the second class was far the larger. For besides those who could only furnish a ship, or 2, or even part of a ship, many of the larger cities preferred the system of payments, which did not oblige their burghers to leave home. The tribute was collected by 10 Athenian officers, who bore the title of Hellenotame, the treasurers of the Greeks. The council of the Confederates met at Delos, where the treasury was, and each member had an equal voice. The large number of votes enabled Athens easily to control the proceedings of the council. She would influence the smaller states, and the number of these votes overcame the weight of any opposition which the larger states could offer. As leader of the Confederacy, Athens had the executive entirely in her hands, and it was of the highest significance that the treasurers were not selected from the whole body of Confederates, but were Athenian citizens. Thus, from the first, Athens held in her hands the means of gradually, and without any violent revolution, transforming the naval union into a naval empire. While the name of Aristides is connected most closely with the foundation of the Confederacy, there is no doubt that it was due to its rival Themistocles that Athens took the tide of fortune at the flood. Themistocles had made his city a sea power, and this feat approved him the greatest of statesmen. He was a man of genius. The most reserved of all historians, Thucydides, turns aside to praise his unusual natural gifts, his power of divining what was likely to happen, and his capacity for dealing with difficult situations. We should have expected that the guidance of the policy of Athens, the organization of the new Confederacy, would have been entirely entrusted to Themistocles. Half a century later, when the democratic development of Athens had advanced farther, this would probably have been the case. But at this time a man without powerful connections could not long maintain his influence over the people. Themistocles had no party behind him, and the exceptional ability of the man is shown by nothing so much as by the fact that, in spite of this disadvantage, he played such a great part. His rivals, Aristides and Xanthippus, were representative of the old and considerable party of the coast, which was associated with the family of Megacles and Cleisthenes, to which the wife of Xanthippus belonged. They are the leaders at Platae and Mycale. The name of Themistocles does not appear in the second year of the Persian War. The circumstance that Themistocles was not a party leader, that there was no protracted period during which Athens submitted to his influence, might easily lead us to underrate his importance. Though he was not formally or officially the founder of the Confederacy, yet when Athens undertook the leadership and entered upon the new paths which then opened out before her, she was under the spell of a spirit which he had been the clearest and earliest interpreter. But his influence had not yet passed away, and while the fleet was building an empire in the east, there was work for him to do amid the ruins of Athens. The fortification of Athens and the Piraeus. Themistocles, as we saw, made Athens a sea power. Under his guidance she threw her chief energy into the development of a navy, but if she had followed that guidance more fully, she would now have cut herself more boldly adrift from the ties which attached her to the continent. It often occurred to the Athenians to regret that Athens was not an island. If we were islanders, they thought, we could defy the world. There would always be the Boeotian and the Megarian frontiers. But if a series of strong fortresses had been regularly maintained on those frontiers, and if Athenian politicians had resolutely eschewed a continental policy, it might have been possible to spend practically all their strength on their ships. In any case, when Athens decided to enter upon a new career, her true policy would have been to come down to the Piraeus. She should have left her old city round the Acropolis and migrated to the shore of the sea, which was henceforward to shape her history. The position of the Acropolis was a fatality for Athens. It was too far from the sea and at the same time too near. If it had been as far from the coast as Acharnae, the citizens would almost certainly at this period have transferred their hearths and temples to the hill of Munichia and the shores of the Piraeus. But it was near enough to admit of tolerably quick communication with the harbour, and this geographical circumstance at once saved the old town and weakened the new city. Expediency will induce a monarch, but nothing except necessity will persuade a free people to take the monumentous resolution of leaving the spot where the homes and temples of the community have stood for centuries, the place associated with their dearest memories, their hopes, and their fears. Had Themistocles been a tyrant, we may venture to suppose that he would have left Athens unfortified, built his palace on Munichia, and made Piraeus the centre of government, the city, so that in a few years the old town would have sunk into decay. But since Athens was to remain as before, notwithstanding the new development, and since this new development made the Piraeus of greater strategic importance, it became necessary to fortify and defend two towns within 5 miles distance of each other. After Plataea, the Athenians brought back their families and goods to their desolate habitation. Little of the old town wall was still standing, and they proceeded to build a new wall. The work was done in haste. The material of older buildings and even gravestones was used. The traces of haste can be detected in some of the remains of this wall of Themistocles, near the Dipylon Gate, in the northwest of the city. For it was by the advice and under the inspiration of Themistocles that the work was wrought. It embraced a larger circuit than the old enclosure which Pisistrates had destroyed. On the south side it followed the heights of the Phoenix group of hills, and approached the Ilissus. The Peloponnesians looked with jealousy at the rise of the Athenian walls. The activity of Athens in the Persian War and her strong navy made them suspect her ambitions. But they could not prevent her from strengthening her town. The Lacedaemonians sent an embassy to deprecate fortifications, and to invite the Athenians, instead of fortifying their own town, to join Sparta in demolishing all fortifications in Greece. But they were not in a position to do more than remonstrate. As the name of Themistocles was associated with the wall, it was inevitable that an anecdote should be circulated to illustrate the resources and wiles of the Attic Odysseus. At his suggestion, the Spartan envoys were sent back with the answer that the Athenians would send an embassy. When they were gone, he started himself as one of the ambassadors, but his colleagues were to remain behind till the wall had reached the lowest defensible height. In the meantime, the whole population, men, women, and children, were to press on the work. Having arrived at Sparta, he delayed presenting himself before the assembly, and when he was asked why, he said that his colleagues had been detained, and that he expected them every day. Meanwhile, persons arriving from Athens assured the Spartans that the wall was being built. Themistocles asked them not to be deceived by such rumors, but to send men of their own to discover whether it was true. At the same time he sent a message to Athens with instructions that the envoys from Sparta should be detained till he and his colleagues had returned. The wall had now reached a sufficient height, and the other ambassadors having arrived, Themistocles appeared before the assembly, and declared that Athens had walls and could defend any communication to make. They must deal with us as with men who are capable of deciding their own and Greece's interests. The Lacedaemonians had to put as good a face on the matter as they could. The story has significance in representing Athens as now formally declaring herself the peer of Sparta. The fortification of Piraeus was likewise taken in hand. A thick wall was built all around the Munician peninsula, keeping close to the sea, and was continued along the north side of the harbour of Cathaeris, or the harbour as it was simply called, and out to the promontory of Aetonia. The entrances to this chief harbour and to the two small havens of Munichia and Zea on the east side of the peninsula were fortified by moles. In the course of the next 20 years the Athenians came to see the disadvantage of the two towns, which ought to have been won. It was borne in upon their statesmen that in the case of an enemy invading Attica with a powerful army, the communications between Athens and the Piraeus might be completely severed, and the folk of the city be cut off from their ships. In order to meet this danger, which would have been most simply met by deserting Athens, a new device was imagined. It was resolved to transform the two towns into a double town, girt by a continuous line of fortification. Two diverging walls were built to connect Athens with the sea. The northern joined the Piraeus wall, near the harbour, the southern ran down to the roadstead of Phalereon. By these long walls, costly to build and costly to defend, Athens sought to rectify a mistake and adapt her topography to her role of mistress of the sea. But though this device of Athens to conciliate her past history with her future seems clumsy enough, it answered its purpose fairly well. Her naval power was based upon the only sure foundation, a growing naval commerce. This, in its turn, depended upon the increase of Attic industries, which may be estimated by the enormous number of resident aliens or metics, who settled in Athens or Piraeus for the purpose of manufacture and trade. These metics, who seem to have ultimately approached the number of 10,000, were liable to the same ordinary burdens as the citizens, and when a property tax was imposed in time of war, they were taxed at a higher rate. We may well believe that Themistocles was concerned to encourage the growth of a class of inhabitants who were directly or indirectly so profitable to the community. But in our scanty and vague records of this momentous period, it is impossible to define the activity of Themistocles. We know that he wished to introduce a system by which a certain number of triremes should be added every year, but this idea was not adopted. New ships were built from time to time according as they were needed, but a new system of furnishing them was introduced. The state supplied only the hull and some of the rigging. The duty and expense of fitting the galley, launching it complete, and training the oarsmen, were laid upon the most wealthy burghers, each in his turn. This public burden was called the trierarchy, and the trierarch, who sailed with his ship, was responsible for the good repair of the trireme at the end of the period of his office. 170 oarsmen, composed of hired foreigners and slaves, and partly of the poorest class of the citizens, propelled each galley. There was a crew of 20 men to manage the vessel, including the calustas, who set the time to the oarsmen, and there were, besides, 10 soldiers. As their navy was from henceforth to be the chief arm of their military power, the Athenians were obliged to make a necessary change in the constitution of their highest military command. Two courses were open to them. They might leave the board of generals as it was, each general being the captain of the hoplites of his own tribe, and institute a new board of admirals. If this arrangement had been made, it would have been necessary to assign to the admirals a higher authority, for the purpose of conducting joint operations by land and sea, so that the position of generals would have been reduced to that of subordinate officers. The other course was, to make the generals supreme commanders, by land and sea alike, and such had been their virtual position during the Persian invasion. This second plan was adopted, and as a logical consequence the generals were no longer elected one from each tribe, but from the whole people, though in actual practice an attempt was made to secure that each tribe should be represented. The old duties of the generals as commanders of the tribal regiments were undertaken for the infantry by new officers, called taxiarchs, and for the cavalry by the phylarchs. The fortification of the city and her harbour was the chief, but it was not the only, work that the masons of Athens were set to do. The Persians had wrecked the houses of Athena on her high hill, and no duty was more pressing for the Athenians, when the danger passed, than to find a dwelling place for the goddess. There can be little doubt that their first thought was to restore the elder temple, the house which she shared with Erechtheus, the place of the precious emblems of the olive tree and the salt spring, if it were only to make it ready in some temporary fashion to receive the ancient wooden image, which had probably been lodged in a secret hiding place. It is not clear that they attempted any complete or partial restoration of the younger temple, the house of 100 feet. Perhaps they simply swept away the ruins. Probably the walls and columns still partly stood, but the roof and all the woodwork had been destroyed, and the sculptures which adorned the pediments had been cast down and shattered. The limbs and trunks of the giants, strewn among the ruins, were cast away into the rubbish heaps, from which they have now been drawn forth recently into new honour as precious relics of the early art of Greece. In any case, even if they rebuilt in some sort the dismantled temple, the burghers of Athens were not content. They resolved that the lady of their city should have an ampler and more glorious dwelling-house. It was probably when Themistocles was still their guiding statesman that the plan was laid of a second temple near the southern brink of the hill. The foundations of this new temple are still to be seen, but it was never carried out as it was designed. When the time came to rear the walls, the plan was entirely altered, and, as we shall see hereafter, the Parthenon arose on the foundations which were intended for a building of wholly different proportions. End of Chapter 8, Parts 1 through 3. Chapter 8, Part 4 through 6, of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 8, Part 4 through 6. Ostracism and the Death of Themistocles. For some years Themistocles divided the guidance of public affairs with Aristides and Xanthippus. He superintended the building of the walls, and we have already seen how he effectually opposed the designs of Sparta. But the man of genius had his weaknesses. Like most Greek statesmen, he was accessible to bribes, and perhaps he would hardly have cared to tell how he would become a rich man. It was more serious that his vanity betrayed him into committing public indiscretions. He built near his own house a shrine to Artemis wisest in council, on the ground that the counsels which he had offered his country had been wiser than all others. In themselves such things were of little importance, but they conduced to unpopularity, and gave opponents a handle for attack. The time and the immediate causes of the banishment of Themistocles are uncertain. Perhaps he tried to carry through measures which were too revolutionary for Aristides, though Aristides was a decided democrat. At all events he succumbed to a coalition of Aristides and Xanthippus, which was doubtless also supported by Cimon, who was rising into prominence through his military successes. Appeal was made to the trial of ostracism, and the greater number of 6,000 sherds bore the name of Themistocles. One of these fatal sherds, perhaps, still exists. The exiled statesman took up his abode in Argos. The presence there of such a crafty and active enemy was not agreeable to Sparta, and he was not left long in peace. When the Persian intrigues of Pausanias were disclosed, the Lacedaemonians discovered that Themistocles was implicated in the scandal. But though Themistocles held communications with Pausanias, communications of a compromising kind, it is not in the least likely that he was really guilty of any design to betray Greece to Persia. It is rather to be presumed that those communications were concerned with the schemes of Pausanias against the Spartan constitution. He was accused of high treason against his country, men were sent to arrest him and bring him to trial, and he fled to Corcyra. The Corcyraeans refused to keep him, and he crossed over to Epirus, pursued by Lacedaemonian and Athenian officers. He was forced to stop at the house of Adamas, king of the Molossians, though his previous relations with this king had not been friendly. In these western lands we seem to be translated into a far older time, and to visit the homestead of a Homeric king. Adamas was not at home, but Themistocles supplicated the queen, and she directed him to take her child and seat himself by the hearth. When the king returned, Themistocles implored his protection, and Adamas hospitably refused to give him up to the pursuers. The Athenians, disappointed of their prey, condemned him as a traitor to outlawry, confiscated his property, and dooming his descendants to loss of citizenship. Adamas sent the fugitive overland to Pydna in Macedonia. A vessel carried him to the shores of Ionia. For some years he lay hidden in towns on the Asiatic coast, but when Xerxes died and Artaxerxes came to the throne, he went up to Susa and intrigued at the Persian court. Thus circumstances drove him to follow the example of Pausanias, and by a curious irony the two men who might be regarded as the saviors of Greece, the hero of Salamis and the hero of Plataea, were perverted into framing plans for undoing their own work and enslaving the country which they had delivered. It may well have been, however, that Themistocles, who was an able and far-sighted man, merely intended to compass his own advantage at the expense of the great king, and had no serious thought of carrying out any designs against Greece. He was, as we might expect, more successful than the Spartan schemer. He won high honor in Persia, and was given the government of the district of Magnesia, where Magnesia itself furnished his table with bread, Lampascus with wine, and Myus with meat. Themistocles died in Magnesia, and the Magnesians gave him outside their walls the resting place which was denied to him in his own country. Nor were they content with this, they sought to associate his fame more intimately with their own city. They paid him the honor of a hero, and erected in their marketplace a statue of the Saviour of Greece, standing naked in the act of pouring a libation over an altar, below which lay a slain bull. It was not long before this scene was wilfully or ignorantly misunderstood, and gave rise to a false story. Half a century after the death of Themistocles, it was popularly supposed that he had poisoned himself with bull's blood, and the absurd motive of despair at his inability to fulfil his promises to the Persian king was assigned for his self-slaughter. There can be little doubt that this tale, first circulated perhaps by malicious tongues at Athens, was suggested by the bull and the libation dish in the monument of the Magnesian marketplace. The confederacy of Delos becomes an Athenian empire. The conduct of the war which the confederacy of Delos was waging against Persia had been entrusted to Cimon, the son of Miltiades. We have seen already how he drove Pausanias out of Sestos and Byzantium. His next exploit was to capture Eion, a town near the mouth of the Strymon, and the most important stronghold of the Persians east of the Hellespont. The place was defended to the uttermost by Bogus, its gallant commander, who refused all overtures, and when the food ran out he lit a great funeral pyre. He slew his wife and his children, his concubines and his slaves, and hurled them into the fire. He took all his gold and silver to the top of the wall and flung it into the waters of the Strymon. Then he leaped himself into the flames. Thus the Athenians captured a strong coast fortress, and they were tempted by the rich cornfields and the forest of timber in the neighborhood to make a permanent settlement at Eion, but the colonists whom they sent forth were destroyed by the Thracian natives. The day for the establishment of the Athenian power on the lower Strymon had not yet come. Duriscus, which commanded the mouth of the Hebrus, was still in Persian hands. The attempts of the Athenian fleet to take it were successfully resisted, and we know not what befell it in the end. perhaps it fell into the hands of the Thracians. The next enterprise of Cimon was the reduction of the rocky island of Scyrus, a stronghold of Dolopian pirates. While Athens was winning posts on the fringe of the Aegean, it was no less necessary for her to secure intermediate stations, and the importance of Scyrus was its position on the sea road from Athens to western Thrace. The rude inhabitants were enslaved, and their place was taken by Attic settlers. The island was in fact annexed to Attica. But Cimon won less glory by the conquest than by discovery of the bones of Theseus. There was a Delphic oracle which had bade the Athenians take the bones of Theseus and keep them in an honourable resting place, and perhaps there was a legend that the hero was buried in Scyrus. In any case, whether by chance or after a search, there was found in the island a grave containing a warrior's corpse of heroic size. It was the corpse of Theseus. Cimon brought it back to Athens, and perhaps none of his exploits earned him greater popularity. A few years later Cimon achieved what was the most brilliant success of his life. Hitherto he had been busy in the northern waters of the Aegean. It was high time that the fleet should sail southward and strike a blow against the Persian power in the seas of Rhodes and Cyprus. It was not only high time, it was imperative, for Xerxes had equipped a great armament, his last resistance to the triumph of Greek arms. Cimon delivered both the Greek and the native coast towns of Caria from Persian rule, and constrained the Lycian communities to enroll themselves in the confederacy of Delos. Then, at the river Eurymedon in Pamphylia, he found the Persian army and the Persian fleet, and overcame them in a battle by land and sea, destroying 200 Phoenician ships. This victory sealed the acquisition of southern Asia Minor, from Caria to Pamphylia, for the Athenian federation. The booty which was won in this battle was to be put to the use of fortifying the Athenian citadel, which the Persians had dismantled. Themistocles, who laid his hopes on the Piraeus, would have been content that the Acropolis should have remained unwalled. But the conservative policy of Cimon decided that it should become again the fortress of Athens. The south wall was now built out of the spoils of the Eurymedon. It could not be said that the confederacy of Delos had failed to do its work. The victory on the Pamphylian river freed Greece from all danger on the side of the Persian Empire, and Cimon soon followed up his success by reducing some places on the Thracian Chersonese, which were still held by the barbarians. But in the interval between the conquest of Scyrus and the battle of the Eurymedon, the Confederate fleet had been set to do other work. It had been set to make war upon Greek states which were unwilling to belong to the League. The first case was one of pure and simple coercion of a foreign city. Carystus, unlike the other cities of her island, had held aloof from the confederacy, and this anomaly seemed intolerable to Athens, especially as the place was so near to the shores of Attica. Carystus was subjugated and made, in spite of herself, a member of the League. The second case was that of a confederate state which wished to be a confederate no longer. Naxos seceded from the League, and the fleet of the allies reduced her by blockade. In the case of Carystus, the confederacy could defend its act only by the plea of political necessity. In the case of Naxos, it could reasonably maintain its right of forcing the individual members to fulfill their obligations until the association should be dissolved by the common consent of all. But both acts alike seemed to be acts of tyrannical outrage on the independence of free states, and were an offence to public opinion in Greece. The oppression was all the worse, inasmuch as both Naxos and Carystus were deprived of their autonomy. They became, in fact, subjects of Athens. They are typical examples of the fashion in which the Athenian empire was built up. Athens was already forcing the fetters with which she would bind her allies. The victory of the Eurymedon left Athens free to pursue this inevitable policy of transforming the confederacy into an empire. The most powerful confederate state on the Thracian coast was the island city of Thasos. Possessing a considerable fleet, It was doubtless one of those cities which contributed ships. Athens was making new endeavours to plant a settlement on the Strymon and to lay hands on the traffic in those regions. Her interests collided with those of the Thasians, whose prosperity largely depended upon their trade in Thrace. A dispute arose about a gold mine, and the islanders revolted. They hoped for support both from Macedonia and from Thrace, since both those countries were interested in excluding Athens from the coast trade of the northern seaboard. They hoped too for help from Sparta, but the Lacedaemonians were hindered from sending succour by a revolt of the Helots. The fleet of the Thasians was defeated by Cimon, and after a long blockade they capitulated. Their walls were pulled down, their ships were handed over to Athens, they gave up all claims to the mine and the mainland, and agreed to pay whatever tribute was demanded. The typical instances of these three island cities, Carystus, Naxos, and Thasos, exhibit the methods which Athenian policy followed in numerous cases which are not recorded. There were now three classes of members of the Confederacy of Delos. There were 1. The non-tributary allies which contributed ships, 2. The tributary allies which were independent, and 3. The tributary allies which were subject. As the Asiatic cities were declining in vigor and disliked military service and absence from home, they mostly preferred to discharge their obligations by paying tribute. It was obviously for the interest of Athens that as many members as possible should contribute money, and as few as possible contribute ships. For the ships which the tribute money furnished out were simply in addition to her own fleet, because they were under her direct control. She consequently aimed at diminishing the members of the first class, and soon it consisted of only the three large and wealthy islands, Lesbos, Chios, and Samos. Again, it was to the interest of Athens to transfer the members of the second class into the third, and win control over the internal affairs of the cities. New members which were coerced to join were never allowed to preserve absolute autonomy, and all revolting cities were reduced to the condition of subjection. But the degrees of subjection were not the same. The position of each city was determined by a special agreement with Athens, and the terms of these cities varied. As a rule, Athens prescribed to her subjects the general form of their constitutions, and it need hardly be said that these constitutions were always democratic. The new constitution which she imposed on Erythrae when that city was forced to join the League has been partially preserved on a stone. But there was no general, hard and fast system. Each city had its own individual arrangements and its own measure of restricted autonomy. The closer dependence of these tributary states on Athens was in many cases marked by the presence of an Athenian garrison and Athenian civil officers. But there was one burden which was common to all, the obligation of furnishing soldiers to the League in time of war. It was a duty which could be demanded only under certain defined conditions, but it was an innovation which altered the original character of the League as a merely maritime confederacy. It seems probable that Athens tried to extend the duty of military service to her autonomous allies, and that this policy caused revolts, a result which was not unwelcome to Athens, as it gave her opportunities to deprive them of autonomy. Ultimately, all the allies seem to have been liable to military service except the three states which furnished ships, Chios, Lesbos, and Samos. As the process of turning the alliance into an empire advanced, Athens found herself able to discontinue the meetings of the Confederate Assembly in the island of Delos. She could now act entirely as she deemed good without going through the form of consulting a body whose decisions must necessarily be hers, as the great majority of the members were her own subjects. The formal establishment of her empire may be dated 10 years after the war with Thasos, when the treasury of the League was transferred from Delos to Athens. This set the seal on the creation of the Athenian Empire. The Confederacy of Delos no longer existed, and although the term alliance was always officially used, men no longer hesitated to use the word empire in ordinary speech. The tribute money thus passed from the protection of the Ionian Apollo to the custody of the goddess of the Acropolis, and in return for her safe keeping, 1 mina for every talent of the yearly tribute was paid into her own treasury. The Athenian Empire embraced the Aegean Sea, with its northern and eastern fringes, from Methone in the northwest to Lycian Phaselis in the southeast. The number of cities which belonged to it at its height was considerably more than 200. We can enumerate more than 260 names from official tribute lists. Large fragments of some of these lists have come down to us in the most trustworthy form, on the original stones themselves. They not only teach us the names of the subject cities, but they tell us the amount of tribute which many of these cities were called upon to pay. At the end of every 4th year, the assessment of the tribute was readjusted, the burden was redistributed, and the evidence of the lists permits us to infer that the total amount of the revenue was maintained at 460 talents, as it had been originally fixed by Aristides. For a few years indeed it was temporarily raised to meet the pressure of exceptional needs, but in general it was maintained, and the accession of new members, instead of augmenting the total revenue, diminished proportionally the contributions of all the cities. Moreover, every member had a voice in the assessment of its tribute, and could appeal, after the assessment had been made, to the popular courts of Athens. One of the most important restrictions on the independence of the cities was the jurisdiction which the Athenians asserted in criminal cases. It was natural that all disputes between Athens and any of her subjects should be decided at Athens, and it was not unreasonable that, if the burgher of any allied community committed an act of treason against the empire, he should be tried in the imperial city. But Athens sometimes claimed further rights of jurisdiction. In a case of Chalcis, she enacted that all cases in which the penalty is death, banishment, or the loss of civic rights should be sent for judgment to Athens. In this, as in other matters, there were various arrangements with the various cities, and some doubtless had more freedom than others. In regard to lawsuits arising out of the breach of contract between citizens of Athens and citizens of the allied states, such affairs were regulated by separate international agreements, and decided in the law courts of the defendant city. In this matter, and it was important, Athens could take the credit of not using her power for the furtherance of her own interests, and it may sometimes have happened that an Athenian was treated with somewhat less than fairness, when a subject folk had a chance of indulging their bitterness against one of their masters. The Athenian Empire was dissolved half a century after the translation of the treasury from Delos to Athens. We shall see that it began to decline not many years after it had reached the height of its power. We must remember that the first principles of the political thought and political life of Greece were opposed to such a union. The sovereign city-state was the basis of the civilized Hellenic world, and no city-state was ready, if it could help it, to surrender any part of its sovereignty. In the face of a common danger, cities might be ready to combine together in a league, each parting with some of her sovereign powers to a common federal council, but preserving the right of secession, and this was the idea of the Confederacy of Delos in its initial form. But even such a voluntary and partial surrender of sovereignty was regarded as a misfortune, so that when the motives which induced a city to join a federation became less strong and pressing, every member was anxious to gain its complete independence and resume the sovereign rights which it had laid down. Such being the free tendencies which have swayed the peoples of Greece, it required a mighty arm and a constant vigilance for a ruling state to keep her federation or empire together. An empire, however disguised, was always considered an injustice, a defiance to the political morality of Hellas. A Greek felt it a degradation of his dignity, or an infraction of his freedom, not to be the citizen of a free and sovereign city. And he felt this at many points if he belonged to one of the subject allies of Athens, since their self-government was limited in regard to domestic as well as foreign affairs. However liberal the general supervision of the mistress might be, the alliance with that mistress was a loss of the heart of all good things, liberty, which means the right of governing one's self. If Athens had adopted the policy which was so successfully adopted by Rome, the policy of enlarging itself, by admitting the citizens of smaller states to her own citizenship, she might have built up a more enduring fabric of empire. but such a plan was incompatible with the political notions of the Greeks. Policy and ostracism of Cimon. As the Persian War had brought out more vividly the contrast between Greek and barbarian, and impressed the Greeks with the ideal unity of their race, so the confederacy of Delos emphasized a division existing within the Greek race itself, the contrast of Dorian and Ionian. That division was largely artificial. It was the result of mistaken notions about the early history of Greece, and only within very restricted limits did it represent any natural line of cleavage in the Hellenic race. But it had come to be accepted as an axiom, and was an important element in the situation. We must probably seek for the origin of the opposition between Dorian and Ionians, as a political doctrine, in the unity of the Peloponnesus. The actual geographical unity produced a political unity, when in the 6th century the Spartan power became dominant, and this was reinforced by the conception of its ethnical unity as mainly a Dorian country. The identity and exclusiveness of Peloponnesian interests had been apparent at the time of the Persian invasion, and the Peloponnesus not only stood aloof from, but had the air of protesting against, the growth of the Athenian confederacy. And this confederacy had taken upon itself from the very first an Ionian colour. Athens, believing that she was an Ionian city, and the mother of the Ionians of Asia, was gathering her children about her. The shrine of the Delian Apollo, the great centre of Ionian worship, was chosen as the centre of the new Ionian Union. The treasures of the league were in the Ionian Apollo's keeping, and in his island the allies met to take counsel together. Thus the Dorian federation of the Peloponnesus, under the headship of Sparta, stood out against the Ionian federation of the Aegean, under the headship of Athens. For some years the antagonism lay dormant. Sparta was still an ally of Athens against the Mede, and the danger from Persia had not passed away. But the preservation of peace was also due, in some measure, to the policy of the men who guided the fortunes of Athens, Aristides and Cimon. The son of Miltiades, he had been at first regarded as a youth of little promise. His grandfather was named Simpleton, and he was supposed to have inherited a wit poorer than that of the ordinary Athenian. Fond of the wine-cup and leading a disorderly life, he was not a man of liberal education, and a writer of memoirs, who knew him, described him as Peloponnesian rather than Athenian, uncultivated, but honest and downright. He lived with his stepsister Epinice, and they both affected Lacedaemonian manners. Aristides seems to have discerned his military ability and to have introduced him to public life. His simplicity, geniality, and lavish hospitality rendered him popular. His military successes confirmed his influence. The two guiding principles of Cimon's policy were the persecution of the war against Persia, and the maintenance of good relations with the Lacedaemonians. He upheld the doctrine of dual leadership. Athens should be mistress of the seas, but she should recognize Sparta as the mistress of the continent. Cimon's sympathy with Sparta and his connections there became an important political fact, and undoubtedly helped to postpone a rupture between Sparta and Athens. In this policy Aristides, the leader of the democracy, and Cimon, who was by no means in sympathy with the development of the democratic constitution, had pulled together. After the death of Themistocles they had the whole power in their hands, Cimon being continually re-elected as strategos, and Aristides having the moral control of the sovereign assembly. On the death of Aristides, Cimon remained the most powerful statesman in Athens, but his want of sympathy with democracy rendered it impossible that he should retain this power in a state which was advancing on the lines along which Athens was moving now. Younger statesmen arose and formed a party of opposition against Cimon and the oligarchs who rallied round him. The two chief politicians of this democratic party were Ephialtes, a man of unquestioned probity, whom the oligarchs disliked and feared, and Pericles, the son of Xanthippus, who now began to play a prominent part in the assembly. After the conquest of Thasos, they charged Cimon with having received bribes from Alexander, the king of Macedon, who was supporting the Thasians, and with having failed to act against Macedonia as it was his duty to act. The accusation appears not to have been pressed hard, and Cimon was acquitted. But it was the first movement of an opposition which was speedily to bring about his fall. Meanwhile, Sparta herself had dealt a blow to his policy. When the victory of the Eurymedon dispelled the fears of Persia, which had hovered over Greece till then, Sparta felt herself free to unseal her dormant jealousy of Athens at the first suitable opportunity, and she saw her opportunity in the war with Thessos. But unforeseen events at home hindered her, as we saw, from actual intervention against Athens. The Spartan citizen lived over a perpetual volcano, the servitude of their Perioeci and Helots. The fire which Pausanias thought of kindling burst forth 8 years after his death. An earthquake had laid in ruins the village which composed the town of Sparta, and a large number of the inhabitants were buried in the convulsion. The moment was chosen by the Messenian serfs to shake off the yoke of their detested masters. They annihilated in battle a company of 300 Spartans, but then they were smitten at the Isthmus, an unknown place in Messina, and sought refuge in the stronghold of Ithome. On that steep hill, full of the memories of earlier struggles, they held out for a few years. The Spartans were driven to ask the aid of allies. Plataea, Aegina, and Mantia sent troops to besiege Ithome. They even asked Athens herself to succor them in their distress. The democratic politicians lifted up their voice against the sending of any aid, and the event proved them to be perfectly right. But the Athenian folk listened to the counsels of Cimon, who drove home his doctrine of the dual leadership by 2 persuasive metaphors. We must not leave Hellas lame, we must not allow Athens to lose her yoke-fellow. Cimon took 4,000 hoplites to Messina, but though the Athenians had a reputation for skill in besieging fortresses, endeavours to take Ithome failed. Then Sparta rounded and smote Athens in the face. She told the Athenians, alone of all the allies who were encamped around the hill, that she required their help no more. We are told that the Lacedaemonians were afraid of the adventurous and revolutionary spirit of the Athenians. But it is strange indeed that they should have dealt thus with a force which was both procured and commanded by a friend so staunch as Cimon. This incident exploded the Laconian policy of Cimon. It exposed the futility of making sacrifices to court Sparta's friendship, and it revealed the depth of Spartan jealousy. The opposition of Ephialtes and his party to the Messenian expedition received its justification. And meanwhile Ephialtes and Pericles had taken advantage of the absence of the conservative statesmen to effect a number of radical reforms, which were necessary to complete the democratic constitution. These reforms were extremely popular, and immensely increased the influence of the statesmen who carried them. When Cimon returned with his policy discredited, they denounced him as a Philo-Laconian, and felt that they could safely attempt to ostracize him. An ostracism was held, and Cimon was banished. Soon afterwards a mysterious crime was committed. Cimon's chief antagonist, Ephialtes, was murdered, and no one ever ascertained with surety who the murderers were. He had many bitter foes among the Arygophites, whom he had attacked singly and collectively, and there were perhaps some among them who would not have hesitated to wreak such a vengeance on their assailant. The Athenians had presently an opportunity of retaliating on Sparta for her contumely. The blockade of Ithome was continued, and the rebels at last capitulated. They were allowed to leave the Peloponnesus unharmed, on the condition that they should never return. The Athenians who had helped to besiege them now found them a shelter. They settled the Messenians in a new home at Naphactus, on the Corinthian coast, a place where they had recently established a naval station. In the Altus of Olympia we may still see a memorial of this third Messenian war, the round base of a statue of Zeus, which the Lacedaemonians dedicated as a thank-offering for their victory, and we may read the inscribed verses in which they besought the Lord Zeus of Olympus to accept the fair image graciously. While the Lacedaemonians were wholly intent upon the long siege of the Messenian fort, the Argives, free from the fear of attack on that side, had seized the occasion to lay siege to Mycenae. In the days of Argive greatness this stronghold can hardly have been other than an Argive fortress, and it was probably after the great victory of Cleomenes with Spartan help that the Mycenaeans won for a brief space their ancient independence. During that brief space they had the glory of bearing a hand in the deliverance of Greece. On the summit of their primeval citadel they built a temple, where the old palace had stood, and they girdled the city below with a wall. They now defended the fortress for some time, but their supplies were cut off, and they were forced to submit. The Argives let them depart whither they would, and some found a refuge in Macedonia. But the old town was destroyed, all except the walls, which were stronger than the forces of destruction. Argos was once more mistress of her plain. End of chapter 8, parts 4 through 6.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, July 2007. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 9, Part 1. The Athenian Empire under the guidance of Pericles. Section 1. The completion of the Athenian democracy. To the Greeks of Simone's day it might have seemed that the Athenian constitution, as it had been fixed by Cleisthenes and further reformed after the Battle of Marathon, was as democratic as it well could be. But the supreme people was to become in still full measure lord in its own house, under the guidance of Ephialtes, whose career was suddenly cut short, and of Pericles, son of Xanthippus, who was to be the most prominent figure in Greece for 30 years. The mother of Pericles belonged to the family, and bore the name of the daughter of the Siconian tyrant, the Agarista whose wooing had been so famous. She was the niece of Cleisthenes the lawgiver, and sister of Megacles, who had been ostracized as a friend of the Pisistratids. The young statesman had a military training, but he came under the influence of two distinguished teachers, to whom he owed much. One was a countryman of his own, Damon of Oa, one of the most intellectual Athenians of his day, and renowned as a master of the theory of music. The other was an outlander and a philosopher, Anaxagoras of Clazomene, whose mechanical theory of the material universe, once for all set in motion by an act of unchangeable mind, freed Pericles from the superstition of the multitude whom it was his task to guide. To these masters the statesman partially owned his intellectual aloofness, but he did not owe them either his political ideas or the gift of lucid and persuasive speech which was essential to his success. He was indeed a striking contrast to Simone, the loose and genial boon companion. He seldom walked abroad, he was strict in the economy of his household, he avoided convivial parties, and jealously maintained the dignity of his reserve. His portrait was chiseled by Cresselis. It is something to have the round pedestal on which the original image was set, but we also possess a copy of the portrait. It shows us not the lofty Olympian statesman, but the passionless, contemplative face of the friend of Anaxagoras. The most conservative institution in Athens was the Council of Areopagus, for it was filled up with the archons who were taken from the two richest classes in the state. This institution was incompatible with the development of democracy, and it was inevitable that it should be ended or mended. Ephialtes had prepared the way for an attack by accusing individual Areopagites of corruption and fraudulent practices, and then, taking advantage of Simone's absence in Messenia, he introduced a series of laws which deprived the ancient council of all its powers that had any political significance. Its right to punish the public ministers and officers if they violated the laws, its duties of supervising the administration and seeing that the laws were obeyed, were transferred away and transferred to the people. The censorial powers which enabled it to inquire into the lives of private citizens were abolished. Nothing was left to the venerable body but its jurisdiction in homicidal cases, the care of the sacred olive trees of Athena, and a voice in the supervision of the property of the Eleusinian deities. The functions which it lost passed to the Council of 500, the Assembly, and the popular law courts. All impeachments for crimes which threatened the public weal were henceforward brought before the Council or the Assembly, and henceforward the people tried in their own courts officials who had failed to give a satisfactory account of their administration. We have a notable monument of the excitement which this radical change caused at Athens, in a drama of Aeschylus which was performed a few years later. The Eumenides describes the trial of Orestes on the hill of Ares for the murder of his mother and the institution of the court of the Areopagus. The significance of the drama has been often misunderstood. It is no protest after the event. It is no cry to undo what had been done. On the contrary, Aeschylus, so far as his poetical motive permits him to suggest a criticism of recent events, approves of their reform. The Areopagus, he suggests, was instituted as a court, not as a council. Its true purpose is to pass judgment on homicides, like Orestes. The Eumenides was calculated to tranquilize those who, awed by the dark and solemn associations which hovered over the hill of Ares, regarded the attack upon it as an impiety. The dismantling of the Areopagus was an indirect blow to the dignity of the archons, who, by virtue of their office, became Areopagites. About the same time, another step was taken on the path of democracy by making the archonship a paid office. Once this was done, there was no longer any reason for confining the post to the two richer classes. The third class, the Zeugatae, were presently made eligible, and it cannot have been long before the Thetes, whose distinction from the third class seems to have been yearly becoming fainter, were admitted also. The two engines of the democratic development were lot and pay. Lot had been long ago introduced, but it had not been introduced in its purest form. The archons and other lesser officers and the members of the council were taken by lot from a select number of candidates, but these candidates were chosen by deliberate election. This mixed system was now abolished, the preliminary election was done away with, and the Council of 500, as well as the archons, were appointed by lot from all the eligible citizens. By this means, every citizen had an equal chance of holding political office and taking a part in the conduct of public affairs. It is clear that this system could not work unless the officers were paid, for the poorest citizens would have been unable to give up their time to the service of the state. Accordingly, pay was introduced, not only for the archonship, but for the members of the council. The payment of state offices was the leading feature of the democratic reforms of Hercules. It was a feature which naturally won in popularity with the masses, especially when it was adopted in the case of the popular courts of justice. At the time of the attack on the Areopagus, Hercules carried a measure that the judges should receive a remuneration of an obol a day. Though the measure had the immediate political object of gaining popular support for the attack on the Areopagus, it was a measure which was ultimately inevitable. The amount of judicial business was growing so enormously that it would have been impossible to find a sufficient number of judges ready to attend day after day in the courts without any compensation. But the easily earned pay attracted the poor and idle, who found it pleasant to sit in court listening to curious cases, their sense of self-importance tickled by the flattering respect of the pleaders. Every citizen who wished could place his name on a list from which the list of judges was selected by lot, so many from each tribe, and the courts were empaneled from this list. It was now to the interest of every Athenian that there should be as few citizens as possible to participate in the new privileges and profits of citizenship. Accordingly, about 10 years later, the rolls of the burghers were stringently revised, and a law was passed that the name of no child should be admitted whose father and mother were not Athenian citizens legitimately wedded. It was a law which would have excluded Themistocles and Cleanthes, the lawgiver, whose mothers were foreigners. It was a matter of course that in cases of political character, the judges of the Helicia should be swayed by their own political opinions and by the eloquence of the pleaders working upon their emotions. It was inevitable that the legal aspect of such cases should be often lost to sight, and the facts often misjudged. It was an essential part of the democratic intention that the sovereign people should make its anger felt, and if its anger were sometimes, like a king's anger, unfair, that could not be helped. But it was far more serious that in private cases the ends of justice were liable to be defeated, not through intention, but through ignorance. We can have no better evidence as to the working of the popular courts than the speeches by which the pleaders hoped to influence the decisions of the judges. Litigants at Athens had to plead their own cases, There were no such institution as court advocates. But a man might learn off a speech which had been composed for him by another, and recite it in court. Hence there arose a class of professional speechwriters, and many of their speeches have been preserved. From these models of judicial eloquence, we learn how pleaders expected to gain sentences in their favor. To make a large use of arguments which are perfectly irrelevant to the case, a plaintiff, for example, will try to demonstrate at great length that he has rendered services to the state and that his opponent has performed none. There was thus no question of simply administering the law. The judges heard each party interpreting the law in its own sense, but they had themselves no knowledge of the law, and therefore, however impartial they sought to be, their decision was unduly influenced by the dexterity of an eloquent pleader, and affected by considerations which had nothing to do with the matter at issue, and there was no appeal from their judgment. A feature of the American democracy not to be lost sight of is that public burdens were laid upon the rich burghers, which did not fall upon the poor. These were no regular taxes on income or capital, but burdens which were highly characteristic of ancient society, and which might fall to a man's lot only once or twice in his life. We have already seen how trierarchs were taken from the richer classes to equip and man triremes, in which they were themselves obliged to sail, and for which they were entirely responsible. It was a duty which entailed not only an outlay of money, but a considerable sacrifice of time and trouble. There were other burdens also. For example, when the city sent solemn deputation some religious errand, whether to the yearly feast of Apollo at Los, to one of the great pan-Hellenic festivals, or to the Oracle of Delphi, a wealthy citizen was chosen to eke out at his cost the money applied for the purpose to the public treasury, and to conduct the deputation and equip it with magnificence worthy of the occasion. But none of the liturgies, as these public buildings were called, was more important or more characteristic of Athenian life than that of providing the choruses for the festivals of Dionysus. Every year each tribe named one of its wealthy tribesmen to be a choregos, and its duty were to furnish and array a chorus and provide a skilled trainer to teach it the dances and songs of the drama which it was to perform. Rivalry spurred the choregi to ungrudging outlay. He whose chorus was victorious in the tragic or the comic competition was crowned and received a bronze tripod, which he used to set up inscribed with his own name and that of his tribe upon a pillar or sometimes upon a miniature round temple. On the east side of the Acropolis, leading to the theater, a long street of these chorigic monuments recorded the public spirit of the citizens, and this street of tripods showed, perhaps more impressively than any other evidence, how much significance the state attached to the theater and the worship of Dionysus. Never was piety more fully approved as wisdom. The state's endowment of religion turned out to be an endowment of brilliant genius, and the rich men who were called upon to spend their time and money in furnishing the dancers did service to the great masters of tragedy and comedy, and thereby served the whole world. Section 2. War of Athens with the Peloponnesians. The banishment of Cimone was a signal for a complete change in the foreign policy of Athens. She abandoned the alliance with the Lacedaemonians and formed a new alliance with their enemies, Argos and Thessaly. The new friendship of the Athenian and Argive people is reflected in the trilogy which Aeschylus composed about this time on the murder of Agamemnon and the vengeance of Orestes. The dramatist plays pointedly upon the alliance, and perhaps it is not undesigned compliment to the new ally that he makes Agamemnon lord of Argos, and not of the newly destroyed Mycenae. So far, indeed, as the main interest of Athens were concerned, she was not brought into direct collision with Sparta. But these interests forced her into deadly rivalry with two of Sparta's allies. The naval empire of Athens and the growth of her sea power were rapidly extending her trade and opening new visions of commercial ambition in all quarters of the Greek world. She was competing with, and it seemed likely she would outstrip, the two great cities of traffic, Corinth and Aegina. With Aegina there had already been a struggle, and now that Athens had grown in power and wealth, another struggle was inevitable. The competition of Athenian merchants with Corinth in the west was active, and it was about this time that an Athenian general took Naupactus from the Ozolian Locrians and secured a naval station which gave Athens a considerable control over the mouth of the Corinthian Gulf. This was a blow which struck home. Athens had now the means of intercepting and harassing the Corinthian Argosites which sailed forth with merchandise for the far west. War was a question of months, and the occasion soon came. The Megarians, on account of a frontier dispute with Corinth, deserted the Peloponnesian League and placed themselves under Athenian protection. Nothing could be more welcome to Athens than the adhesion of Megara. Holding Megara, she had a strong frontier against the Peloponnesus, commanding the isthmus from Pegae on the Corinthian to Nisaea in the Saronic Bay. Without any delay, she set about the building of a double line of wall from the hill of Megara down to the haven of Nisaea, and she garrisoned these, quote, long walls, end quote, with her own troops. Thus the eastern coast road was under her control, and Attica had a strong bulwark against invasion by land. The occupation of Megara was a new offense to Corinth, and it was an offense to the mistress of the Peloponnesian League. War soon broke out, but at first Sparta took no active part. On the events of the war we are ill instructed. We find an Athenian squadron make a descent on Helios, and gaining an advantage over some Corinthian and Epidaurian troops. Then the little island of Cecrophalia, which lies between Aegina and the Argive shore, becomes the scene of a naval combat with Peloponnesian fleet, and the Athenians prevail. At this point, the Aeginetans entered the struggle. They saw that if Corinth sustained a severe defeat, their own fate was sealed. Athens would become absolute mistress in the Saronic Sea. A great naval battle was fought near Aegina. The allies of both Aegina and Athens were engaged, and the Athenians, having taken 70 ships, landed on the island and blockaded the town. Thereupon the Peloponnesians sent a force of hoplites to help the Aeginetans, while the Corinthians, advancing over the heights of Gerania, descended into the Megarid, expecting that the Athenians would find it impossible to protect Megara and blockade Aegina at the same time. But they reckoned without a true knowledge of the Athenian spirit. The citizens, who were below and above the regular military age, were formed into an extraordinary army, and marched to the Megarid under the strategos Myronides. A battle was fought, both sides claimed victory, but when the Corinthians withdrew, the Athenians raised a trophy. Urged by the taunts of their fellow citizens, the Corinthian soldiers returned in 12 days and began to set up a counter-trophy. But as they were at work, the Athenians rushed forth from Megara and inflicted a severe defeat. This warfare, round the shores and in the waters of the Saronic Bay, is the prelude to more warfare in other parts of Greece. But it is a prelude which has a unity of its own. Athens is opposed indeed to the Peloponnesian alliance, but the war is, so far, mainly conducted by a concert of 3 states, whose interests lie in the neighborhood of the Saronic Bay: Corinth, Epidaurus, and Aegina. These states have indeed the Peloponnesian League behind them, and are helped out by the, quote, Peloponnesian ships and, quote, Peloponnesian hoplites. But at the same time, the war has not yet assumed a fully Peloponnesian character. The year of these successes was a year of intense excitement and strain for Athens. It might fairly be described as an annus mirabilis in her history. The victories of Cecrophalia and Aegina were won with only a portion of her fleet. For in the very hour when she was about to be brought face to face with the armed opposition of rival Greek powers against the growth of her empire and the expansion of her trade, she had embarked in an enterprise beyond the limits of the Greek world. It was an expedition to Egypt, one of the most daring ventures she ever undertook. A fleet of 200 Athenian and Confederate galleys was operating against Persian and Cyprian seas when it was invited to cross over to Egypt. The call came from Inaros, a Libyan potentate, who had stirred up the lands of the lower Nile to revolt against their Persian masters. The murder of Xerxes had been followed by troubles at the Persian court, and it was some time before Artaxerxes was safely seated on his throne. The rebellion of Egypt was one of the consequences of this situation. The invitation of Inaros was most alluring. It meant that, if Athens delivered Egypt from Persian rule, she would secure the chief control of the foreign trade with the Nile Valley, and be able to establish a naval station on the coast. By one stroke she would far outstrip all the rival merchant cities of Hellas. The nameless generals of the Aegean fleet accepted the call of the Libyan prince. As in the days of remote antiquity, the, quote, peoples of the north, end quote, were now to help the Libyans in an attempt to overthrow the lords of Egypt. Of those remote episodes the Greeks knew nothing, but they might remember how Carian and Ionian adventurers had once placed the Egyptian king upon the throne. In another way, an attack on Egypt was a step in a new path. Hitherto the Confederate ships had sailed in waters which were wholly or partly Greek, and had confined their purpose to the deliverance of Greek cities or cities which, like the Carian and Lycian, were in close touch with Greek civilization. The shores of Cyprus, where Greek and Phoenician were side by side, invited above other shores a squadron of Greek deliverers. But when the squadron crossed over to Egypt, it entered a new sphere and undertook a new kind of work. The Egyptian expedition was an attempt to carry the struggle with Persia into another stage, a stage at which Greece was the aggressor and the invader. This attempt was not destined to prosper. More than a century was still to elapse before the invasion of Xerxes would be avenged. But it is well to remember that the Athenians, in moving on Egypt, anticipated Alexander the Great, and that success was not impossible if Cimon had been their general. The Athenians sailed up the Nile to find Inaros triumphant, having gained a great victory in Delta over a Persian army which had been sent to quell him. Sailing up, they won possession of the city of Memphis, except the citadel, the, quote, White Castle, in which the Persian garrison held out. After this achievement, we lose sight of the war in Egypt for more than 2 years, and beyond the protracted blockade of the White Castle, we have no record how the Athenians' forces were employed. But it was a fatal coincidence that the power of Athens should have been divided at this moment. With her full forces, she might have inflicted a crushing blow on the Peloponnesians. With her full forces, she might have prospered in Egypt. It was a triumph for the political party which had driven Cimon into banishment that when half the Athenian fleet was on the banks of the Nile, the hostilities of Corinth and Aegina, wherein their friends should have been so bravely repelled. Nothing impresses one more with the energy of Athens at this crisis than a stone which records the names of the citizens belonging to one of the tribes who fell in this memorable year. Quote, of the Erectheid tribe, these are they who died in the war, in Cyprus, in Egypt, in Phoenice, at Helalis, in Aegina, at Megara, in the same year. And the names follow. The siege of Aegina was continued, and, within 2 years after the battle, the Aegeans capitulated, and agreed to surrender their fleet and pay tribute to Athens. Few successes can have been more welcome or profitable to the Athenians than this. The island which offended their eyes and attracted their desires when they looked forth from their hills across the waters of their bay was at length powerless in their hands. They had lamed one of their most formidable commercial rivals. They had overthrown one of the most influential cities of Dorian Greece. In the Confederacy, Aegina took her rank with Thasos as richest of the subject states. For these 2 island cities, the burden of yearly tribute was 30 talents, incomparably larger than the sum paid by any of the other cities whose tribute we know. In the meantime, events in another part of Greece had let the Lacedaemonians themselves take part in the war, and had transported to the main interest of the struggle from the Saronic Gulf to Boeotia. The errand of the Lacedaemonians was an errand of piety, to succor their mother people, the Dorians of the north, one whose 3 little towns had been taken by the Phocians. To force the aggressors to restore the place was an easy task for a force which consisted of 1,500 Lacedaemonian hoplites and 10,000 troops of allies. The real work of the expedition lay in Boeotia. It was clearly the policy of Sparta to raise up here a powerful state to hold Athens in check, and this could only be effected by strengthening Thebes and making her mistress of the Boeotian Federation. Accordingly, Sparta now set up power of Thebes again, revising the league and forcing the Boeotian cities to join it. When the army had done its work in Boeotia, its return to the Peloponnesus was beset by difficulties. To march through the Megarid was dangerous, for the Athenians held the passes and had redoubled their precautions. And it was not safe to cross the Corinthian Gulf, the way by which they probably had come, for Athenian vessels were now on the watch to intercept them. In this embarrassment, they seem to have resolved to march straight upon Athens, where the people were now engaged in the building of the long walls from the city to the harbor. This course was probably suggested by an Athenian party of oligarchs, who were always abiding an opportunity to overthrow the democracy. The Peloponnesian army advanced to Tanagra, near the Attic frontier, but before they crossed the borders, the Athenians went forth to meet them, 14,000 strong, including 1,000 Argives and some Thessalian cavalry. The banished statesman Cimon now came to the Athenian camp, pitched on Boeotian soil, and sought leave to fight for his country against Sparta. The request was hastily referred to the Council of 500 at Athens. It was not granted, and all that Cimon could do was exhort his partisans to fight valiantly. This act of Cimon prepared the way for his recall. In the battle which followed, his friends fought so stubbornly that none of them survived. There was great slaughter on both sides, but the Thessalian horsemen deserted during the combat, and the Lacedaemonians gained the victory. But the battle saved Athens, and the victory only enabled the victors to return by the isthmus and cut down the fruit trees of the Megarid. Athens now desired to make a truce with Sparta in order to gain time. No man was more fitted to compass than the exile Cimon, whose recent conduct had shown that he was the foe of the foes of Athens, even if these foes were Spartans. The people, at the instance of Hercules, passed a decree recalling him. But when Cimon had negotiated the truce, he withdrew to a distance from Athens, with a tact which we might hardly have expected. The Lacedaemonians celebrated their victory by a golden shield which they set upon the gable in the new temple of Zeus, in the Altis of Olympia, as a gift from the spoils of Tanagra. But the victory did not even secure Boeotia. 2 months after the battle, the Athenians made an expedition into Boeotia under the command of Myronides. A decisive battle was fought at Oenophida, and the Athenians became masters of the whole land except Thebes. The Boeotian cities were not enrolled in the maritime confederacy of Delos, but their dependence on Athens was expressed in the obligation of furnishing contingents to her armies. At the same time, the Phocians entered into the alliance of Athens, and the Opuntian Locrians were constrained to acknowledge her supremacy. Such were the consequences of Oenophida and Tanagra. Athens could now quietly complete the building of her long walls. These brilliant successes were crowned, as we have seen, by the capture of Aegina, and probably about the same time the acquisition of Chosin gave the Athenians an important post on the Argolic shore. But in the far south their arms were not so prosperous. Since the capture of Memphis, no success seems to have been gained, and the White Castle still held out. After an ineffectual attempt to induce Sparta to cause a diversion by invading Attica, King Artaxerxes sent a large army to Egypt under Megabyzus, who was supported by a Phoenician fleet. Having won a battle, he drove the Greeks out of Memphis and shut them up in Propitius, an island formed by a canal which intersected the Canopic and Sebennytic channels of the Nile. Here he blockaded them for 18 months. At last he drained the canal and turned aside the water so that the Greek ships were left high and dry, and almost the whole island was reconnected with the banks. Thus the Persians were able to march across the island. The Greeks, having burned their ships, returned to Byblos, where they capitulated to Megabyzus and were allowed to depart. A tedious march brought them to friendly Cyrene, where they found means of returning to their homes. Anairos, who kindled the revolt, was crucified, though his life had been spared by the terms of the capitulation. Soon afterwards, a relief squadron of 50 triremes arrived from Athens. It was attacked by the powerful Phoenician fleet in the Mendesian mouth of the Nile, and only a few ships escaped. The Persian authority was restored throughout the land. The day for Greek control of Egypt had not yet come. But though the Athenians lost ships and treasures along this daring, ill-fated enterprise, their empire was now at the height of its power. They were even able to make the disaster in Egypt a pretext for converting the Delian Confederacy into an undisguised Athenian empire. The triumphant Persian fleet might sail into the Aegean Sea. Delos was not a safe treasury. The funds of the League must be removed to the Athenian Acropolis. The empire of Athens now included a continental as well as a maritime dominion. The two countries which marched on her frontiers, Boeotia and Megara, had become her subjects. Beyond Boeotia, her dominion extended over Phocis and Locris to the pass of Thermopylae. In Argos, her influence was predominant. Aegina had been added to her Aegean empire, the ships of Aegina to her navy. Through the subjection of Megara, the conquest of Aegina, and the capture of Troezen, the Saronic Bay had almost been converted into an Attic lake. The great commercial city of the Isthmus was the chief and most dangerous enemy of Athens, and the next object of the policy of Pericles was to convert the Corinthian Gulf into an Attic lake also, and so hem in Corinth on both of her seas. The possession of the Megarid and Boeotia, especially the station at Naupactus, gave Athens control of the northern shores of the Gulf from within the gate up to the Isthmus. But the southern seaboard was still entirely Peloponnesian, and outside the gate, on the Acarnanian coast, there were posts which ought to be secured. The general Tomides made a beginning by capturing the Corinthian colony Chalcis opposite Patrae. Then Pericles, having conducted an expedition to continue the work of the Ptolemies. Having failed to reduce Sicyon, he laid siege to Oneida, an important and strong-walled mart on the Acarnanian coast, but he was unable to take it. Though no military success was gained, the expedition created a sensation, and it seems to have led to the adhesion of the Achaean cities to the Athenian alliance. It is certain, at least, that shortly afterwards, Achaia was an Athenian dependency, and for a few years, Athenian vessels could sail with a sense of dominion in the Corinthian as well as in the Saronic Bay. End of Chapter 9, Part 1.
Section 33 of the History of Greece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The History of Greece by J.B. Bury. Chapter 9. The Athenian Empire under Pericles. Section 3. Conclusion of Peace with Persia. The warfare of recent years had been an enormous strain on the resources of Athens, and it was found necessary to increase the burden of tribute imposed on her allies. She wanted a relief from the strain, but after the expedition of Pericles 3 or 4 years elapsed before peace was concluded. During that interval there seems to have been, by mutual consent of the combatants, a cessation from military operations. Lacedaemon and Argos first concluded a treaty of peace for 30 years, and then Cimon, who had returned to Athens, negotiated a truce which was fixed for 5 years between the Athenians and Peloponnesians. As soon as the peace was arranged, Athens and her allies were able to resume their warfare against Persia, and to no man could that warfare be more safely or fitly entrusted than to the hero of the Eurymedon River. Pericles may have been well pleased to use Cimon's military experience, and an amicable arrangement seems to have been made, Cimon undertaking not to interfere with the policy of Pericles. Gossip said that Cimon's sister had much to do with bringing to pass the reconciliation. Quote, "The charms as well as the intrigues of Elpines appear to have figured conspicuously in the memoirs of Athenian biographers. They were employed by one party as a means of calumniating Cimon, by the other for discrediting Pericles." End quote. Women played no part in the history of Athena's city. The Phoenician fleet, which had put down the Egyptian rebellion, was afterwards sent to re-establish the authority of Artaxerxes in the island of Cyprus, and accordingly Cimon sailed thither with a squadron of 200 vessels. He detached 60 to help a princelet who had succeeded in defying the Persians in the fens of the delta of the Nile, for the Athenians, even after their calamity, had not entirely abandoned the thought of Egyptian conquest. Then he laid siege to Sicyon. It was the last enterprise of the man who had conducted the war against Persia ever since the battle of Mycale. He died during the blockade, and his death marks the beginning of a new period in which hostilities between Greek and Persian slumber. But one final success was gained. Raising the siege of Scythian because there was no food, the fleet arrived off Salamis, and the Greeks gained a double victory by sea and land over the Phoenician and Cilician ships. But this victory did not encourage the Athenians to continue the war. We have no glimpse of the counsels of their statesmen at this moment, but the facts of the situation enable us to understand their resolution to make peace with the great king. The events of recent years had proved to them that it was beyond the strength of Athens to carry on war at the same time in any effectual way with the common enemy of all the Greeks and with her rivals among the Greeks themselves. It was therefore necessary to choose between peace with Persia and peace in Greece. But an enduring peace in Greece could only be purchased by the surrender of those successes which Athens had lately gained. Corinth would never acquiesce until she had won back her old predominant position in her western Gulf. So long as she was hemmed in, as Athens had hemmed her in, she would inevitably seize any favorable hour to strike for her release. Some Athenian politicians would have been ready to retreat from the positions which had been recently seized, and of which the occupation was most galling to Corinth. But Pericles, who had won these positions, was a strong imperialist. The aim of his statesmanship was to increase the Athenian empire and to spread the political influence of Athens within the borders of Greece. He was unwilling to let any part of her empire go for the sake of earning new successes against the barbarian. The death of Cimon, who had been the soul of the Persian war, may have helped Pericles to carry through his determination to bring that war to an end. And the great king on his side was disposed to negotiate, for the Greek victory of Cyprian Salamis had been followed by a revolt of Megabyzus, the general who had quelled the insurrection of Egypt. Accordingly, peace was made with Persia. There is a dark mist about the negotiations, so dark that it has been questioned whether a formal treaty was ever concluded. But there can be no reasonable doubt that Athens came to an understanding with Artaxerxes, and that peace ensued, and it is equally certain that there was a definite contract by which Persia undertook not to send ships of war into the Aegean, and Athens gave a similar pledge securing the coasts of the Persian Empire against attack. An embassy from Athens and her allies must have waited on the great king at Susa, and the terms of the arrangement must have been put in writing. But, on the other hand, there was no treaty as between two Greek states. The great king would never have consented to treat either with a Greek city or a federation of Greek cities as an equal, and he certainly did not stoop to the humiliation of formally acknowledging the independence of the Greek cities of Asia. It was enough that he should graciously promise to make certain concessions. But whatever were the diplomatic forms of the agreement, both parties meant peace, and peace was maintained. It has been called the Peace of Callias, and we have a record which makes it probable that the chief ambassador was Callias, the richest man at Athens, and the husband of Simon's sister. The first act in the strife of Greece and Persia thus closes. All the cities of Hellas which had come under barbarian sway had been reunited to the world of free Hellenic states, except in one outlying corner. The Greek cities of Cyprus were left to struggle with the Phoenicians as best they might, and the Phoenicians soon got the upper hand and held it for many years. They tried to extirpate Greek civilization from the island, but Greek civilization was a hardy growth, and we shall hereafter see Greek dynasties again in power. Section 4. Athenian Reverses. The 30 Years' Peace. The peace with Persia, however, was not followed by further Athenian expansion within the defined limits. On the contrary, some of the most recent acquisitions of the Athenian Empire began to fall away. Orchomenus and Chaeronea and some other towns in western Boeotia were seized by exiled oligarchs, and it was necessary for Athens to intervene promptly. The general Tolmides went forth with a wholly inadequate number of troops. He took and garrisoned Chaeronea, but did not attempt Orchomenus. On his way home he was set upon by the exiles from Orchomenus, and some others, in the neighbourhood of Coronea, and defeated. He was himself slain. Many of the hoplites were taken prisoners, and the Athenians, in order to obtain their release, resigned Boeotia. Thus the battle of Coronea undid the work of Oenophyta. Athens had little reason to regret this loss, for dominion in Boeotia was not really conducive to the consolidation of her empire. To maintain control over the numerous city-states of the Boeotian country would have been a constant strain on her military resources, which would hardly have been remunerative. The loss of Boeotia was followed by the loss of Phocis and Locris. It was strange enough that Phocis should fall away. A few years before, the Phocians had taken possession of Delphi. The Spartans had sent an army to rescue the shrine from their hands and give it back to the Delphians, but as soon as the Spartans had gone, an Athenian army came, led by Pericles, and restored the sanctuary to the Phocians. It was a sacred war, but so conducted that it did not make a breach of the 5 years' truce. Yet, although their position at Delphi seemed to depend on the support of Athens, the Phocians now deserted her alliance. The change was due to an oligarchical reaction in the Phocian cities, consequent on the oligarchical rising in Boeotia. The defeat of Coronea dimmed the prestige of Athenian arms, and still more serious results ensued. Euboea and Megara revolted at the same moment. Here, too, oligarchical parties were at work. Pericles, who was a general, immediately went to Euboea with the regiments of 7 of the tribes, while those of the remaining 3 marched into the Megarid. But he had no sooner reached the island than he was overtaken by the news that the garrison in the city of Megara had been massacred, and that a Peloponnesian army was threatening Attica. He promptly returned, and his first object was to unite his forces with the troops in the Megarid, which were under the command of Andocides. But King Pleistoanax and the Lacedaemonians were between them, commanding the east coast road. Andocides was compelled to return to Attica by creeping round the corner of the Corinthian Gulf at Agosthene and passing through Boeotia. The troops were guided by a man of Megara named Pythian, and the gratitude of the 3 tribes, quote, whom he saved by leading them from Pagae through Boeotia to Athens, was recorded on his funeral monument. The stone has survived, and the verses written upon it are a touching reminiscence of a moment of great peril. But when the whole army united in Attica, the peril was past. The return of Pericles had disconcerted King Pleistoanax, who commanded the Lacedaemonians, and having advanced only as far as the Thriacian plain, he withdrew, deeming it useless to strike at Athens. Pericles was thus set free to carry out the reduction of Euboea. Histiaea, the city in the north of the island, was most hardly dealt with, probably because her resistance was most obstinate. The people were driven out, their territory annexed to Athens, and the new settlement of Oreos took the place of Histiaea. In other cases the position of each state was settled by an agreement, and the arrangements which were made with Chalcis were still preserved in stone. The alarm of the Athenians is reflected in reductions of tribute which they allowed to their subject states. They feared that the example of Euboea might spread. The truce of 5 years was now approaching its end, and peace was felt to be so indispensable that they resigned themselves to purchasing a more durable treaty by considerable concessions. They had lost Megara, but they still held the 2 ports Nicaea and Pagae. Thessae as well as Achaia they agreed to surrender, and on this basis a peace was concluded for 30 years between the Athenians and the Peloponnesians. All the allies of both sides were enumerated in the treaty, and it was stipulated that neither Athens nor Lacedaemon was to admit into her alliance an ally of the other, while neutral states might join whichever alliance they chose. It was a humiliating peace for Athens, and perhaps would not have been concluded but for the alarm which had been caused by the inroad of the Peloponnesians into Attic territory. While the loss of Boeotia was probably a gain, and the evacuation of Achaia might be lightly endured, the loss of the Megarid was a serious blow. For while Athens held the long walls and the passes of Geronea, she had complete immunity from Peloponnesian invasions of her soil. Henceforth, Attica was always exposed to such aggressions. Besides this, her position in the Crisaean Gulf was greatly weakened. The attempt which she had made to win a land empire had succeeded only for a brief space. The lesson was that she must devote her whole energy to maintaining her maritime dominion. It was a gloomy moment for the Athenians, and it must have required all the tact and eloquence of Pericles to restore the shaken confidence and revive the drooping spirits. Euboea, at all events, was safe, and men might look back over 60 years to that victory which had been won by their ancestors in a critical hour over a joint attack of the Boeotians and Chalcidians. On that occasion, a tithe of the spoil had been dedicated to Athena. Pericles now set up a bronze chariot with this tithe, and so associated the earlier victory with his own. The parallel was close, for the rebellion of Euboea had mainly been instigated by the Boeotian oligarchs, who freed their own land from Athenian control. The marble base on which the chariot stood, on the Acropolis, has been found, and a few letters of the inscribed verses, which Herodotus read and copied, can be made out. The recollection that the sons of the Athenians quenched the insolence of the Boeotians, as these verses have it, was indeed the only consolation that could be offered for the defeat of Coronea. While he made the most of the reduction of Euboea, Pericles may also have dwelt on the prospects of the Attic Sea Empire. He may have elated them by words such as he is reported to have used at a later moment of despondency, quote, "Of the two divisions of the world accessible to man, the land and the sea, there is one of which you are absolute masters, and have or may have the dominion to any extent you please. Neither the great king nor any nation on earth can hinder a navy like yours from penetrating whithersoever you choose to sail." End quote. Thucydides, Book 2, Chapter 62. Section 5. The imperialism of Pericles and the opposition to his policy. The cities of the Athenian alliance might have claimed, when the Persian War was ended, the confederacy should be broken up, and that they should resume their original and rightful freedom. The fair answer to this claim would have been that peace had indeed come, but that it would endure only so long as a power was maintained strong enough to stand up against the might of Persia. Dissolve the confederacy, and the cities will severally and speedily become the prey of the barbarian. But in any case, the confederacy had become an empire, and Athens was in the full career of an ambitious imperialist state. The tributes which she imposed on her subjects were probably not oppressive, and were constantly revised. When the 5 years' truce was about to be concluded, she reduced the tribute, which had been increased under the stress of war, to its former amount. She did not force her own coinage upon her subjects. Every city might have its own mint, and most of them had. But there was much that was galling in her empire, to communities in which the love of freedom was strongly developed. The revolt and reduction of Euboea showed in its undisguised shape the rule of might. It must, however, be remembered, in judging of the feelings of the cities toward their mistress, that in nearly every city there were an oligarchical and a democratical party. The democracy was supported by Athens and was generally friendly to her. The oligarchs were always on the watch for an opportunity to rebel. And for this reason a revolt is not in itself evidence that Athens was unpopular among her allies. The Carian and Lycian cities began to fall away after the peace with Persia, but most of them were only superficially Hellenized, and Athens let them go, not thinking it worth while to take measures for retaining her control of them. Pericles had been the guide of the Athenian people in the recent war. His counsels had directed their imperial policy. But that policy had not been unchallenged. His leadership had not been unopposed. There was a strong oligarchical party at Athens which not only disliked the democracy of her city, but arraigned their empire. Most of this party attacked the imperialist policy of Pericles purely from party motives, and for the purpose of attacking him, but there was one man at least who may claim the credit of having honestly espoused the cause of the allied cities against the unscrupulous selfishness of his own city. This was Thucydides, the son of Milesius, a man who had connections with many of the allies. He maintained that the tribute should be reserved exclusively for the purpose for which it was levied, the defense of Greece against Persia, and that Athens had no right to spend it on other things, especially things which concerned herself alone and did not benefit the cities. It was an injustice that these cities should have to defray any part of the costs of an Athenian campaign in Boeotia or a new temple in Athens. This was a just view. But justice is never entirely compatible with the growth of a country to political greatness, and Pericles was resolved to make his country great at all hazards. For this purpose, his policy toward the allied cities was, in a phrase which seems to have been his own, to keep them well in hand. It is pleasant to find that voices were raised against his unscrupulous imperialism. The more extreme section of the party which supported Thucydides would not have hesitated to betray Athens into the hands of her foes for the sake of overthrowing the democracy. They had tried to do this at the time of the Battle of Tanagra. Much less would they have scrupled to give secret help to the oligarchical parties which worked against Athenian rule in the subject cities. Oligarchy had raised its head in many places during the 5 years' truce. Oligarchical movements had led to the loss of Boeotia. Oligarchical movements had caused the revolts of Megara and Euboea. Oligarchy had even prevailed in Phocis. There can be little doubt that this widespread oligarchical activity had its echo in Athens, and that these years the party opposed to Pericles was loud and aggressive. He met that opposition with remarkable dexterity. He introduced a new policy, which, while it was thoroughly imperialist, was so popular at Athens that his adversaries were silenced. Among the measures which Pericles initiated to strengthen the empire of his city, none was more important in its results than the system of settling Athenian citizens abroad. Like measures of many great statesmen, this policy effected the solution of two diverse problems. The colonies which were thus sent to different parts of the empire served as garrisons in the lands of subject allies, and they also helped to provide for part of the superfluous population of Athens. The first of these Periclean clerishes was established in the Thracian Chersonese, under the personal supervision of Pericles himself. Lands were bought from the allied cities of the peninsula, and 1,000 Athenian citizens, chiefly of the poor and unemployed, were allotted farms, and assigned to the several cities. The payment for the land was made in the shape of a reduction of the tribute. At the same time, Pericles restored the wall which Miltiades had built across the isthmus to protect the city against the Thracians. In view of the rising power of the Thracian prince Terus, this precaution was wise. The out-settlements in the Chersonese, which were probably followed by out-settlements in Lemnos and Imbros, the island warders of the gate of the Propontis, were the most important of all. The same policy was at the same time adopted in Euboea and some of the islands of the Aegean, and in a mysterious place, the Thracian Brea, which probably lay west of the Strymon. The original act of the colonization of Brea has been preserved, and the provision that all the settlers shall belong to the two poorest classes of the people on the Solonian classification illustrates the character of the Periclean clerishes. The policy was naturally popular at Athens, since it provided for thousands of unemployed who cumbered the streets, and perhaps it may be regarded as one of the happiest strokes devised by Pericles for increasing his ascendancy and confounding his opponents. But it was a policy which was highly unpopular among the allies, in whose territories the settlements were made, and it gave perhaps more dissatisfaction than any other feature of Athenian rule. Most Athenian citizens were naturally allured by a policy of expansion which made their city great and powerful without exacting heavy sacrifices from themselves. The day had not yet come when they were unwilling to undertake military service, and they were content as long as the cost of maintaining the empire did not tax their purses. The empire furthered the extension of their trade and increased their prosperity. The average Athenian burgher was not hindered by his own full measure of freedom from being willing to press, with as little scruple as any tyrant, the yoke of his city upon the necks of other communities. So long as the profits of empire were many and its burdens light, the Athenian democracy would feel few searchings of heart in adopting the imperialism of Pericles. That imperialism was indeed of a lofty kind. The aim of the statesman who guided the destinies of Athens in these days of her greatness was to make her the queen of Hellas, to spread her sway on the mainland as well as beyond the seas, and to make her political influence felt in those states which it would have been unwise and perhaps impossible to draw within the borders of her empire. The full achievement of this ideal would have meant the union of all the Greeks, a union held together by the power of Athens, but having a natural support in a common religion, common traditions, common customs, and a common language. Shortly before the loss of Boeotia through the defeat of Coronea, Athens addressed to Greece an open declaration of her pan-Hellenic ambition. She invited the Greek states to send representatives to an Hellenic Congress at Athens for the purpose of discussing certain matters of common interest: to restore the temples which had been burned by the Persians, to pay the votive offerings which were due to the gods for the great deliverance, and to take common measures for clearing the seas of piracy. This was the programme which Athens proposed to the consideration of Greece. The invitation did not go to the west, for the Italiots and Siceliots were not directly concerned in the Persian War, but it went to all the cities of old Greece, and to the cities and islands which belonged to the Athenian Empire. If the Congress had taken place, it would have inaugurated an amphictyony of all Hellas, and Athens would have been the centre of this vast religious union. It was a sublime project, but it could not be. It was not to be expected that Sparta would fall in with a project which, however noble and pious it sounded, might tempt or help Athens to strike out new and perilous paths of ambition and aggrandizement. The Athenian envoys were rebuffed in the Peloponnesus, and the plan fell through. Immediately after this, the revolution in Boeotia deprived Athens of her empire on the mainland. End of section 33.
Chapter 9, Part 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 9, Part 6. The Restoration of the Temples. It remained then for Athens to carry out that part of the program which concerned herself, and restore in greater splendor the temples of her city and her land. We shall miss the meaning of the architectural monuments which now begin to rise under the direction and influence of Pericles, if we do not clearly grasp their historical motive, and recognize their immediate connection with the Persian War. It devolved upon the city as a religious duty to make good the injuries which the barbarian had inflicted upon the habitations of her gods, and fully to pay her debt of gratitude to heaven for the defeat of the Mede. And seeing that Athens had won her great empire through that defeat, the gods might well expect that she would perform this duty on no small scale and in no niggardly spirit. In this, above all, was the greatness of Pericles displayed, that he discerned the importance of performing it on a grand scale. He recognized that the city, by ennobling the houses of her gods, would ennoble herself, and that she could express her own might and her ideals in no worthier way than by the erection of beautiful temples. His architectural plans went farther than this, and we can see that he was influenced by the example of the Pisistratids. But the chief buildings of the Periclean age, it should always be remembered, were, like the Athenian Empire itself, the direct consequence of the Persian invasion. Of the monuments which, in the course of 20 years, changed the appearance of the Acropolis, one of the first was a gigantic statue of Athena, wrought in bronze. The goddess stood near the west brow of her own hill, looking southwestward, and her helmet and the tip of her lance flashing in the sun could be seen far off at sea. But nothing was so pressing as to carry to completion the new house of the goddess, which had been begun in the days of Themistocles and never finished. The work was now resumed on the same site, and the same foundations, but it was resumed on an entirely different plan, which was drawn up by the gifted architect Ictinus. The new temple was slightly broader, but considerably shorter than it would have been if the old design had been carried out, and instead of foreign Parian marble, native Attic from the quarries of Pentelicus was employed. Callicrates, another expert architect, superintended the execution of the plan which Ictinus had conceived. It is not within our province to enter here into the architectural beauties of this perfect Dorian temple, which came afterwards to be generally known as the Parthenon. The building contained 2 rooms, between which there was no communication. The eastern room, into which one entered from the pronaos, was the temple proper, and contained the statue of the goddess. It was about 100 feet long, and was hence officially called the Hecatompeidos. The door of the small western room was on the west side of the temple. This chamber was perhaps designed for the habitation of invisible maidens who attended the maiden goddess. It is at least certain that it was called the Parthenon. It is easy to imagine how a word which designated as the room of the maidens part of the house of the maiden could soon come to be associated popularly with the whole building, and the name Parthenon came to mean for the ordinary ear, in defiance of official usage, the temple of Athena Parthenos, and not the chamber of her virgins. The goddess stood in her dwelling, majestic and smiling, her colossal figure arrayed in a golden robe, a helmet on her head, her right hand holding a golden victory, and her left resting on her shield, while the snake Erichthonius was coiled at her feet. It was a wooden statue covered with ivory and gold, ivory for the exposed flesh, gold for the raiment, and hence called chryselephantine. It was wrought by the Athenian sculptor of genius, who has given his name to the plastic art of the Periclean age, Phidias, the son of Charmides. He had already made his fame by another beautiful statue of the goddess of the city, which the outsettlers who went forth to colonize Lemnos dedicated on the Acropolis. The Lemnian Athena was wrought in bronze, and it revealed Athena to her people in the guise of their friend, while the image of the Parthenon showed her rather as their queen. Both these creations have perished, but copies have been preserved from which we can frame some far-off idea of the sculptor's work. To Phidias, too, was entrusted the task of designing and carrying out those plastic decorations which were necessary to the completion of a great temple. With the metopes of the lofty entablature, from which centaurs and giants stood out in high relief, the great master had probably little to do. But in the two pediments and on the frieze which ran around the wall of the temple within the colonnade, he left monuments of his genius and his skill, for mankind to adore. The triangle above the eastern portal was adorned with the scene of the birth of Athena, who had sprung from the head of Zeus, at the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon, and Iris, the heavenly messenger, was shown, going forth to carry the good news to the ends of the world. The pediment of the western end was occupied with the passage in the life of the goddess that specially appertained to Attica, her triumph on the Acropolis in her contest with her rival Poseidon for the lordship of the land. The olive which came forth from the earth by her enchantment was probably shown, and we should like to believe that at the northern and southern ends reclined the two river gods, Eridanus and Ilissus, each at the side which was nearest his own waters. The subject of the wonderful frieze which encircled the temple from end to end was the most solemn of all the ceremonies which the Athenians performed in honor of their queen. At the great Panathenaic festival every 4th year, they went up in long procession to her temple to present her with a new robe. The advance of this procession, starting from the western side and moving simultaneously along the northern and southern sides to meet at the eastern entrance, was vividly shown on the frieze of the Parthenon. Walking along the peristyle and looking upwards, the spectator saw the Athenian knights, beautiful young men on horseback, charioteers, citizens on foot, musicians, kine, and sheep led for sacrifice, stately maidens with sacred vessels, the 9 archons of the city, all advancing to the house of Athena, where she entertains the celestials on her feast day. The high gods are seated on thrones, Zeus on one side of Athena, Hephaestus on the other, and near the goddess is a peplos, perhaps the old peplos, in the hands of a priest. The western side of the frieze is still in its place, but the rest has been removed, the greater part to our own island. Athena Polias had now 2 houses side by side on her hill, for the old restored temple was not destroyed, nor was her old image removed from it. But in her character of victory, yet another small habitation was built for her by the architect Callicrates, about the same time, on the bastion which the hill throws out on its southwestern side. Footnote: An inscription of circa 450 BC, providing for the building of the temple and the altar, has been recently discovered. End footnote. It was an appropriate spot for the House of Victory. The Athenians standing on that platform saw Salamis and Aegina near him. His eye ranged along the Argolic coast to the distant citadel of Corinth and the mountains of the Megarid. Under the shadow of victory he could lose himself in reveries of memory and dreams of hope. The motive of the temple, as a memorial of the Persian War, was written clear in the frieze, whereas the sculptures of other temples of this period only alluded indirectly to that great struggle by the representation of mythical wars, such as the war of Greek and Amazons, or of Lapiths and Centaurs, or of gods and giants. On the frieze of Athena Nike, a battle between the Greeks and Persians is portrayed. It is the Battle of Plataea, for Greeks are shown fighting in the Persian host. But there were other shrines of other gods in Athens and Attica, which had been wrecked by the Persians, and which were now to be restored. From the west side of the Acropolis, as one looks down on the western quarter of the city, no building is so prominent, or can ever have been so prominent, as the Dorian temple of Pentelic marble, which crowns the hill of Colonus, and replaced an older temple of the limestone of Piraeus. It is the temple which the sons of Hephaestus built for their sire, the god of handicraftsmen, who was always worshipped with special devotion at Athens. It is significant that on the frieze of the Parthenon he sits next to the lady of the land. This house of Hephaestus is the only Greek temple that is not a ruin. About the same time, a marble temple of Poseidon rose on the extreme point of southern Attica, the promontory of Sunium. The Persian invasion had probably been fatal to the old temple of porous stone. Here the sea-god, to whom men pray at Sunium, seems to have had his own house, looking down upon his own domain. He was not forced here, as on the Acropolis, to share a sanctuary with Athena, but the goddess had a separate temple of her own hard by. At the other extremity of the Attic land, the shrine of the goddesses of Eleusis had likewise been destroyed by the barbarians. The rebuilding had been soon begun, but like the new temple of Athena on the Acropolis, the work had been discontinued owing to the claims of war on the revenue of the state. Under Pericles it was taken up again and completed. Ictinus made the design, and Corybus carried it out. The new Hall of Mysteries was built of the dark stone of Eleusis. One side of it was formed by the rock of the hill under which it was built, and the stone steps around the walls would have seated about 3,000. As the place was close to the Megarian frontier, a strong wall with towers was erected round the precincts of the shrine, so that the place had the aspect of a fortress. These splendid buildings required a large outlay of money, and thus gave the political opponents of Pericles a welcome handle against him. Thucydides was the leader of the outcry. He accused Pericles not merely of squandering the resources of the state, which ought to be kept as a reserve for war, but of misappropriating the money of the confederacy for purely Athenian purposes. Athens, it was said, was like a vain woman, adorning herself with pendants of precious stones and statues and temples that cost 1,000 talents. It is certainly true that some money was taken from the treasury of the Hellenotemiae for the new buildings, but this was only a very small part of the cost, which was mainly defrayed by the treasury of Athena and by the public treasury of Athens. There was, however, a good case against Pericles both on grounds of policy and on grounds of justice. The plea for taking a part of the tribute, perhaps a 60th, besides the 60th which was consecrated to Athena, doubtless was that the restoration of Greek temples destroyed by the Persians was a duty which devolved upon all the Greeks. But Pericles, with bold sophistry, argued that the allies had no reason to complain, so long as Athens defended them efficiently. This was the contract, and they had no right to interfere in her disposition of the funds. 3 years after the 30 Years' Peace, Thucydides thought that he could bring the question to an issue, and he asked the people to adjudicate by the sherd. But the people voted for the ostracism of Thucydides, and henceforward Pericles had no opponent of influence to thwart his policy or cross his way. The buildings already begun could now be continued without criticism, and new works could be undertaken. A great hall of music, or Odeon, intended for the musical contests which had recently been added to the Panathenaic celebrations, was now erected on the east side of the theatre of Dionysus. Its roof, made of the masts and yardarms of captured Persian ships, was pointed like a tent, and wits compared it to the helmet of Pericles the Strategos. "The trial by sherd is over," says someone in a play which the comic poet Cratinus put on the stage at this time. "So here comes Pericles, our peak-headed Zeus, with the Odeon set on his crown." Though Cimon, when he constructed the southern wall of the Acropolis, also built a new entrance gate facing southwestward, it was too small and unimposing to relieve the frowning aspect of the walled hill. A more worthy approach, worthy of the Parthenon, was devised by the architect Meniscles, and met the approbation of Pericles. The buildings designed by Meniscles occupied the whole west side of the hill. In the center, on the brow of the height and facing westward, was to be the entrance with 5 gates, and on either side of this 2 vast columned halls, reaching to the north and south brinks of the hill, in which the Athenians could walk sheltered from sun and rain. Thrown out on the projecting cliffs in front of these halls were to be 2 spacious wings, flanking the ascent to the central gate. But the plan of Meniscles took no account of the sanctuaries on the southwestern part of the Acropolis, on which his new buildings would encroach. The southern colonnade would have cut short the precinct of Artemis Brauronia, and the adjacent southern wing would have infringed on the enclosure of Athena Nike. On the north side there were no such impediments. The priests of these goddesses raised objections to the execution of the architect's plan at the expense of their sacred precincts, and in consequence the grand idea of Meniscles was only partly carried out. But even after the building had begun, Pericles and his architect never abandoned the hope that the scruples of the priests might ultimately be overcome. And while they omitted altogether the southern colonnade, and reduced the proportions of the southern wing, they built in such a way that at some future time the structure might be easily enlarged to the measures of the original design. On the northern side, too, the idea of Meniscles was not completed, but for a different reason. The covered colonnade was never built. It was left to the last, and when the time came, Athens was threatened by a great war, and deemed it unwise to undertake any further outlay on building. But the northwestern wing was built and was adorned with painting. The greatest paintings that Athens possessed were, however, not on the hill, but in buildings below, and they belonged to a somewhat earlier age. It was Cimon who brought Polygnotus of Thasos to Athens, and it was when Cimon was in power that he, in collaboration with Mycon, another eminent painter, decorated with life-size frescoes the new Thasium and the Aniseum on the north side of the Acropolis, and the walls of the painted portico in the marketplace. We have already cast a glance at the picture of the Battle of Marathon. The most famous of the pictures of the Thasian master was executed after he had left Athens, for the speech hall of the Cnidians at Delphi. Its subject was the underworld, visited by Odysseus. If it was vain for Athens to hope that Greece would yield her any formal acknowledgment of headship, she might at all events have the triumph of exerting intellectual influence even in the lands which were least ready to admit her claims. And in the field of art she partly fulfilled the ambition of Pericles, who, when he could not make her the queen, desired that she should be the instructress of Hellas. When Phidias had completed the great statue of Athena in gold and ivory, and had seen it set up in the new temple, he went forth, invited by the men of Elis, to make the image for the temple of Zeus at Olympia. For 5 years in his workshop in the Altis, The Athenian sculptor wrought at the great chryselephantine god, and the colossal image which came from his hands was probably the highest creation ever achieved by the plastic art of Greece. The Pan-Hellenic god, seated on a lofty throne and clad in a golden robe, held a victory in his right hand and a scepter in his left. He was bearded, and his hair was wreathed with a branch of olive. Many have borne witness to the impression which the serene aspect of this manifest divinity always produced upon the heart of the beholder. Let a man sick and weary in his soul, who has passed through many distresses and sorrows, whose pillow is unvisited by kindly sleep, stand in front of this image, he will, I deem, forget all the terrors and troubles of human life. An Athenian had wrought, for one of the two great centres of Hellenic religion, the most sublime expression of the Greek ideal of godhead. Nor was Phidias the only Athenian artist who worked abroad. We also find the architect Ictinus engaged in designing temples in the Peloponnesus. Section 7. The Piraeus. Growth of Athenian trade. The Piraeus had grown enormously since it had been fortified by Themistocles. It was now one of the great ports and shipping towns in the midst of Hellas, and Pericles took in hand to make it a greater and fairer place. There was one weak point in the common defences of Piraeus and Athens. Between Munichia and the extreme end of the southern wall, which ran down to the strand of Phaleron, there was an unfortified piece of marshy shore, where an enemy might land at night. This defect might have been remedied by building a cross-wall, but a wholly different plan was adopted. A new long wall was built, running parallel and close to the northern wall, and like it, joining the fortification of Piraeus with the upper city, as Athens was locally called. The southern or Phaleron wall consequently ceased to be part of the system of defense and was allowed to fall into disrepair. Round the three harbors shipsteads were constructed, in which the vessels could lie high and dry, and on the wharfs and quays new storehouses and buildings of sundry kinds arose for the convenience of shipping and trade. On the east side of the great harbor, the chief traffic was carried on in the place of commerce. This mart was marked off by boundary stones, some of which are still preserved, and was subject to the control of a special board of officers. The most famous of the buildings in the place of commerce was the colonnade known as the Deigma, or show place, where merchants showed their wares. But Pericles was not content with the erection of new buildings. The whole town, which crept up the slopes of Munichia from the quays of the great harbor, was laid out on a completely new system, which created considerable interest in Greece. It was the rectangular system, on which the main streets run parallel and are cut by cross streets at right angles. The Piraeus was the first town in Europe where this plan was adopted, which we now see carried out on a large scale in many modern cities. The idea was due to Hippodamus, an architect of Miletus, a man of a speculative as well as practical turn, who tried with less success to apply his principles of symmetry to politics, and sketched the scheme of a model state whose institutions were as precisely correlated as the streets of his model town. The increase of Athenian trade was largely due to the decline of the merchant cities of Ionia, as well as to the blow which was struck to the Phoenician commerce by the victory of Greece over Persia. The decay of Ionian commerce is strikingly reflected in the tribute records of the Athenian Confederacy, where the small sums paid by the Ionians are contrasted with the large tributes of the cities on the shores of the Propontis. Lampsacus contributes twice as much as Ephesus. Both trade and industry migrated from the eastern to western and northern shores of the Aegean, and this charge coincided with the rise of her empire, it was Athens that it chiefly profited. The population of Athens and her harbour multiplied, and about this time the whole number of the inhabitants of Attica seemed to have been about 250,000, perhaps more than twice as large as the population of the Corinthian state. But nearly half of these inhabitants were slaves, for one consequence of the growth of manufacturers was the inflowing of slave hands into the manufacturing towns. In towns where the people subsisted on the fruits of agriculture, the demand for slaves remained small. It should be observed that although Greece, and especially Athens, consumed large quantities of corn brought from beyond the seas, this did not ruin the agriculture of Greece. The costs of transport were so great that home-grown corn could still be profitable. Except in remote or unusually conservative regions, money had now entirely displaced more primitive standards of exchange and valuation. Most Greek states of any size issued their own coins, and their money at this time was in almost all cases silver. Silver had become plentiful, and prices had necessarily gone up. Thus the price of barley and wheat had become 2 or 3 times dearer than 100 years before. Far more remarkable was the increase in the price of stock. In the days of Solon, a sheep could be bought for a drachma. In the days of Pericles, its cost might approach 50 drachmae. As money was cheap, interest should have been low, but mercantile enterprise was so active, the demand for capital so great, and security so inadequate, that the usual price of a loan was 12%. End of Chapter 9, Part 7. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on February 6, 2008. Chapter 9, Part 8 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 9, Part 8. Athenian Enterprise in Italy. In the far west, Athens was spreading her influence and pushing her trade. She supplied Etruria with her black red-figured pottery, and there was a market for these products of her industry even in the remote valley of the Po. Her ships brought back metalworks from Tuscany, carpets and cushions from Carthage, corn, cheese, and pork from Sicily. The Greek cities of Sicily had gradually adopted the Attic standard for their currency, and in the little Italian republic on the Tiber, which was afterwards destined to make laws for the whole world, the fame of the legislation of Solon was so high that envoys were sent to Athens to obtain a copy of the code. Thus Athens had stepped into the place of Chalcis. She was now the chief Ionian trader with Italian and Sicilian lands. Her rival in this western commerce was Corinth, but she was beginning to outdistance the great Dorian merchant city. In this competition, Athens had one advantage. By the possession of Naupactus, she could control the entrance to the Corinthian Gulf, a perpetual menace to Corinth, while the hatred which existed between Corinth and her colony Corcyra prevented this island from being used as useful as it should have been to the Corinthian traffic with the West. On the other hand, Corinth had the advantage of having important colonies in the West, with which she maintained intimate relations, especially Syracuse, and these maritime cities were centers of her trade and influence. Next to Athens herself, Syracuse was probably the largest and most populous city in the Greek world. Athens had no colonies and no such centers. The disadvantage was felt by Themistocles, and his active brain devised the occupation of the site of Cyrrhus, which had been destroyed by its neighbours, but the scheme was not realized. At length the opportunity came when Pericles was at the head of affairs. Here, as in other cases, it fell upon him to execute ideas of Themistocles. The men of old Sybaris, who since the destruction of their own town had dwelled in neighbouring cities, thought that they might at length return to build a new Sybaris on the old site. But within 5 years their old foes, the men of Croton, went up and drove them out. Yet they did not despair, but hoped to compass with the help of others what they had failed to accomplish by themselves. They invited Athens and Sparta to take part in founding a new city. For Sparta the offer had no attraction, but for Athens it was a welcome opportunity. The land of Sybaris was famous for its fertility, and the position was suitable for Athenian commerce. But Pericles determined to give the enterprise an international significance. It was to be more than a mere Athenian speculation. It was proclaimed throughout the Peloponnesus that whosoever wished might take part in the foundation of the new colony. The Peloponnesus, and especially Achaia, with whose cities Athens had been closely connected in recent years, was the mother country of the Greek colonies which fringed the Tarentine Gulf, and the idea of Pericles was that the mother country, under the auspices of Athens, should establish the new city. Achaia, Arcadia, and Elis responded to the call. New Sybaris was founded, and the Athenian predominance was expressed in the image of Athena with Attic helmet on the coins of the young city. But the men of old Sybaris were not content to stand on an equal footing with the colonists who had come to help them from the mother country. They thought that their old connection to the place entitled them to a privileged position. They claimed an exclusive right to the most important offices in the state. Such claims could not be tolerated. A battle was fought, and the Sybarites were driven out. But, when the city was thus deplenished, there was a pressing need for men, and for the second time an appeal was made to Athens, but this time from her own children. To the second appeal Athens, under the guidance of Pericles, responded by an enterprise on a still greater scale. All Greece was now invited to take part in founding a pan-Hellenic colony. In carrying out this project, the right-hand man of Pericles was the seer and interpreter, exegete, Lampon, who was closely connected with the Eleusinian worship, and was the highest authority in Athens on all matters pertaining to religion. He obtained from the Delphic god an oracle touching the new colony. It was to be planted where men could drink water by measure and eat bread without measure. At Athens, the enemies of Pericles opposed the project, and especially the pan-Hellenic character which he sought to impress upon it. Cratinus brought out a play deriding Lampon, and asking whether Pericles was a second Theseus, who wanted to Cynicize the whole of Greece. But Greece responded to the Athenian proposal, and the colony went forth under the guidance of Lampon. Not far from the site of Sybaris, they found a stream gushing from a bronze pipe, which was locally known as the Bushel. Here clearly was the measured water to which the oracle pointed, while the land was so fruitful that it might well be said to furnish bread without measure. The place was named Thurii, and the new city was designed by Hippodamus, the architect who had laid out the Piraeus in rectangular streets. The constitution of Thurii was naturally a democracy, but though the influence of the Athenian model might be recognized, the colony adopted not the laws of Solon, but those of Zaleucus, the lawgiver of Locri. Some years after the foundation, the question was asked, who was the founder? And the Delphic god himself claimed the honor. The coins of Thurii were stamped with Athena's head and an olive branch, and the place became, as it was intended, a center of Athenian influence in Italy, although the Attic element in the population failed to maintain its predominance. Section 9. Athenian policy in Thrace and the Euxine. But Athens had greater and more immediate interests in the eastern sea, where she succeeded Miletus, than in the western, where she succeeded Chalcis. The importance of the imports from the Pontus, especially corn, fish, and wood, was more vital than that of the wares which came to her from the west. and hence there was nothing of higher consequence in the eyes of a clear-sighted statesman than the assurance of the line of communication between Athens and the Euxine Sea, and the occupation of strong and favourable points on the coast of the Euxine itself. The outer gate of the Euxine was secured by the possession of the Chersonese, which Pericles strengthened, and the inner gate by the control of Byzantium and Chalcedon, members of the Athenian confederacy. In the Euxine, Athens relied on the Greek towns which, fringing the shores at distant intervals, looked to her for support against the neighbouring barbarians. The corn market in the Athenian agora was sensitive to every political movement in Thrace and Scythia, and it was necessary to be ever ready to support the ships of trade by the presence of ships of war. The growth of a large Thracian kingdom under Teres and his son Sitalces demanded the attention of Athenian statesmen to these regions more pressingly than ever. The power of Teres reached to the Danube, and his influence to Dnieper, but he married his daughter to the king of the neighbouring Scythians. It was in order to impress the barbarians of the Euxine regions with a just sense of the greatness of the Athenian sea power that Pericles sailed himself to the Pontus, in command of an imposing squadron. Of that voyage we know little. It is ascertained that he visited Sinope, and that in consequence of his visit the Athenians gained a permanent footing at that important point. It is probable that he also sailed to the Cimmerian Bosphorus and visited the Archaeanactid lords of Panticapaeum, who were distinguished for many a long year by their abiding friendship to Athens in her good and evil days alike. At Panticapaeum was the centre of the Euxine corn trade. This intimacy was of the highest importance. The union of the Thracian tribes under a powerful king constrained Athens also to keep a watchful eye upon the north coast of the Aegean and the eastern front of Macedonia. The most important point on that coast, both from a commercial and strategic point of view, was the mouth of the Strymon, where the Athenians possessed the fortress of Eion. Not far from the mouth was the bridge over which all the trade between Thrace and Macedonia passed to and fro, and up the Strymon valley ran the chief roads into the hinterland. The mountains of the neighbourhood were famous for the veins of gold and silver stored in their recesses. The Macedonian king Alexander had tapped a mine near Lake Prasius, which yielded daily a silver talent. In the days of Cimon, Athens had attempted to strengthen Eion by establishing a colony at the 9 Ways by the Strymon bridge. We saw how that attempt roused the opposition of Thasos, whose interest it menaced, and though Thasos was subdued, the colony of the 9 Ways was destroyed by the neighbouring barbarians. 30 years later, Pericles resumed the project with greater success. Hagnon, son of Nicias, led forth a colony of Athenians and others, and founded a new city, surrounded on 3 sides by the Strymon stream, and called its name Amphipolis. It flourished and became, as was inevitable, the most important place on the coast. But a local feeling grew up unfavourable to the mother country, and the city was lost to Athens within 15 years of its foundation, as we shall see hereafter. Section 10. The Revolt of Samos. After the ostracism of Thucydides, Pericles reigned, the undisputed leader of Athenian policy, for nearly 15 years. He ruled as absolutely as a tyrant, and folk might have said that his rule was a continuation of the tyranny of the Pisistratids. But his position was entirely constitutional, and it had the stablest foundation, his moral influence over the sovereign people. He had the power of persuading them to do whatever he thought good, and every year for 15 years after his rival's banishment he was elected one of the generals. Although all the 10 generals nominally possessed equal powers, yet the man who possessed the supreme political influence and enjoyed the confidence of the people was practically chief of the 10, and had the conduct of foreign affairs in his hands. Pericles was not irresponsible, for at the end of any official year the people could decline to re-elect him and could call him to account for his acts. When he had once gained the undisputed mastery, the only forces which he used to maintain it were wisdom and eloquence. Whatever devices he may have employed in his earlier career for party purposes, he rejected now all vulgar means of courting popularity or catching votes. He believed in himself, and he sought to raise the people to his own wisdom. He would not stoop to their folly. The desire of autocratic authority was doubtless part of his nature, but his spirit was fine enough to feel that it was a greater thing to be a leader of free men, whom he must convince by speech, than despot of subjects who must obey his nod. Yet this leader of democracy was disdainful of the vulgar herd, and perhaps no one knew more exactly than he the weak points in a democratic constitution. There is no better equipment for the highest statesmanship than the temper which holds aloof from the public and shows a front of good-natured indifference towards unfriendly criticism. And we may be sure that this quality in the temperament of Pericles helped to establish his success and maintain his supremacy. Pericles was a man of finer fibre than Themistocles, but he was not, like Themistocles, a statesman of originative genius. He originated little. He elaborated the ideas of others. He brought to perfection the sovereignty of the people, which had been fully established in principle long ago. He raised to its height the empire which had already been founded. As an orator, he may have had true genius. Of that we cannot judge. It was his privilege to guide the policy of his country at a time when she had poets and artists who stand alone and eminent, not only in her own annals and those of Greece, but in the history of mankind. The Periclean age, the age of Sophocles and Euripides, Ictinus and Phidias, was not made by Pericles. But Pericles, though not creative, was one of its most interesting figures. Perhaps his best service to Greece was one which is often overlooked: the preservation of peace for 12 years between Athens and her jealous continental neighbours, an achievement which demanded statesmanship of no ordinary tact. In his military operations he seems to have been competent, though we have not material to criticize them minutely. He was at least generally successful. 5 years after the 30 Years' Peace, he was called upon to display his generalship. Athens was involved in a war with one of the strongest members of her confederacy, the island of Samos. The occasion of this war was a dispute which Samos had with another member, Miletus, about the possession of Priene. It appears that Athens, some years before, had settled the constitution of Miletus and placed a garrison in the city, and yet we now find Miletus engaged in a struggle with a non-tributary ally, and when she is worsted, appealing to Athens. The case shows how little we know of the various orderings of the relations between Athens and her allies and subjects. One would have thought the decision of such a case would have rested with Athens from the first. On the appeal, she decided in favor of Miletus, and Pericles sailed with 44 triremes to Samos, where he overthrew the aristocracy, carried away a number of hostages, and established a democratic constitution, leaving a garrison to protect it. The nobles who fled to the mainland returned one night, captured the garrison, and handed them over to the Persian satrap of Sardis, with whom they were intriguing. They also recovered the hostages who had been lodged in the island of Lemnos. Athens received another blow at the same time by the revolt of Byzantium. Pericles sailed speedily back to Samos and invested it with a large fleet. Hearing that a Phoenician squadron was coming to assist the Samians, he raised the siege and with a part of his armament went to meet it. During his absence, the Samians gained some successes against the Athenian ships, which were anchored close to the harbor. At the end of 2 weeks Pericles returned. Either the Phoenicians had not appeared after all, or they had been induced to sail home. Well nigh 200 warships now blockaded Samos, and at the end of 9 months the city surrendered. The Samians undertook to pull down their walls, to surrender their ships, and pay a war indemnity which amounted to 1,500 talents, or thereabout. They became subject to Athens, and were obliged to furnish soldiers to her armies, but they were not made tributary. The Athenian citizens who fell in the war received a public burial at Athens. Pericles pronounced the funeral oration, and it may have been on this occasion that he used a famous phrase of the young men who had fallen. The spring, he said, was taken out of the year. Byzantium also came back to the Confederacy. It had been a trying moment for Athens, for she had some reason to fear Peloponnesian intervention. Sparta and her allies had met to consider the situation, and the Corinthians afterwards claimed, whether truly or not, that they deprecated any interference on the general principle that every state should be left to deal with her own rebellious allies. However the Corinthians may have acted on this occasion, it was chiefly the commercial jealousy existing between Athens and Corinth that brought on the ultimate outbreak of hostilities between the Athenians and Peloponnesians, which led to the destruction of the Athenian Empire. It seems that during the excitement of the Samian War, Pericles deemed it expedient to place some restraints upon the license of the comic drama. What he feared was the effect which the free criticisms of the comic poets on his policy might have, not upon the Athenians themselves, but upon the strangers who were present in the theatre, and especially upon citizens of the subject states. The precaution shows that the situation was critical, though the restraints were withdrawn as soon as possible, for they were contrary to the spirit of the time. Henceforward the only check on the comic poet was that he might be prosecuted before the Council of 500 for doing wrong to the people, if his jests against the officers of the people went too far. Comedy had grown up in Athens out of the mummeries of masked revellers who kept the feasts of Dionysus by singing phallic songs and flinging coarse jests at the folk. It was not till after the Persian War that the state recognized it. Then a place was given at the great festival of Dionysus to comic competitions. To the 3 days which were devoted to the competitions of tragedies, a fourth was added for the new contest. The comic drama then assumed form and shape. Magnes and Chionides were its first masters, but they were eclipsed by Cratinus, the most brilliant comic poet of the age of Pericles. There is no more significant symptom of the political and social health of the Athenian state in the period of its empire than the perfect freedom which was accorded to the comic stage, to laugh at everything in earth and heaven, and splash with ridicule every institution of the city and every movement of the day, to libel the statesman and even jest at the gods. Such license is never permitted in an age of decadence, even under the shelter of religious usage. It can only prevail in a free country where men's belief in their own strength and virtue, in the excellence of their institutions and their ideals, is still true, deep, and fervent. Then they can afford to laugh at themselves. The old comedy is a most telling witness to the greatness of Athens. Section 11. Higher Education. The Sophists. Since the days of Nestor and Odysseus, the art of persuasive speech was held in honor by the Greeks. With the rise of the democratic commonwealths it became more important, and the greater attention which was paid to the cultivation of oratory may perhaps be reflected in the introduction of a new class of proper names, which refer to excellence in addressing public assemblies. The institutions of a Greek democratic city presupposed in the average citizen the faculty of speaking in public, and for anyone who was ambitious for a political career it was indispensable. If a man was hauled into a law court by his enemies and knew not how to speak, he was like an unarmed civilian attacked by soldiers in panoply. The power of clearly expressing ideas in such a way as to persuade an audience was an art to be learned and taught. But it was not enough to gain command of a vocabulary. It was necessary to learn how to argue, and to exercise oneself in the discussion of political and ethical questions. There was a demand for higher education. This tendency of democracy corresponded to the growth of that spirit of inquiry which had first revealed itself in Ionia in the field of natural philosophy. The study of nature had passed into a higher stage in the hands of 2 men of genius, whose speculations have had an abiding effect on science. Empedocles distinguished the 4 elements, and explained the development of the universe by the forces of attraction and repulsion which have held their place till today in scientific theory. This tendency of democracy corresponded to the growth of that spirit of inquiry which had first revealed itself in Ionia in the field of natural philosophy. the study of nature had passed into a higher stage in the hands of two men of genius, whose speculations have had an abiding effect on science. Empedocles distinguished the four elements, and explained the development of the universe by the forces of attraction and repulsion, which have held their place till today in scientific theory. He also foreshadowed the doctrine of the survival of the fittest. Democritus of Abdera, a man of vast learning, originated the atomic theory, which was in later days popularized by Epicurus, and in still later by the Roman Lucretius. The scientific imagination of Democritus generated the world from atoms, like in quality but different in size and weight, existing in void space. Such advances in the explanation of nature implied and promoted a new conception of what may be called methodized knowledge, and this conception was applied to every subject. The second half of the 5th century was an age of technical treatises. Oratory and cookery were alike reduced to systems. Political institutions and received morality became the subject of scientific inquiry. Desire of knowledge had led the Greeks to seek more information about foreign lands and peoples. They had begun both to know more of the world and to regard it with a more critical mind. Enlightenment was spreading. Prejudices were being dispelled. Herodotus, who was far from being a skeptic, fully appreciates the instructiveness of the story which he tells, how Darius asked some Greeks for what price they would be willing to eat the dead bodies of their fathers. When they cry that nothing would induce them to do so, the king calls a tribe of Indians who eat their parents, and asks them what price they would accept to burn the bodies of their fathers. The Indians exclaim against the bare thought of such a horror. Custom, Pindar had said, and Herodotus echoes, is king of the world, and men began to distinguish between custom and nature. They felt that their own conventions and institutions required justification. The authority of usage and antiquity was not enough, and they compared human society with nature. The appeal to nature led indeed to very opposite theories. In the sight of nature, it was said, all are equal. Birth and wealth are indifferent. Therefore, the state should be built on the basis of perfect equality. On the other hand, it was argued that in the state of nature, the strong man subdues the weaker and rules over them. Therefore, monarchy is the natural constitution. But it matters little what particular inferences were drawn, for no attempt was made to put them into practice. The main point is that the questioning spirit was active. There were clever men everywhere, who refused to take anything on authority, who asked always, "How do you know?" and claimed to discuss all things in heaven and earth. It was in this atmosphere of critical inquiry and skepticism that Greece had to provide for the higher education of her youth, which the practical conditions of the democracy demanded. The demand was met by teachers who traveled about and gave general instruction in the art of speaking and in the art of reasoning, and out of their encyclopedic knowledge lectured on all possible subjects. They received fees for their courses and were called sophists, of which name perhaps our best equivalent is professors. Properly, a sophist means one who was eminently proficient in some particular art, in poetry, for instance, or cookery. As applied to the teachers who educated the youths who were able to pay, the name acquired a slightly unfavorable color, partly owing to the distrust felt by the masses towards men who know too much, partly to the prejudice which in Greece always existed more or less against those who gave their services for pay, partly, too, to the jealousy of those who were too poor to pay the fees, and were consequently at a great disadvantage in public life compared with men whom a sophist had trained. But this haze of contempt which hung about the sophistic profession did not imply the idea that the professors were impostors, who deliberately sought to hoodwink the public by arguments in which they did not believe themselves. That suggestion, which has determined the modern meaning of sophist and sophistry, was first made by the philosopher Plato, and is entirely unhistorical. The sophists did not confine themselves to teaching. They wrote much. They discussed occasional topics, criticized political affairs, diffused ideas. And it has been said that this part of their activity supplied in some measure the place of modern journalism. But the greatest of the professors were much more than either teachers or journalists. They not only diffused but set afloat ideas. They enriched the world with contributions to knowledge. They were all alike rationalists, spreaders of enlightenment, but they were very various in their views and doctrines. Gorgias of Leontini, Protagoras of Abdera, Prodicus of Ceos, Hippias of Elis, Socrates of Athens, each had his own strongly marked individuality. To Socrates, who has a place apart from the others, we shall revert in a later chapter. Prodicus of Ceos was a pessimist, and it was doubtless he whom the poet Euripides meant by the man who considered the ills of men to be more in number than their good things. It was Prodicus who invented the famous fable of Hercules at the crossway, choosing between virtue and pleasure. Of all the sophists, Protagoras was perhaps the greatest. He first distinguished the parts of speech, and founded the science of grammar for Europe. His activity as a teacher was chiefly at Athens, where he seems to have been intimate with Pericles. The story that Pericles and Protagoras spent a whole day arguing on the theory of punishment, a question which is still unsettled, illustrates the services which the sophists rendered to speculation. The retributive theory of justice, which logically enough led to the trial and punishment of animals and inanimate things, was called into question. And a counter-theory started that the object of punishment was to deter. Protagoras was a victim of the religious prejudices of the Athenians. He wrote a theological book, which he published by reading it aloud before a chosen audience in the house of his friend Euripides. The thesis of the work is probably contained in the first sentence. In regard to the gods, I cannot know that they exist, nor yet that they do not exist, for many things hinder such knowledge, the obscurity of the matter, and the shortness of human life. Protagoras may have himself believed in the gods. What he asserted was that their existence could not be a matter of knowledge. Unluckily, the book itself has perished. For a certain Pythodorus came forward as the standard-bearer of the state religion, and accused Protagoras of impiety. The philosopher deemed it wise to flee from Athens. He sailed for Sicily, and was lost at sea. When Euripides makes the choir of Thracian women in his play of Palamedes cry bitterly, "Ye have slain, O Greeks, ye have slain the nightingale of the Muses, the wizard bird that did no wrong," the poet was thinking of the dead friend who had come from the Thracian city. The sale of the Book of Protagoras was forbidden in Athens, and all copies that could be found were publicly burned. The case of Protagoras was not the only case of the kind. Years before, the philosopher Anaxagoras had been condemned for impiety. Years after, Socrates would be condemned. These cases show that the Athenians were not more enlightened than other peoples, or less prejudiced. The attitude of Protagoras to theology was perfectly compatible with a fervent devotion to the religion of the state, but an Athenian jury was not sufficiently well educated to discern this. When we admire the spread of knowledge and reasoning in the 5th century, we must remember that the mass of citizens was not reached by the new light. They were still sunk in ignorance, suspicious and jealous of the training which could be got only by sons of the comparatively well-to-do, or those who were exceptionally intellectual. Gorgias was a philosophical thinker and politician, but he won his renown as an orator and a stylist. He taught Greece how to write a new kind of prose, not the cold style which appeals only to the understanding, but a brilliant style, rhythmic, flowery in diction, full of figures, speaking to the sense and imagination. In the inscription of a statue which his grandnephew erected to him at Olympia, it is said, "No mortal ever invented a fairer art to temper the soul for manlyhood and virtue." Wherever he went he was received with enthusiasm. We shall presently meet him as an ambassador at Athens. The Sophists were the chief, the professional expounders of the intellectual movement. But the exaltation of reason had a no less powerful supporter in the poet Euripides. He used the tragic stage to disseminate rationalism. He undermined the popular religion from the very steps of the altar. By the necessity of the case, he accomplished his work indirectly, but with consummate dexterity. Aeschylus and Sophocles had reverently modified religious legend, adapting it to their own ideals, interpreting it so as to satisfy their own moral standard. Euripides takes the myths just as he finds them, and contrives his dramas so as to bring the absurdities into relief. He does not acquiesce, like the older tragic poets, in the ways of the gods with men. He is not content to be a resigned pessimist. He will receive nothing on authority. He declines to bow to the orthodox opinions of his respectable fellow-countrymen, on such matters as the institution of slavery or the position of women in society. He refuses to endorse the inveterate prejudice which prevailed even at Athens in favour of noble birth. But perhaps nothing is so significant as his attitude to the contempt which the Greeks universally felt for other races than their own. Nowhere is Euripides more sarcastic than when, in his Medea, he makes Jason pose as a benefactor of the woman whom he has basely betrayed, on the ground that he has brought her out of an obscure barbarian home, and enabled her to enjoy the privilege of living in Greece. Yet we need not go to the most daring thinkers, to Euripides and the Sophists, to discern the spirit of criticism at work. The Periclean age has left us few more significant, and certainly no more beautiful monuments, than a tragic drama which won the first prize at the great Dionysia a few years after the 30 Years' Peace. The soul of Sophocles was in untroubled harmony with the received religion, but, living in an atmosphere of criticism and speculation, even he could not keep his mind aloof from the questions which were debated by the thoughtful men of his time. He took as the motive of his Antigone a deep and difficult question of political and of ethical science, the relation of the individual citizen to the state. What shall a man do if his duty of obedience to the government of his country conflicts with other duties? Are there any obligations higher than that of loyalty to the laws of his city? The poet answers that there are such, for instance, certain obligations of religion. He justifies Antigone in her disobedience to the king's decree. The motive lends itself to dramatic treatment, and never has it been handled with such consummate art as by him who first saw its possibilities. But it is worth observing that the Antigone, besides its importance in the history of dramatic poetry, has a high significance in the development of European thought, as the first presentation of a problem which both touches the very roots of ethical theory and is, in daily practice, constantly clamoring for solution. End of Chapter 9, Part 11. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on February 20th, 2008.
Part 36, being Chapter 10, Parts 1 and 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 10, Part 1. The War of Athens with the Peloponnesians, 431 to 421 BC. The empire and commercial supremacy of Athens had, as we have seen, swiftly drawn a war upon herself and Greece. That war had been indecisive. It had taught her some lessons, but it had not cooled her ambition or crippled her trade, and it was therefore inevitable that she should have to fight again. We have now to follow the second phase of the struggle, up to the culmination of that antagonism between Dorian and Ionian, of which the Greeks of this period never lost sight. Part 1. The Prelude of the War. The incidents which led up to the Peloponnesian War are connected with two Corinthian colonies, Corcyra and Potidaea. Corcyra, which had always been an unfilial daughter, Potidaea, which, though maintaining friendly relations with Corinth, had become a member of the Athenian Confederacy. One of those party struggles in an insignificant city, which in Greece were often the occasion of wars between great states, had taken place in Epidamnus, a colony of Corcyra. The people, harassed by the banished nobles and their barbarian allies, asked help from their mother city. Corcyra refused, and Epidamnus turned to Corinth. The Corinthians sent troops and a number of new colonists. The Corcyrians, highly resenting this interference, demanded their dismissal, and when the demand was refused, blockaded the isthmus of Epidamnus. Corinth then made preparations for an expedition against Corcyra, and Corcyra, in alarm, sent envoys to Corinth, proposing to refer the matter for arbitration to such Peloponnesian states as both should agree upon. But the Corinthians refused the arbitration, and sent a squadron of 75 ships with 2,000 hoplites against the Corcyraeans. The powerful navy of Corcyra consisted of 120 ships, of which 40 were besieging Epidamnus. With the remaining 80 ships, they won a complete victory over the Corinthians outside the Ambracian Gulf, and on the same day Epidamnus surrendered. During the rest of the year, Corcyra had command of the Ionian Sea, and her triremes sailed about damaging the allies of Corinth. But Corinth began to prepare for a greater effort against her powerful and detested colony. The work of preparation went on for 2 years. The report of the ships she was building and the navies she was hiring frightened Corcyra. For, while Corinth had the Peloponnesian League at her back, Corcyra had no allies and belonged neither to the Athenian nor to the Spartan League. It was her obvious policy to seek a connection with Athens, and she determined to do so. The Corinthians, hearing of this intention, tried to thwart it, for they had good reason to fear a combination of the Athenian with the Corcyraean navy. And so it came to pass that the envoys of Corcyra and Corinth appeared together before the assembly of Athens. The arguments which Thucydides has put into their mouths express clearly the bearings of the situation and the importance of the decision for Athens. The main argument for accepting the proffered alliance of Corcyra depends on the assumption that war is imminent. The Lacedaemonians, fearing the growth of your empire, are eager to take up arms, and the Corinthians, who are your enemies, are all powerful with them. They begin with us, but they will go on to you, that we may not stand united against them in the bond of a common enmity. And it is our business to strike first, and to forestall their designs instead of waiting to counteract them. On this assumption, the alliance of Corcyra offers great advantages. It lies conveniently on the route to Sicily, and it possesses one of the only 3 considerable navies in Greece. If the Corinthians get hold of our fleet, and you allow the 2 to become one, you will have to fight against the united navies of Corcyra and the Peloponnesus. But if you make us your allies, you will have our navy in addition to your own, ranged at your side in the impending conflict. The reply of the Corinthian ambassadors was weak. Their appeal to certain past services that Corinth had rendered to Athens could hardly have much effect, for there was nothing but jealousy between the 2 cities. They might deprecate, but they could not disprove, the notion that Athens would soon have a war with the Peloponnesus on her hands. And as for justice, Corcyra could make as plausible a case as Corinth. The most cogent argument for Corinth was that if Athens allied herself with Corcyra, she would take a step which, if not in itself violating the 30 years' peace, would necessarily involve a violation of it. After 2 debates, the assembly agreed to an alliance with Corcyra, but of a defensive kind. Athens was only to give armed help in case Corcyra itself were threatened. By this decision she avoided a direct violation of the treaty. 10 ships were sent to Corcyra with orders not to fight unless Corcyra or some of the places belonging to it were attacked. A great and tumultuous naval engagement ensued near the islet of Sybota, between Leukimme, the south-eastern promontory of Corcyra, and the Thesprotian mainland. A Corcyraean fleet of 110 ships was ranged against a Corinthian of 150, the outcome of 2 years of preparation. The right wing of the Corcyraeans was worsted, and the 10 Athenian ships, which had held aloof at first, interfered to prevent its total discomfiture. In the evening the sudden sight of 20 new Athenian ships on the horizon caused the Corinthians to retreat, and the next day they declined battle. This seemed an admission of defeat, and justified the Corcyraeans in raising a trophy. But the Corinthians also raised a trophy, for they had come off best in the battle. They returned home then, and on their way captured Anactorion, which Corcyra and Corinth held in common. Corinth treated the Corcyraeans, who had been taken captive in the battle, with great consideration, Most of them were men of importance, and it was hoped that through them Corcyra might ultimately be won over to friendship with Corinth. It will be seen afterwards that the hope was not ill-founded. The breach with Corinth forced Athens to look to the security of her interests in the Chalcidic peninsula, where Corinth had a great deal of influence. The city of Potidæa, which occupies and guards the Isthmus of Pallene, was a tributary ally of Athens, but received its annual magistrates from its mother city, Corinth. Immediately after the Battle of Sybota, Athens required the Potidæans to raise the city walls on the south side, where they were not needed for protection against Macedonia, and to abandon the system of Corinthian magistrates. The Potidæans refused. They were supported by the promise of Sparta to invade Attica in case Potidæa were attacked by Athens. But the situation was complicated by the policy of the Macedonian king Perdiccas, who had been formerly the friend of Athens, but was now her adversary, because she had befriended his brothers, who were now leagued against him. He conceived and organised a general revolt of Chalcidici against Athens, and even persuaded the Chalcidians to pull down their cities on the coast and concentrate themselves in the strong inland town of Olynthus. The Bottiaeans also, centred on Spartolus, joined the rebels. Thus the revolt of Potidæa, while it has its special causes in connection with the enmity of Athens and Corinth, under another aspect forms part of a general movement in that quarter against the Athenian dominion. The Athenians began operations in Macedonia, but soon advanced against Potidæa and gained an advantage over the Corinthian general Aristeus, who had arrived with some Peloponnesian forces. This battle has a particular interest, for a graven stone still speaks to us of the sorrow of Athens for the men who fell fighting foremost before Potidæa's walls, and, giving their lives in barter for glory, ennobled their country. The Athenians then invested the city. So far the Corinthians had acted alone. Now, seeing the danger of Potidæa, they took active steps to incite the Lacedaemonians to declare war against Athens. Pericles knew that war was coming, and he promptly struck, not with sword or spear, but with a more cruel and deadly weapon. Megara had assisted Corinth at the Battle of Sybota. The Athenians passed a measure excluding the Megarians from the markets and ports of their empire. The decree spelt economical ruin to Megara, and Megara was an important member of the Peloponnesian League. The Athenian statesmen knew how to strike. The comic poet sang how the Olympian Pericles in wrath fulmined o'er Greece and set her in a broil, with statutes worded like a drinking catch. No Megarian on land, nor in market shall stand, nor sail in the sea, nor set foot on the strand. The allies appeared at Sparta and brought formal charges against Athens of having broken the 30 Years' Peace and committed various acts of injustice. Some Athenian envoys who were at Sparta, ostensibly for other business, were given an opportunity of replying. But arguments and recriminations were superfluous. It did not matter in the least whether Athens could defend this transaction or Corinth could make good that charge. For, in the case of an inevitable war, the causes openly alleged seldom correspond with the motives which really govern. It was not the Corcyraean incidents, or the siege of Potidæa, or the Megarian decree that caused the Peloponnesian War, though jointly they hastened its outbreak. It was the fear and jealousy of the Athenian power. The only question was whether it was the right hour to engage in that unavoidable struggle. The Spartan king, Archidamus, advised delay. Do not take up arms yet. War is not an affair of arms, but of money which gives to arms their use, and which is needed above all things when a continental is fighting against a maritime power. Let us find money first, and then we may safely allow our minds to be excited by the speeches of our allies. But the Ephors were in favour of war. Sthenelaidas, in a short and pointed speech, put the question, not shall we declare war, but has the treaty been broken, and are the Athenians in the wrong? It was decided that the Athenians were in the wrong, and this decision necessarily led to a declaration of war. But before that declaration was made, the approval of the Delphic oracle was gained, and a general assembly of the allies gathered at Sparta and agreed to the war. Thucydides chose the setting well for his brilliant contrast between the characters and spirits and aims of the two great protagonists who now prepare to stand face to face on the stage of Hellenic history. He makes the Corinthian envoys at the first assembly in Sparta the spokesman of his comparison. You have never considered, O Lacedaemonians, what manner of men are these Athenians with whom you will have to fight, and how utterly unlike yourselves. They are revolutionary, equally quick in the conception and in the execution of every new plan, while you are conservative, careful only to keep what you have, originating nothing, and not acting even when action is most necessary. They are bold beyond their strength, they run risks which prudence would condemn, and in the midst of misfortune they are full of hope. Whereas it is your nature, though strong, to act feebly, when your plans are most prudent, to distrust them, and when calamities come upon you, to think that you will never be delivered from them. They are impetuous, and you are dilatory. They are always abroad, and you are always at home. For they hope to gain something by leaving their homes, but you are afraid that any new enterprise may imperil what you have already. When conquerors, they pursue their victory to the utmost. When defeated, they fall back the least. Their bodies they devote to the country, as though they belonged to other men. Their true self is their mind, which is most truly their own when employed in her service. When they do not carry out an intention which they have formed, they seem to have sustained a personal bereavement. When an enterprise succeeds, they have gained a mere instalment of what is to come. But if they fail, they at once conceive new hopes, and so fill up the void. With them alone, to hope is to have, for they lose not a moment in the execution of an idea. This is the lifelong task, full of danger and toil, which they are always imposing upon themselves. None enjoy their good things less, because they are always seeking for more. To do their duty is their only holiday, and they deem the quiet of inaction to be as disagreeable as the most tiresome business. If a man should say of them, in a word, that they were born neither to have peace themselves, nor to allow peace to other men, he would simply speak the truth. On the present occasion, however, the Athenians did not give an example of that promptness in action which is contrasted in this passage with the dilatory habits of the Spartans. We shall presently see why. It was the object of Sparta to gain time. Accordingly, she sent embassies to Athens with trivial demands. She required the Athenians to drive out the curse of the goddess, which rested on the family of the Alcmeonidae. This was a raking up of history 2 centuries old, the period of Cylon's conspiracy. The point of it lay in the fact that Pericles, on his mother's side, belonged to the accursed family. Athens replied by equally trivial demands: the purification of the curse of Athena of the brazen house, and of the curse of Taenarus, where some Helots had been murdered in the temple of Poseidon. These amenities, which served the purpose of Sparta by gaining time, were followed by an ultimatum, in the sense that Athens might still have peace if she restored the independence of the Hellenes. There was a peace party at Athens, but Pericles carried the day. "Let us send the ambassadors away," he said, giving them this answer, that we will not exclude the Megarians from our markets and harbours, if the Lacedaemonians will not exclude foreigners, whether ourselves or our allies, from Sparta, for the treaty no more forbids the one than the other. That we will concede independence to the cities, if they were independent when we made the treaty, and as soon as the Lacedaemonians allow their subject states to be governed as they choose, not for the interest of Lacedaemon, but for their own. Also, that we are willing to offer arbitration according to the treaty, and that we do not want to begin the war, but intend to defend ourselves if attacked. This answer will be just, and befits the dignity of the city. We must be aware, however, that the war will come, and the more willing we are to accept the situation, the less ready will our enemies be to lay hands upon us. Pericles was in no haste to draw the sword. He had delivered a blow already by the Megarian decree. The peoples of Greece were parted as follows on the sides of the two chief antagonists. Sparta commanded the whole Peloponnesus, except her old enemy Argos and Achaia. She commanded the Isthmus, for she had both Corinth and Megara. In northern Greece she had Boeotia, Phocis, and Locris. In western Greece, Ambracia, Anactorion, and the island of Leucas. In western Greece, Athens commanded the Acarnanians, Corcyra, and Zacynthus, as well as the Messenians of Naupactus. In northern Greece she had Plataea, and these were her only allies beyond her confederacy. Athens' strength lay in her fleet, large and well trained. In addition to the ships of Lesbos and Chios and the possible help from Corcyra, she had 300 triremes of her own. Her fleet had a long tradition of active fighting and had maintained annual patrols in the Aegean even in peace. The nucleus of her crews was Athenian, but the numbers needed were too large to be supplied from the citizen body alone, and a considerable proportion of her rowers were recruited in the islands, where men who had few chances to earn a livelihood at home were glad to earn good pay in a service with great traditions. On the Peloponnesian side, the Corinthians alone were a naval power, and their failure at Sybota had emphasized their weakness. They had little experience of fighting, and their ships and crews were outclassed. On land, however, the Peloponnesians had an immense advantage. With their Boeotian allies they could put into the field at least 30,000 men without using reserves, and the Lacedaemonians were still the best hoplites in Greece. Against them the Athenians had a field force of 13,000 hoplites, with 1,200 cavalry, including mounted archers, and a reserve force, including metics, of 16,000. Scarcely less important to Athens than her armed forces were her financial reserves. More than 1,200 talents had been spent on crushing the revolt of Samos, and it was clear that war with the Peloponnesians would involve heavier and more expensive commitments. Pericles well knew that the efficiency of a navy depended in large part on regular and high pay, and that war could not be financed on emergency measures. He had therefore deliberately aimed at maintaining a reserve for the inevitable clash. As war drew near, special measures were taken to restrict expenditure. The building programme on the Acropolis was halted. Further expenditure beyond a low annual limit from the reserve was made subject to a special vote of sanction in the assembly. The treasures in money and kind of the other gods in the city below the Acropolis and throughout Attica were concentrated on the Acropolis, where they would be safe from invading Peloponnesians and readily available if the state needed to use them. After the peace of Callias, the principle had been established that the tribute could be used for Athenian purposes, and it was the accumulation of tribute that formed the bulk of the reserve. It had been given to the safe-keeping of Athena, and is described in documents as the sacred moneys of Athena. Spending from this reserve for war purposes involved loans from the goddess. A strict record had to be kept, and the interest on the debts was carefully calculated. In this reserve, when the war broke out, there were some 6,000 talents, and Athens could expect an annual income from home sources and the empire of some 1,000 talents. From the experience of the Samian revolt, Athens in 431 seemed likely to be able to finance war without resorting to extreme measures. The Peloponnesians were in a much weaker position. They had no financial reserves and no common war chest. Their organisation was well adapted to land operations, but they lacked the essential financial basis for naval warfare. The Corinthians could talk lightly of attracting the allies from the Athenian crews by higher pay, but in their hearts they knew that these were empty words. Not until Persian subsidies were secured could the Peloponnesians keep large fleets for long periods at sea. Part 2. General View of the War. Thucydides. The war on which we are now entering is a resumption, on a somewhat greater scale, of the war which was concluded by the 30 Years' Peace. Here too the Corinthians are the most active instigators of the opposition to Athens. The Spartans are but half-hearted leaders, and have to be spurred by their allies. The war lasts 10 years and is concluded by the Peace of Nicias. But hostilities begin again and pass for a time to a new scene of warfare, the island of Sicily. This war ends with the Battle of Aegospotami, which decided the fate of the Athenian Empire. Thus, during 55 years, Athens was contending for her empire with the Peloponnesians, and this conflict falls into 3 distinct wars. The first ending with the 30 Years' Peace, the second with the Peace of Nicias, the third with the Battle of Aegospotami. But while there is a break of 13 years between the first war and the second, there is hardly any break between the second war and the third. Hence the second and the third, which have been united in the history of Thucydides, are generally grouped closely together and called by the common name of the Peloponnesian War. This name is never used by Thucydides, but it shows how Athenian the sympathies of historians have always been. From the Peloponnesian point of view, the conflict would be called the Attic War. It will not be amiss to repeat here what the true cause of the struggle was. Athens was resolved to maintain, in spite of Greece, her naval empire, and thus far she was responsible. But there is no reason to suppose that she had any design of seriously increasing her empire, and the idea of some modern historians that Pericles undertook the war in the hope of winning supremacy over all Hellas is contrary to the plain facts of the case. This war has attained a celebrity in the world's history which, considering its scale and its consequences, may seem unmerited. A domestic war between small Greek states may be thought a slight matter indeed compared with the struggle in which Greece was arrayed against the might of Persia. But the Peloponnesian War has had an advantage which has been granted to no other episode in the history of Hellas. It has been recorded by the first and the greatest of Greek critical historians. To read the book which Thucydides, the son of Olorus, has bequeathed to posterity is in itself a liberal education, a lesson in politics and history which is, as he aimed to make it, a possession for ever. Only a few years can have separated the day on which Herodotus completed his work and the day on which Thucydides began his. But from the one to the other there is a sheer leap. When political events have passed through the brain of Herodotus, they come out as delightful stories. With the insatiable curiosity of an inquirer, he has little political insight. He has the instinct of a literary artist. His historical methods are rudimentary. The splendid work of Herodotus has more in common with the epic poets who went before him than with the historians who came after him. When he began to collect material for his history, the events of the Persian invasion were already encircled with a halo of legend, so that he had a subject thoroughly to his taste. It is a strange sensation to turn from the naive, uncritical, entrancing storyteller of Halicarnassus to the grave historian of Athens. The first history, in the true sense of the word, sprang full-grown into life, like Athena from the brain of Zeus, and it is still without a rival. Severe in its reserves, written from a purely intellectual point of view, unencumbered with platitudes and moral judgments, cold and critical, but exhibiting the rarest powers of dramatic and narrative art, the work of Thucydides is at every point a contrast to the work of Herodotus. Mankind might well despair if the science of criticism had not advanced further since the days of Thucydides, and we are not surprised to find that when he deals, on the threshold of his work, with the earlier history of Greece, he fails to carry his sceptical treatment far enough, and accepts some traditions which on his own principles he should have questioned. But the interval which divides Thucydides from his elder contemporary Herodotus is a whole heaven. The interval which divides Thucydides from a critic of our own day is small indeed. Reserved as he is, Thucydides cannot disguise that he was a democrat of the Periclean school. He makes no secret of his admiration for the political wisdom of Pericles. It must be granted that the incidents of the war would lose something of their interest, that the whole episode would be shorn of much of its dignity and eminence, if Thucydides had not deigned to be its historian. But it was not a slight or unworthy theme. It is the story of the decline and fall of the Athenian Empire, and at this period Athens is the centre of ecumenical history. The importance of the war is not impaired by the smallness of the states which were involved in it. For in these small states lived those political ideas and institutions which concerned the future development of mankind far more than any movements in the barbarous kingdoms, however great their territory. The War of 10 Years which now began may seem at first sight to have consisted of a number of disconnected and haphazard incidents, but both the Athenians and the Peloponnesians had definite objects in view. Their plans were determined by the nature of their own resources and by the geography of the enemy's territories. The key to the war is the fundamental fact that it was waged between a power which was mainly continental and a power which was mainly maritime. From the nature of the case, the land power is obliged to direct its attacks chiefly on the continental possessions of the sea power, while the sea power has to confine itself to attacking the maritime possessions of the land power. It follows that the small land army of the sea power and the small fleet of the land power are each mainly occupied with the work of defence, and are seldom free to act on the offensive. Hence the maritime possessions of the maritime power and the inland possessions of the continental power are not generally the scene of warfare. These considerations simplify the war. The points at which the Peloponnesians can attack Athens with their land forces are Attica itself and Thrace. Accordingly, Attica is invaded almost every year, and there is constant warfare in Thrace. But the war is hardly ever carried into the Aegean or to the Asiatic coast, except in consequence of some special circumstance, such as the revolt of an Athenian ally. On the other hand, the offensive operations of Athens are mainly in the west of Greece, about the islands of the Ionian Sea and near the mouth of the Corinthian Gulf. That was the region where they had the best prospect, by their naval superiority, of detaching members from the Peloponnesian alliance. Thrace, Attica, and the seas of western Greece are therefore the chief and constant scenes of the war. There are episodes elsewhere, but they are to some extent accidental. Pericles had completely abandoned the policy of continental enterprise which had led up to the 30 Years' Peace. That enterprise had been a departure from the policy, initiated by Themistocles, of concentrating all the energy of Athens on the development of her naval power. Pericles returned to this policy without reserve, and he appears at the outbreak of the war under the inspiration of the Salaminian spirit. Athens is now to show the same extreme independence of her land, the same utter confidence in her ships, which she had shown when the Mede approached her borders. "Let us give up lands and houses," said Pericles, "but keep a watch over the city and the sea. We should not, under any irritation at the loss of our property, give battle to the Peloponnesians, who far outnumber us. Mourn not for houses or lands, but for men. Men may give these, but these will not give men. If I thought that you would listen to me, I would say to you, go yourselves and destroy them, and thereby prove to the Peloponnesians that none of these things will move you. For such is the power which the empire of the sea gives." This was the spirit in which Pericles undertook the war. The policy of sacrificing Attica was no rash or perverse audacity. It was only part of a well-considered system of strategy, for which Pericles has been severely blamed. His object was to wear out the enemy, not to attempt to subjugate or decisively defeat. He was determined not to court a great battle, for which the land forces of Athens were manifestly insufficient. On land, Boeotia alone was a match for her. He adopted the strategy of exhaustion, as it has been called, the strategy which consists largely in manoeuvring, and considers the economy of one's own forces as solicitously as the damaging of the foe, which will accept battle only under certain conditions, which is always on the watch for favourable opportunities, but avoids great risks. The more we reflect on the conditions of the struggle, and the nature of the Athenian resources, the more fully will the plan of Pericles approve itself as the strategy uniquely suitable to the circumstances. Nor will the criticism that he neglected the land defences of Attica, and the suggestion that he should have fortified the frontier against invasions, bear close examination. The whole Athenian land army would have been required to garrison both the Megarian and Boeotian frontiers, and there would have been no troops left for operations elsewhere. Nor would it have been easy for a citizen army to abide on duty, as would in this case have been necessary, for a large part of the year. It was quite in accord with the spirit of the patient strategy of Hercules that he refrained from the temptation of striking a blow at the enemy when they had resolved on war but were not yet prepared. One effective blow he had indeed struck, the decree against Megara. To damage the foe commercially was an essential part of his method. Within a few years this method would doubtless have been crowned with success, and brought about a peace favourable to Athens, but for untoward events which he could not foresee. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. This recording is in the public domain. Section 37, being Chapter 10, Parts 3 and 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 10, Part 3. The Theban Attack on Plataea. The declaration of war between the two great states of Greece was a signal to smaller states to profit by the situation for the gratification of their private enmities. On a dark, moonless night in the early spring, a band of 300 Thebans entered Plataea, invited and admitted by a small party in the city. Instead of at once attacking the chiefs of the party which supported the Athenian alliance, they took up their post in the Agora and made a proclamation calling upon the Plataeans to join the Boeotian League. The Plataeans, as a people, with the exception of a few malcontents, were cordially attached to Athens, but they were surprised, and in the darkness of the night exaggerated the numbers of the Thebans. They acceded to the Theban demand, but in the course of negotiations discovered how few the enemies were. Breaking down the party walls between their houses, so as not to attract notice by moving in the streets, they concerted a plan of action. When all was arranged, they barricaded the streets leading to the Agora with wagons, and then attacked the enemy before dawn. The Thebans were soon dispersed. They lost their way in the strange town, and wandered about, pelted by women from the housetops, through narrow streets deep in mud, for heavy rain had fallen during the night. A few clambered up the city wall and cast themselves down on the other side, but the greater number rushed through the door of a large building, mistaking it for one of the town gates, and were thus captured alive by the Plataeans. A few escaped, who reached an unguarded gate and cut the wooden bolt with an axe which a woman gave them. The 300 were only the vanguard of a large Theban force, which was advancing slowly in the rain along the 8 miles of road which lay between Thebes and Plataea. They were delayed by the crossing of the swollen Asopus River, and they arrived too late. The Plataeans sent out a herald to them, requiring them to do no injury to Plataean property outside the walls if they valued the lives of the Theban prisoners. According to the Theban account, the Plataeans definitely promised to restore the prisoners when the troops evacuated their territory. But the Plataeans afterwards denied this, and said that they merely promised, without the sanction of an oath, to restore the prisoners in case they came to an agreement after negotiation. It matters little. The Plataeans, as soon as they had conveyed all their property into the city, put their prisoners to death, 180 in number. Even on their own showing, they were clearly guilty of an act of ill faith, which is explained by the deep hatred existing between the two states. A message had been immediately sent to Athens. The Athenians seized all the Boeotians in Attica and sent a herald to Plataea, bidding them not to injure their prisoners, but the herald found the Thebans dead. The Athenians immediately set Plataea ready for a siege. They provisioned it with corn, removed the women, children, and old men, and sent a garrison of 80 Athenians. The Theban attack on Plataea was a glaring violation of the 30 Years' Peace, and it hastened the outbreak of the war. Greece was now in a state of intense excitement at the approaching struggle of the two leading cities. Oracles flew about, and a recent earthquake in Delos was supposed to be significant. Public opinion was generally favourable to the Lacedaemonians, who seemed to be the champions of liberty against a tyrannical city. Both sides meditated enlisting the aid of Persia. The Lacedaemonians negotiated with the states of Italy and Sicily for the purpose of obtaining a large navy to crush the Athenians. But this scheme also fell through. The cities of the West were too busy with their own political interests to send ships and money to old Greece. Athens, indeed, had also cast her eyes westward, and when she embraced the alliance of Corcyra, she seems to have been forming connections with Sicily. At all events, in the same year, ambassadors of Rhegium and Leontini appeared together at Athens, and at the same meeting of the assembly, alliances were renewed with both cities on the proposal of Callias. The object of Chalcidian Leontini was doubtless to gain support against Corinthian Syracuse, while the motive of Rhegium may have been connected with the affairs of Thurii, the rebellious daughter of Athens herself. But these alliances led to no action of Athens in the west for 6 years to come. Part 4. The Plague. When the corn was ripe, in the last days of May, King Archidamus, with 2/3 of the Peloponnesian army, invaded Attica. From the isthmus he had sent on Melesippus to Athens, if even at the last hour the Athenians might yield. But Pericles had persuaded them to receive no embassies once the enemy were in the field. The envoy had to leave the borders of Attica before the sun set. And Thucydides, after the manner of Herodotus, marks the formal commencement of the war by repeating the impressive words which Melesippus uttered as he stood on the frontier. This day will be the beginning of many woes to the Greeks. Archidamus then laid siege to Oenoe, a fortress on Mount Kithaeron, but failed to take it, and his delay gave the Athenians time to complete their preparations. They brought into the city their family and their goods, while their flocks and herds were removed to the island of Euboea. The influx of the population into the city caused terrible crowding. A few had the homes of their friends, but the majority pitched their tents in the vacant spaces, and housed themselves, as the peace party bitterly said, in barrels and vultures' nests. They seized temples and shrines, and even the ancient enclosure of the Pelagikon on the north-west of the Acropolis was occupied, though its occupation was deprecated by a dark oracle. Subsequently the crowding was relieved when the Piraeus and the space between the long walls were utilized. Archidamus first ravaged the plain of Eleusis and Thria. He then crossed into the Cephisian plain by the pass between Mounts Aigalios and Parnes, and halted under Parnes in the deme of Acharnae, whence he could see in the distance the Acropolis of Athens. The proximity of the invaders caused great excitement in Athens, and roused furious opposition to Pericles, who would not allow the troops to go forth against them, except a few flying columns of horse in the immediate neighbourhood of the city. Pericles had been afraid that Archidamus, who was his personal friend, might spare his property either from friendship or policy, so he took the precaution of declaring to his fellow citizens that he would give his lands to the people if they were left unravaged. The invader presently advanced northward between Parnes and Pentelicus to Decelea, and proceeded through the territory of Oropus to Boeotia. The Athenians, meanwhile, had been operating by sea. They had sent 100 ships round the Peloponnesus. An attack on Methone on the Messenian coast failed. The place was saved by a daring Spartan officer, Brasidas, who by this exploit began a distinguished career. But the fleet was more successful further north. The important island of Cephallenia was won over, and some towns on the Acarnanian coast were taken. Measures were also adopted for the protection of Euboea against the Locrians of the opposite mainland. The epic Numidian town of Thronion was captured, and the desert island of Atalanta, over against Opus, was made a guard station. More important was the drastic measure which Athens adopted against her subject and former rivals, the Dorians of Aegina. She felt that they were not to be trusted, and the security of her positions in the Saronic Gulf was of the first importance. So she drove out the Aeginetans and settled the island with a clericy of her own citizens. Aegina thus became, like Salamis, annexed to Attica. Just as the Messenian exiles had been befriended by Athens and given a new home, so the Aeginetan exiles were now befriended by Sparta, and were settled in the region of Theriatis, in the north of Laconia. Theriatis was the Lacedaemonian answer to Naupactus. When Archidamus left Attica, Pericles consulted for emergencies of the future by setting aside a reserve fund of money and a reserve armament of ships. There had been as much as 9,700 talents in the treasury, but the expenses of the buildings on the Acropolis and of the war at Potidaea had reduced this to 6,000. It was now decreed that 1,000 talents of this amount should be reserved, not to be touched unless the enemy were to attack Athens by sea, and that every year 100 triremes should be set apart with the same object. In winter the Athenians, following an old custom, celebrated the public burial of those who had fallen in the war. The bones were laid in 10 cedar boxes, and were buried outside the walls in the Ceramicus. An empty bed, covered with a pall, was carried for those whose bodies were missing. Pericles pronounced the funeral panegyric. It has not been preserved, but the spirit and general argument of it have been reproduced in the oration which Thucydides, who must have been one of the audience, has put in his mouth. It is a rare good fortune to possess a picture drawn by a Pericles and a Thucydides of the ideal Athens which Pericles dreamed of creating. There is no exclusiveness, he said, in our public life and in our private intercourse. We are not suspicious of one another, nor angry with our neighbour if he does what he likes. We do not put on sour looks at him, which, though harmless, are not pleasant. And we have not forgotten to provide for our weary spirits many relaxations from toil. We have regular games and sacrifices throughout the year. At home the style of our life is refined, and the delight which we daily feel in all these things helps to banish melancholy. Because of the greatness of our city, the fruits of the whole earth flow in upon us, so that we enjoy the goods of other countries as freely as of our own. Then again our military training is in many respects superior to that of our adversaries. Our city is thrown open to the world, and we never expel a foreigner, or prevent him from seeing or learning anything, of which the secret, if revealed to an enemy, might profit him. We rely not upon management or trickery, but upon our own hearts and hands. And in the matter of education, whereas they from early youth are always undergoing laborious exercises which are to make them brave, we live at ease, and yet are equally ready to face the perils which they face. If we prefer to meet danger with a light heart, but without laborious training, and with a courage which is gained by habit and not enforced by law, are we not greatly the gainers? Since we do not anticipate the pain, although, when the hour comes, we can be as brave as those who never allow themselves to rest. And thus, too, our city is equally admirable in peace and in war. For we are lovers of the beautiful, yet simple in our tastes, and we cultivate the mind without loss of manliness. Wealth we employ not for talk and ostentation, but when there is a real use for it. To avow poverty with us is no disgrace. The true disgrace is in doing nothing to avoid it. An Athenian citizen does not neglect the state because he takes care of his own household, and even those of us who are engaged in business have a very fair idea of politics. We alone regard a man who takes no interest in public affairs, not as a harmless, but as a useless character, and if few of us are originators, we are all sound judges of a policy. The great impediment to action is, in our opinion, not discussion, but the want of that knowledge which is gained by discussion preparatory to action, for we have a peculiar power of thinking before we act, and of acting too, whereas other men are courageous from ignorance, but hesitate upon reflection. Then the speaker goes on to describe Athens as the centre of Hellenic culture, and to claim that the individual Athenian in his own person seems to have the power of adapting himself to the most varied forms of action with the utmost versatility and grace. And he continues, we shall assuredly not be without witnesses. There are mighty monuments of our power, which will make us the wonder of this and of succeeding ages. We shall not need the praises of Homer or any other panegyrist, whose poetry may please for the moment, although his representation of the facts will not bear the light of day. For we have compelled every land and every sea to open a path for our valour, and have everywhere planted eternal memorials of our friendship and of our enmity. Such is the city for whose sake these men nobly fought and died. They could not bear the thought that she might be taken from them, and every one of us who survive should gladly toil on her behalf. I would have you, day by day, fix your eyes upon the greatness of Athens, until you become filled with the love of her, and when you are impressed by the spectacle of her glory, reflect that this empire has been acquired by men who knew their duty, and had the courage to do it, who in the hour of conflict had the fear of dishonour always present to them, and who, if ever they failed in an enterprise, would not allow their virtues to be lost to their country, but freely gave their lives to her as the fairest offering which they could present at her feast. The sacrifice which they collectively made was individually repaid to them, for they received again and again, each one for himself, a praise which grows not old, and the noblest of all sepulchres. I speak not of that in which their remains are laid, but of that in which their glory survives, and is proclaimed always and on every fitting occasion, both in word and deed. For the whole earth is the sepulchre of famous men. Not only are they commemorated by columns and inscriptions in their own country, but in foreign lands there dwells also an unwritten memorial of them, graven not on stone, but in the hearts of men. Make them your examples. We are reminded of an earlier monument from the middle of the century. A beautiful relief found on the Acropolis shows the helmeted lady of the land, leaning on her spear with downcast head, and gazing gravely at a slab of stone. It is an attractive interpretation that she is sadly engaged in reading the names of citizens who had recently fallen in the defence of her city, perhaps in the First Peloponnesian War. Next year the Peloponnesians again invaded Attica and extended their devastations to the south of the peninsula as far as Laurion. But the Athenians concerned themselves less with this invasion. They had to contend with a more awful enemy within the walls of their city. The plague had broken out. Thucydides, who was stricken down himself, gives a terrible account of its ravages and the demoralization which it produced in Athens. The art of medicine was in its first infancy, and the inexperienced physicians were unable to treat the unknown virulent disease which defied every remedy and was aggravated by the overcrowding in the heat of summer. The dead lay unburied, the temples were full of corpses, and the funeral customs were forgotten or violated. Dying wretches were gathered about every fountain, seeking to relieve their unquenchable thirst. Men remembered an old oracle which said that a Dorian war will come, and a plague therewith. But the Greek for plague, loimos, was hardly distinguishable from the Greek for famine, limos. At the present day they are identical in sound, and people were not quite sure which was the true word. Naturally, the verse was now quoted with loimos, but, says Thucydides, in case there comes another Dorian war, and it is accompanied by a famine, the oracle will be quoted with limos. The same historian, who has given of this pestilence a vivid description, unequalled by later narrators of similar scourges, Procopius, Boccaccio, Defoe, declares that the plague originated in Ethiopia, spread through Egypt over the Persian Empire, and then reached the Aegean. But it is remarkable that a plague raged at the same time in the still obscure city of central Italy, which was afterwards to become the mistress of Greece. It has been guessed with some plausibility that the infection which reached both Athens and Rome had travelled along the trade routes from Carthage. The Peloponnesus almost entirely escaped. In Athens the havoc of the pestilence permanently reduced the population. The total number of Athenian burghers of both sexes and all ages was about 140,000 in the first quarter of the 5th century. Prosperity had raised it to 172,000 by the beginning of the war, but the plague brought it down below the old level, which it never reached again. As in a year before, an Athenian fleet attacked the Peloponnesus, but this time it was the coasts of Argolis, Epidaurus, Troezen, Hermione, Haliaeus. The armament was large, 4,000 spearmen and 300 horse. It was under the command of Pericles, and it aimed at the capture of Epidaurus, while the Epidaurian troops were absent with their allies in Attica. The attempt miscarried, we know not why, and it is hard to forgive our historian for omitting all the details of this ambitious enterprise, which would have been, if it had succeeded, one of the most important exploits of the war. For Epidaurus occupied an invaluable strategic position. It would have been a useful base for raiding the territory of Corinth and Megara, it would have threatened Peloponnesian armies advancing into Attica, and it might have served as a tempting bait to Argos. For Epidaurus was part of the heritage of Temenos, and its independence was an index of Argive weakness. Should neutral Argos rejoin her old ally, the balance of power would be decisively shifted in Athens' favour. At the end of the summer hostilities broke out in the west of Greece. Before the war, the inhabitants of Amphilochian Argos, driven out by the Ambraciots, had with their allies the Acarnanians appealed for help to Athens. Athens had sent Phormio with 30 ships to restore the position. The Ambraciots were sold into slavery, and the city restored to Amphilochians and Acarnanians, who became grateful allies. Now, taking advantage of the general unsettlement, the Ambraciots tried to recover the lost ground. But though they overran the countryside, they could not take the city. A show of force by Athens was needed, and Phormio was sent with 20 ships to hold guard at Naupactus. From this station he could watch the northwest and guard the entrance to the Chrysean Gulf. In Thrace, meanwhile, the siege of Potidaea had been prosecuted throughout the year. The inhabitants had been reduced to such straits that they even tasted human flesh, and in the winter they capitulated. The terms were that the Potidaeans and the foreign soldiers were to leave the city, the men with 1 garment, the women with 2, and a sum of money was to be allowed them. Athens soon afterwards colonized the place. The siege had cost 2,000 talents. Meanwhile the Athenians had been cast into such despair by the plague that they made overtures for peace to Sparta. Their overtures were rejected, and they turned the fury of their disappointment upon Pericles, who had returned unsuccessful from Epidaurus. He was suspended from the post of strategos, to which he had been elected in the spring. His accounts were called for and examined by the council, and an exceptionally large court of 1,501 judges was impanelled to try him for the misappropriation of public money. He was found guilty of theft to the trifling amount of 5 talents. The verdict was a virtual acquittal, though he had to pay a fine of 10 times the amount, and he was presently re-elected to the post from which he had been suspended. He was, in truth, indispensable. All the courage, all the patience, all the eloquence of the great statesman were demanded at this crisis. He had to convince Athens that the privileges of her imperial position involved hardships and toils, and that it was dangerous for her to draw back. The position of the imperialist is always vulnerable to assaults on grounds of morality, and the peace party at Athens could make a plausible case against the policy of Pericles. But the imperial instinct of the people responded, in spite of temporary reactions, to his call. Athens was not destined to be guided by him much longer. He had lost his 2 legitimate sons in the plague, and he died about a year later. In his last years he had been afflicted by the indirect attacks of his enemies. Phidias was accused of embezzling part of the public money devoted to the works on the Acropolis in which he was engaged, and it was implied that Pericles was cognizant of the dishonesty. Phidias was condemned. Then the philosopher Anaxagoras was publicly prosecuted for holding and propagating impious doctrines. Pericles defended his friend, but Anaxagoras was sentenced to pay a fine of 5 talents, and retired to continue his philosophical studies at Lampsacus. The next attack was upon his mistress Aspasia, who was charged with impiety. The pleading of Pericles procured her acquittal, and in the last year of his life the people passed a decree to legitimize her son. The latest words of Pericles express what to the student of the history of civilization is an important feature of his character, his humanity. No Athenian ever put on black for an act of mine. End of Chapter 10, Part 4. This recording is in the public domain. Section 38, being Chapter 10, Parts 5 and 6 of the History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 10, Part 5. The Siege and Capture of Plataea. In the next summer, Archidamus was induced by the Thebans, instead of invading Attica, to march across Kithaeron and lay siege to Plataea. Like Elis itself, the Plataean land was sacred in memory of the great deliverance of Hellas which had been wrought there, and the Spartan king, when he set foot upon it, called the gods to witness that the Plataeans had first done wrong. He proposed to the Plataeans that they should evacuate their territory until the end of the war. They might count their trees and their possessions, and all should then be restored to them intact. Having consulted Athens, which promised to protect them, the Plataeans refused, and Archidamus began the siege. The Athenians, however, were true to the policy of avoiding continental warfare, and notwithstanding their promises, sent no help. Plataea was a very important position for the Peloponnesians to secure. It commanded the road from Megara to Thebes, by which communications between the Peloponnesus and Boeotia could be maintained most easily without entering Attica. The visitor to Plataea must not suppose that the city which Archidamus besieged extended over the entire ground plan which now meets his eye, for he sees the circuit of the city as it existed a century later, occupying the whole surface of the low triangular plateau on which the town stood. The Plataea of Archidamus corresponds probably to the southern and higher part of the space occupied by the later town. The wall of the older Plataea cannot have been much more than a mile long, for the small garrison, 400 Plataeans and 80 Athenians, could never have maintained a longer line of defence in a place where nature had done almost nothing to assist them. Having surrounded the city with a palisade to prevent anyone from getting out, Archidamus employed his army in building a mound against the southern wall. They worked for 70 days and 70 nights. The Plataeans endeavoured to counteract this by raising the height of their own wall opposite the mound by a structure of bricks set in a wooden frame. They protected the workmen by screens of hide against burning arrows. But as the mound rose higher and higher, a new device was tried. They made a hole in the wall underneath and drew out the earth from the mound. The Peloponnesians met this device by putting into the gap clay packed in baskets of reeds. This could not be drawn away quickly, like the loose earth. Another plan was then devised by the besieged. They dug a subterranean mine under the wall to some distance beneath the mound, and drew the earth away as they had done before. This effectually retarded the progress of the mound, for though the besiegers were numerous, they had to carry the earth from a considerable distance. The Plataeans resorted to yet another device. From the two extremities of that portion of the wall which they had raised in height, they built an inner wall in crescent shape, projecting inwards, so that if the outer wall were taken, the Peloponnesians would have all their labour over again. They also showed ingenuity in frustrating the battering rams which the besiegers brought against the walls. They placed 2 poles on top of the wall projecting over it. To the ends of these poles they attached a huge beam by means of iron chains. When the engine approached, they let go the beam, which snapped off the head of the battering ram. The besiegers then made an attempt to set the town on fire. They heaped up faggots along the wall close to the mound, and kindled them with brimstone and pitch. If the prevalent south wind had been blowing down the slopes of the mountain, nothing would have saved the Plataeans from the tremendous conflagration which ensued and rendered the wall unapproachable by the besiegers. When this device failed, the Peloponnesians saw that they would have to blockade Plataea. They built a wall of circumvallation about 100 yards from the city, and dug 2 fosses, one inside and one outside this wall. Then Archidamus left part of his army to maintain the blockade during the winter. The blockaders, of whom about half were Boeotians, established a communication by means of fire signals with Thebes. At the end of another year, the Plataeans saw that they had no longer any hope of help from Athens, and their food was running short. They determined to make an attempt to escape. The wall of the Peloponnesians looked like a single wall of immense thickness, but it actually consisted of 2 walls 16 feet apart. The middle space, which served as quarters for the garrison, was roofed over, and guard was kept on the roof. Along the top there were battlements on each side, and at every 10th battlement there was a tower, which covered the whole width from wall to wall. There were passages through the middle of the towers, but not at the sides. On wet and stormy nights, the guard used to leave the battlements and retire under the shelter of the towers. The escape was attended with much risk, and less than half the garrison attempted it. The plan was carefully calculated. They determined the height of the wall by counting and recounting the number of layers of bricks in a spot which had not been plastered, and then constructed ladders of exactly the right length. On a dark night, amid rain and storm, they stole out, crossed the inner ditch, and reached the wall unnoticed. They were lightly equipped, and while their right feet were bare, the left were shod, to prevent slipping in the mud. 12 men, led by Ammius, ascended first, near 2 adjacent towers. They killed the guard in each tower, and secured the passages, which they held until all their companions had mounted and descended on the other side. One of the Plataeans, in climbing up on the roof, knocked a brick from one of the battlements. Its fall was heard, and the alarm was given. All the besiegers came out on the wall, but in the blackness they could not discover what it was, and no one dared to move from his own place. Moreover, the Plataeans in the city distracted their attention by sallying out on the side opposite to that on which their friends were escaping. The Peloponnesians lit their danger signals to Thebes, but this had also been foreseen by the Plataeans, who, by lighting other beacons on their own wall, confused the signals of their enemies. But what the Plataeans had most to fear was an attack from a band of 300 men, whose duty it was to patrol outside the wall. While the last of the Plataeans were descending, they arrived with lights. They were thus illuminated themselves, and a good mark for the arrows and darts of the Plataeans who were standing along the edge of the outer ditch. This ditch was crossed with difficulty. It was swollen with rain and had a coat of ice too thin to bear. But all got over safely except one archer who was captured on the brink. The escape was perhaps effected on the north side of the city. The fugitives at first took the road to Thebes, to put their pursuers off the scent, but when they had left Plataea about a mile behind them, they struck to the right and reached the road from Thebes to Athens, near Erythrae. 212 men reached Athens. A few more had started, but had turned back before they crossed the wall. This episode is an eminently interesting example of the survival of the fittest, for a melancholy fate awaited those who had not the courage to take their lives in their hands. In the following summer, want of food forced them to capitulate at discretion to the Lacedaemonians. 5 men were sent from Sparta to decide their fate, but their fate had already been decided through the influence of Thebes. Each prisoner was merely asked, "Have you, in the present war, done any service to the Lacedaemonians or their allies?" The form of the question implied the sentence, and it was in vain that the Plataeans appealed to the loyalty of their ancestors to the cause of Hellas in the Persian War, or implored the Lacedaemonians to look upon the sepulchres of their own fathers buried in Plataean land and honoured every year by Plataea with the customary offerings. They were put to death, 200 in number, and 25 Athenians, and the city was razed to the ground. The Peloponnesians now commanded the road from Megara to Thebes. It is hard to avoid reproaching the Athenians for impolicy in not coming to the relief of their old and faithful ally, and maintaining a position so important for the communication between the Peloponnese and Boeotia. Their failure to bring succour at the beginning of the siege may be explained by their sufferings from the plague which still prevailed, and in the following year a more pressing danger diverted their attention, the revolt of a member of their maritime confederacy. Part 6. Revolt of Mytilene. Archidamus had invaded Attica for the third time, and had just quitted it, when the news arrived that Mytilene and the rest of Lesbos, with the exception of Methymna, had revolted. This was a great, and as it might seem to Athens, an unprovoked blow. It was not due to any special grievance. The oligarchical government of Mytilene confessed that the city was always well treated and honoured by Athens. The revolt is all the more interesting and significant on this account. It was a protest of the Hellenic instinct for absolute autonomy against an empire such as the Athenian. The sovereignty of the Lesbian cities was limited in regard to foreign affairs. Their relations with other members of the confederacy were subject to control on the part of Athens, and their ships were required for Athenian purposes. Such restraints were irksome, and as they had seen the free allies of Athens, most recently Samos, gradually transformed into subjects, they might fear that this would presently be their own case too. The revolt had been meditated for some years. It was hastened in the end, before all the preparations were made, such as the closing of the harbour of Mytilene by a mole and chain, because the design had been betrayed to Athens by enemies in Methymna and Tenedos. The Athenians, on the first news, sent ships under Cleippides to surprise Mytilene at a festival of Apollo, which all the inhabitants used to celebrate outside the walls. But the Mytileneans received secret intelligence and postponed the feast. The Lesbians had a large fleet, and the Athenians were feeling so severely the effects of the plague and of the war that the rebellion had a good prospect of success if it had been energetically supported by the Peloponnesians. Envoys who were sent to gain their help pleaded the cause of Lesbos at the Olympian Games, which were celebrated this year. At the most august of the Panhellenic festivals, by the banks of the Alpheus, it was a fitting occasion to come forward among the assembled Greeks as champions of the principle of self-government, which it is the glory of Greece to have taught mankind. And as Mytilene had no grievance beyond the general injustice of Athens in imposing external limitations on the autonomy of others, her assertion of that principle carried the greater weight. Lesbos was admitted into the Peloponnesian League, but no assistance was sent. The revolt from Athens was accompanied by a constitutional change within the borders of Lesbos itself. Except Methymna in the north, the other cities in the island, Antissa, Eresus, and Pyrrha on her landlocked bay, agreed to merge their own political individualities in the city of Mytilene. By the constitutional process known as Cynicism, Mytilene was now to be to Lesbos what Athens was to Attica. The citizens of Pyrrha, Eresus, and Antissa would henceforward be citizens of Mytilene. Lesbos, with Methymna independent and hostile, would now be what Attica was before the annexation of Eleusis. Meanwhile the Athenians had blockaded the two harbours of Mytilene, and Pacis soon arrived with 1,000 hoplites to complete the investment. He built a wall on the land side of the city. At this time the Athenians were in sore want of money, for their funds had been seriously strained, especially by the expenses of the siege of Potidaea. As a measure of economy, the hoplites sent from Athens to reinforce the besiegers were required to take the oars themselves. A small squadron was sent at the same time to the Carian district to levy tribute from states which had defaulted, a dangerous mission which met with no success. The tribute of the empire was increased by a new extraordinary assessment, and at home they resorted to the expedient of raising money by a property tax. This tax, now introduced for the first time, differed both in object and in nature from the property tax of the 6th century. In the first place, it was not imposed permanently, but only to meet a temporary crisis. Secondly, it was to be used for purely military purposes. Thirdly, it was imposed on all property and not merely on land. Economical conditions had changed since the days of Pisistratus, and landed proprietors no longer formed the bulk of the richest men. The tax yielded in the first year 200 talents, and was frequently reimposed. The urgent need justified it, but it increased the bitterness of the oligarchs, and helped to strain the allegiance of the moderates. It was probably first introduced by Cleon, who was this year a member of the council. It became associated with the policy of the demagogues. Towards the end of the winter, the Spartans sent a man, his name was Salaethus, to assure the people of Mitylene that an armament would be dispatched to their relief. He managed to elude the Athenians and get into the city. The spirits of the besieged rose, and when summer came, 42 ships were sent under the command of Alcidas, and at the same time the Peloponnesians invaded Attica for the 4th time, hoping to distract the attention of the Athenians from Mitylene. The besieged waited and waited, but the ships never came, and the food ran short. Salaethus, in despair, determined to make a sally, and for this purpose armed the mass of the people with shields and spears. But the people, when they got the arms, refused to obey, and demanded that the oligarchs should bring forth the corn, and that all should share it fairly. Otherwise they would surrender the city. This drove the government to anticipate the chance of a separate negotiation on the part of the people, and they capitulated at discretion. Their fate was to be decided at Athens, and meanwhile Pacis was to put no man to death. The fleet of Alcidas had wasted time about the Peloponnesus, and on reaching the island of Mykonos, received the news that Mitylene was taken. He sailed to Erythrae, and there it was proposed to Alcidas that he should attack Mitylene, on the principle that men who have just gained possession of a city are usually off their guard. Another suggestion was that a town on the Asiatic coast should be seized, and a revolt excited against Athens in the Ionian district. But these plans were far too good and daring for a Lacedaemonian admiral to adopt. He sailed southward, was pursued by Pacis as far as Patmos, and retired into the Peloponnesian waters, where he was more at home. The ringleaders of the revolt of Mitylene were sent to Athens, and along with them the Spartan Salaethus, who was immediately put to death. The assembly met to determine the fate of the prisoners, and decided to put to death not only the most guilty who had been sent to Athens, but the whole adult male population, and to enslave the women and children. A trireme was immediately dispatched to Pacis with this terrible command. The fact that the Athenian assembly was persuaded to press the cruel rites of war so far as to decree the extinction of a whole population shows how deep was the feeling of wrath that prevailed against Mitylene. Many things contributed to render that feeling particularly bitter. The revolt had come at a moment when Athens was sore bestead, between plague and the war. Every Athenian had a grudge against Mitylene, for his own pocket had suffered through the tax which it had been necessary to impose, and the imperial pride of the people had been wounded by the unheard-of event of a Peloponnesian fleet sailing in the eastern waters, of which Athens regarded herself as the sole mistress. But above all, it was the revolt, not of a subject, but of a free ally. Athens could more easily forgive the rebellion of a subject state which tried to throw off her yoke than repudiation of her leadership by a nominally independent confederate. For the action of Mitylene was in truth an indictment of the whole fabric of the Athenian empire as unjust and undesirable, and the Athenians felt its significance. The mere unreasoning instinct of self-preservation suggested the policy of making a terrible example. It was another question whether this policy was wise. The calm sense of Pericles was no longer there to guide and enlighten the assembly. We now find democratic statesmen of a completely different stamp coming forward to take his place. The assembly is swayed by men of the people, tradesmen like Cleon, the leather merchant, Eucrates, the rope seller, Hyperbolus, the lamp maker. These men had not, like Aristides, Cimon, and Pericles, family connections to start and support them. They had no aristocratic traditions as the background of their democratic policy. They were self-made. They won their influence in the state by sheer force of cleverness, eloquence, industry, and audacity. A man like Cleon, the son of Cleinias, whom we now meet holding the unofficial position of leader of the assembly, must, to attain that eminence, have regularly attended week after week in the Pnyx. He must have mastered the details of political affairs. He must have had the courage to confront the Olympian authority of Pericles, and the dexterity to make some palpable hits. He must have studied the art of speaking, and been able to hold his audience. Cleon and the other statesmen of this new type are especially interesting as the politicians whom the advanced democracy produced and educated. It would be a grievous error and injustice to suppose that their policy was determined by mere selfish ambition or party malice. Nearly all we know of them is derived from the writings of men who not only condemned their policy, but personally disliked them as low-born upstarts. Yet, though they may have been vulgar and offensive in their manners, there is abundant evidence that they were able, and there is no proof that they were not generally honest politicians. To those who regretted the dignity of Pericles, the speech of Cleon or Hyperbolus may have seemed violent and coarse, but Cleon himself could hardly have outdone the coarseness and the violence of the personalities which Demosthenes heaped on Aeschines in a subsequent generation. These new politicians were for the most part strong imperialists, and Cleon seems to have taken fully to heart the maxim of Pericles to keep the subject allies well in hand. It was under his influence that the assembly vented its indignation against Mytilene by dooming the whole people to slaughter. But when the meeting had dispersed, a partial reaction set in. Men began, in a cooler moment, to realize the inhumanity of their action and to question its policy. The envoys of Mytilene, who had been permitted to come to Athens to plead her cause, seeing this change of feeling, induced the authorities to summon an extraordinary meeting of the assembly for the following morning to reconsider the decree. Cleon again came forward to support it on the grounds of both legal justice and good policy. Thucydides represents him as openly asserting the principle that a tyrannical city must use tyrannical methods, and rule by fear, chastising her allies without mercy. The chief speaker on the other side was a certain Diodotus, whose name has won immortality by his action at this famous crisis. Diodotus handled the question entirely as a matter of policy. Cleon had deprecated any appeal to the irrelevant considerations of humanity or pity. Diodotus, carefully avoiding such an appeal, deprecates on his own side with great force Cleon's appeal to considerations of justice. The Mytileneans have deserved the sentence of death, certainly, but the argument is entirely irrelevant. The question for Athens to consider is not what Mytilene deserves, but what it is expedient for Athens to inflict. We are not at law with the Mytileneans, and do not want to be told what is just. We are considering a matter of policy, and desire to know how we can turn them to account. He then goes on to argue that as a matter of fact the penalty of death is not a deterrent, and that the result of such a severe punishment will be injurious to Athens. A city which has revolted, knowing that whether she comes to terms soon or late the penalty will be the same, will never surrender. Money will be wasted in a long blockade, and when the place is taken, it will be a mere wreck. Moreover, if the people of Mytilene, who were compelled to join with their oligarchical government in rebelling, are destroyed, the popular party will everywhere be alienated from Athens. The reasoning of Diodotus, which was based on sound views of policy, must have confirmed many of the audience who had already been influenced by the emotion of pity. But even still the assembly was nearly equally divided, and the supporters of Diodotus won their motion by a very small majority. The ship which bore the sentence of doom had a start of about a day and a night. Could it be overtaken by the trireme which was now dispatched with the reprieve? The Mytilenean envoys supplied the crew with wine and barley, and offered large rewards if they were in time. The oarsmen continued rowing while they ate the barley, kneaded with wine and oil, and slept and rowed by turns. The first trireme, bound on an unpleasant errand, had sailed slowly. It arrived a little before the other. Paces had the decree in his hand, and was about to execute it, when the second ship sailed into the harbour, and the city was saved. The wrath of Athens against her rebellious ally was sufficiently gratified by the trial and execution of those Mytileneans who had been sent to Athens as especially guilty. Having taken away the Lesbian fleet and razed the wall of Mytilene, the Athenians divided the island, excluding Methymna, into 3,000 lots, of which 300 were consecrated to the gods. The rest they let to Athenian citizens as clerics, and the land was cultivated by the Lesbians, who paid an annual rent. End of Part 6. This recording is in the public domain. Section 39, being Chapter 10, Parts 7, 8, and 9 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. By John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 10, Part 7. Warfare in Western Greece. Tragic events in Corcyra. While the attention of Greece was directed upon the fortunes of Plataea and Mytilene, warfare had been carried on in the regions of the west, and the reputation of the Athenian navy had risen higher. The Ambraciots had persuaded Sparta to send an expedition against Acarnania. If the Peloponnesians firmly established themselves there, they might win the whole Athenian alliance in the west. Cnemus was sent with 1,000 hoplites in advance. He made an attempt on the important town of Stratus, but was forced to retreat. Meanwhile, a Peloponnesian fleet was to sail from Corinth to support him. It consisted of 47 ships, and had to pass Phormio, who was guarding the entrance of the Corinthian Gulf, with only 20. Phormio let them sail into the open sea, preferring to attack them there. By skilful manoeuvres he crowded the enemy's ships into a narrow space. A morning breeze helped him by knocking the ships against one another, and when they were in confusion, the Athenians dashed in and gained a complete victory. The government at Sparta could not understand how skill could gain such an advantage over far superior numbers. They sent commissioners to make an inquiry, and Cnemus was told that he must try again and be successful. A reorganized Peloponnesian fleet took up a position at Panormus in Achaea, and Phormio was stationed at Rhion on the opposite coast. The object of Cnemus was to lure or drive the enemy into the Gulf, where their skill in handling their ships would be less decisive than in the open sea. With this purpose he sailed towards Naupactus, and Phormio, in alarm, sailed along the coast to protect the place. As the Athenian ships moved near the land in single file, the enemy suddenly swung round and rowed down upon them at their utmost speed. The 11 ships which were nearest Naupactus had time to run round the right Peloponnesian wing and escape. The rest were driven aground. 20 Peloponnesian vessels on the right were in the meantime pursuing the 11 Athenian, which were making for Naupactus. A Leucadian ship was far in advance of the others, closely pursuing an Athenian which was lagging behind. Near Naupactus a merchant vessel lay in their way, anchored in the deep water. The Athenian trireme rowed round it, struck her pursuer amidships, and sank her. This brilliant exploit startled the Peloponnesians, who were coming up singing a paean of victory. The front ships dropped oars and waited for the rest. The Athenians, who had already reached Naupactus, saw the situation, and immediately bore down and gained another complete victory. If this able admiral Phormio had lived, he might have extended Athenian influence considerably in western Greece, but after a winter expedition which he made in Acarnania, he silently drops out of history, and as we find his son Asopius sent out in the following summer at the request of the Acarnanians, we must conclude that his career had been cut short by death. Asopius made an unsuccessful attempt on Oeniadae, and was slain in a descent on Leucas. The peninsula of Leucas and the Acarnanian Oeniadae, girt by morasses at the mouth of the river Achelous, were two main objectives of Athenian enterprise in the west. Leucas was never won, but 4 years later Oeniadae was forced to join the Athenian alliance. Corcyra herself was to be the next scene of war in the Ionian Sea. The prisoners whom Corinth had taken in the Epidamnian War had been released on the understanding that they were to win over Corcyra from the Athenian alliance, and their intrigues were effectual in dividing the state and producing a sanguinary revolution. The question between the Peloponnesian and the Athenian alliance was closely bound up with the cleavage between the oligarchical and the democratic party. The intriguers in the Corinthian interest and their faction formed a conspiracy to overthrow the democratic constitution. Their first step was to prosecute Pythias, the leader of the people, on the charge of scheming to make Corcyra a subject of Athens. He was acquitted, and retorted by summoning their 5 richest men to take their trial for cutting vine poles in the sanctuaries of Zeus and Alcinous. They were fined a stater for each pole, such a heavy fine that the culprits sat as suppliants in the sanctuary, imploring that they might pay by instalments. The prayer was refused, and in desperation they rushed into the Senate house and slew Pythias and 60 others who were with him. The oligarchy now had the upper hand, and they attacked the people, who fled to the Acropolis and the Helaic harbour. The other harbour, which looks towards the mainland, along with the Agora and the lower parts of the city, were held by the oligarchs. Next day reinforcements came to both sides, to the people from other parts of the island, and to the oligarchs from the mainland. Fighting was soon resumed, and the people had the advantage. In order to bar their way to the arsenal, the oligarchs set fire to the houses and buildings in the neighbourhood of the Agora. Next day 12 Athenian ships under Nicostratus arrived from Naupactus. He induced the two parties to come to an agreement, but the Democrats persuaded him to leave 5 Athenian ships to ensure the preservation of order, for they did not trust their opponents. Nicostratus was to take 5 Corcyrean ships instead, and the crews of them were chosen from the oligarchs. They were in fact to be hostages for the behaviour of their fellows, but they feared they might be sent to Athens, and fled to the refuge of a temple. Nicostratus could not induce them to stir. The people regarded this distrust as a proof of criminal designs, and armed anew. The rest of the oligarchs then fled to the temple of Hera, but the Democrats induced them to cross over to an islet off the coast. 4 or 5 days later a Peloponnesian fleet of 53 ships arrived under Alcidas, who had just returned from his expedition to Ionia. In a naval engagement outside the harbour, the Corcyreans fought badly, and the Athenians were forced to retreat. But the Peloponnesians did not follow up their success, and soon afterwards, hearing that an Athenian armament of 60 ships was on its way, returned home. The Democratic party was now in a position to wreak vengeance on its foes, who had gratuitously disturbed the peace of the city, and sought to submit it to the yoke of its ancient enemy. The most vindictive and inhuman passions had been roused in the people by the attempt of the oligarchs on their liberty, and they now gave vent to these passions without regard to honour or policy. The 400 suppliants had returned from the island, and were again under the protection of Hera. 50 of them were persuaded to come forth to take their trial, and were executed. The rest, seeing their fate, aided each other in committing suicide. Some hung themselves on the trees in the sacred enclosure. Eurymedon arrived with the Athenian fleet and remained 7 days. During this time the Corcyreans slew all whom they suspected of being opposed to the democracy, and many victims were sacrificed to private enmity. Every form of death was to be seen, and everything, and more than everything, that commonly happens in revolutions, happened then. The father slew the son, and the suppliants were torn from the temples and slain near them. Some of them were even walled up in the temple of Dionysus, and there perished. To such extremes of cruelty did revolution go, and this seemed to be the worst of revolutions, because it was the first. Eurymedon looked on and did not intervene. While the democracy cannot be excused for these horrible excesses, the fact remains that the guilt of causing the revolution rests entirely with the oligarchs. The chief victims of the democratic fury deserve small compassion. They had set the example of violence. The occurrences at Corcyra made a profound impression in Greece, reflected in the pages of Thucydides. That historian has used the episode as the text for deep comments on the revolutionary spirit which soon began to disturb the states of the Greek world. Party divisions were encouraged and aggravated by the hope or fear of foreign intervention, the oligarchs looking to the Lacedaemonians and the democrats to the Athenians. In time of peace these party struggles would have been far less bitter. This acute observation is illustrated by a famous modern instance, the French Revolution, where the worst outrages of the revolutionists were provoked by foreign intervention. In that great revolution, too, we can verify the Greek historian's analysis of the effect of the revolutionary spirit, when it runs wild, on the moral nature of men. The revolutionists determined to outdo the report of all who had preceded them by the ingenuity of their enterprises and the activity of their revenges. The meaning of words had no longer the same relation to things, but was changed by them as they thought proper. Reckless daring was held to be loyal courage. Prudent delay was the excuse of a coward. Moderation was the disguise of unmanly weakness. To know everything was to do nothing. Frantic energy was the true quality of a man. The lover of violence was always trusted, and his opponent suspected. It was dangerous to be quiet and neutral. The citizens who were of neither party fell a prey to both. Either they were disliked because they held aloof, or men were jealous of their surviving. The laws of heaven, as well as of civilized societies, were set aside without scruple, amid the impatience of party spirit, the zeal of contention, the eagerness of ambition, and the cravings of revenge. These are some of the features in the delineation which Thucydides has drawn of the diseased condition of political life in the city-states of Greece. But the sequel of the Corcyraean revolution has still to be recorded. About 600 of the oligarchs who escaped the vengeance of their opponents established themselves on Mount Istone in the north-east of the island, and easily becoming masters of the open country, they harassed the inhabitants of the city for 2 years. Then an Athenian fleet, of which the ultimate destination was Sicily, under the command of Eurymedon and Sophocles, arrived at Corcyra, and the Athenians helped the democrats to storm the fort on Mount Istone. The oligarchs capitulated on condition that the Athenian people should determine how they were to be dealt with. The generals placed them in the island of Tukia, on the understanding that if any of their number attempted to escape, all should be deprived of the benefit of the previous agreement. But the democrats apprehended that the prisoners would not be put to death at Athens, and they were determined that their enemies should die. A foul trick was planned and carried out. Friends of the prisoners were sent over to the island, who said that the generals had resolved to leave them to the mercy of the democrats, and advised them to escape, offering to provide a ship. A few of the captives fell into the trap and were caught starting. All the prisoners were immediately handed over to the Corcyraeans, who shut them up in a large building. They were taken out in batches of 20 and made to march, tied together, down an avenue of hoplites, who smote and wounded any whom they recognized as a personal enemy. 3 batches had thus marched to execution, when their comrades in the building, who thought they were merely being removed to another prison, discovered the truth. They called on the Athenians, but they called in vain. Then they refused to stir out of the building or let anyone enter. The Corcyraeans did not attempt to force their way in. They tore off the roof and hurled bricks and shot arrows from above. The captives, absolutely helpless, began to anticipate the purpose of their tormentors by taking their own lives, piercing their throats with the arrows which were shot down, or strangling themselves with the ropes of some beds which were in the place, or with strips of their own dress. The work of destruction went on during the greater part of the night. All was over when the day dawned, and the corpses were carried outside the city. Thus ended the Corcyraean revolution, and the last scene was more ghastly even than the first. Eurymedon had less excuse on this occasion for refusing to intervene than he had 2 years before, since the prisoners had surrendered to the Athenians. It was said that he and Sophocles were ready to take advantage of the base trick of the democrats, because, unable to take the captives to Athens themselves, being bound for Sicily, they could not bear that the credit should fall to another. The oligarchical faction at Corcyra was now utterly annihilated, and the democrats lived in peace. Part 8. Campaigns of Demosthenes in the West. During the Corcyraean troubles, the war had not rested in western Greece. An Athenian fleet under the general Demosthenes had sailed round the Peloponnesus and attacked the island of Leucas. Demosthenes was an enterprising commander, distinguished from most of his fellows by a certain originality of conception. On this occasion, the idea of making a great stroke induced him to abandon the operations at Leucas, though the Acarnanians thought he might have taken the town by blockade, and engage in a new enterprise on the north of the Corinthian Gulf. Most of the lands between Boeotia and the Western Sea, Phocis, Locris, Acarnania, were friendly to Athens, but the hostility of the uncivilized Aetolians rendered land operations in those regions dangerous. Demosthenes conceived the plan of reducing the Aetolians so that he could then operate from the west on Doris and Boeotia, without the danger of his communications being threatened in the rear. His idea, in fact, was to bring the Corinthian Gulf into touch with the Euboean Sea. The Spartans, it is to be observed, were at this very time concerning themselves with the regions of Mount Oeta. The appeals of Doris on the south and Trachis on the north of the Aeaean range for protection against the hostilities of the mountain tribes induced the Lacedaemonians to send out a colony, which was established in Trachis, not very far from the pass of Thermopylae, under the name of Heraclea. A colony was an unusual enterprise for Sparta, but Heraclea had a more important significance and intention than the mere defence of members of the Amphictyony. It was a place from which Euboea could be attacked, and it might prove of the greatest service as an intermediate station for carrying on operations in the Chalcidic peninsula. The fears which the foundation of Heraclea excited at Athens were indeed disappointed. Heraclea never flourished. It was incessantly assailed by the powerful hostility of the Thessalians, and its ruin was completed by the flagrantly unjust administration of the Lacedaemonian governors. But its first foundation was a serious event, and it seems highly probable that Demosthenes, when he formed his plan, had before his mind the idea of threatening Heraclea from the south by the occupation of Doris. But his plan, attractive as it might sound, was eminently impracticable. The preliminary condition was the subjugation of a mountainous country, involving a warfare in which Demosthenes was inexperienced, and hoplites were at a great disadvantage. The Messenians of Naupactus represented to him that Aetolia, a land of unwalled villages, could easily be reduced. But the Messenians had their own game to play. They suffered from the hostilities of their Aetolian neighbours, and wanted to use the ambition of the Athenian general for their own purpose. The Acarnanians, who were deeply interested in the defeat of Leucas, were indignant with Demosthenes for not prosecuting the blockade, and refused to join him against Aetolia. Starting from Inion in Locris, the Athenians and some allies, not a large force, advanced into the country, hoping to reduce several tribes before they had time to combine. But the Aetolians had already learnt his plans, and were already collecting a great force. The main chance of Demosthenes lay in the co-operation of the Ozolian Locrians, who knew the Aetolian country and mode of warfare, and were armed in the Aetolian fashion. Demosthenes committed the error of not waiting for them. He was constantly unable to deal with the Aetolian javelin men, At Aigition, rushing down from the hills, they wrought havoc among the invaders who had captured the town. 120 Athenian hoplites fell, the very finest men whom the city of Athens lost during the war. Demosthenes did not dare to return to Athens. He remained at Naupactus and soon had an opportunity of retrieving his fame. The Lacedaemonians answered this invasion of Aetolia by sending 3,000 hoplites under Eurylochus against Naupactus. 500 of these troops came from Heraclea, the newly founded colony. Naupactus, ill defended, was barely saved by the energy of Demosthenes, who persuaded the Acarnanians to send reinforcements. Eurylochus abandoned the siege and withdrew to the neighbourhood of Calydon and Pleuron in southern Aetolia, for the purpose of joining the Ambraciots in an attack upon Argos. Winter had begun when the Ambraciots descended from the north into the Argive territory and seized the fort of Olpae, which stands a little north of Argos on a hill by the sea, and was once used as a hall of justice by the Acarnanian League. Demosthenes was asked by the Acarnanians to be their leader in resisting this attack, and a message for help was sent to 20 Athenian vessels which were coasting off the Peloponnesus. The troops of Eurylochus marched from the south across Acarnania and joined their allies at Olpae. The Athenian ships arrived in the Ambracian Gulf, and with the reinforcements which they brought, Demosthenes gave battle to the enemy between Olpae and Argos, and by a skilfully contrived ambuscade annulled the advantage which they had in superior numbers. Eurylochus was slain, and the Peloponnesians delivered themselves from their perilous position between Argos and the Athenian ships by making a secret treaty with Demosthenes, in which the Ambraciots were not included. It was arranged that they should retreat stealthily without explaining their intention to the Ambraciots. It was good policy on the part of Demosthenes, for by this treacherous act the Lacedaemonians would lose their character in that part of Greece. The Peloponnesians crept out of Olpae one by one, pretending to gather herbs and sticks. As they got farther away, they stepped out more quickly, and then the Ambraciots saw what was happening and ran to overtake them. The Acarnanians slew about 200 Ambraciots, and the Peloponnesians escaped into the land of Agria. But a heavier blow was in store for Ambracia. Reinforcements of that city, ignorant of the battle, were coming to Olpae. Demosthenes sent forward some of his troops to lie in ambush on their line of march. At Idomene, some miles north of Olpae, there are 2 peaks of unequal height. The higher was seized in advance by the men of Demosthenes. The Ambraciots, when they arrived, encamped on the lower. Demosthenes then advanced with the rest of his troops and attacked the enemy at dawn, when they were still half asleep. Most were slain, and those who escaped at first found the mountain paths occupied. Thucydides says that during the first 10 years of the war, no such calamity happened within so few days to any Hellenic state, and he does not give the numbers of those who perished, because they would appear incredible in proportion to the size of the state. Demosthenes might have captured the city if he had pushed on, but the Acarnanians did not desire a permanent Athenian occupation at their doors. They were content that their neighbour was rendered harmless. A treaty of alliance for 100 years was concluded between the Acarnanians with the Amphilochians of Argos and the Ambraciots. Neither side was to be required by the other to join against its own allies in the Great War, but they were to help each other to defend their territories. Sometimes afterwards, Anactorion, then Oeniadae, were won over to the Athenian alliance. Part 9. Nicias and Cleon. Politics at Athens. The success against Ambracia compensated for the failure in Aetolia, and Demosthenes could now return to Athens. His dashing style of warfare and his bold plans must have caused grave mistrust among the older, more experienced, and more commonplace commanders. Nicias, the son of Niceratus, who seems to have already won, without deserving, the chief place as a military authority at Athens, must have shaken his head over the doings of Demosthenes in the west. Nicias, a wealthy conservative slave owner, who speculated in the silver mines of Laurion, was one of the mainstays of that party which was out of sympathy with the intellectual and political progress of Athens, and bitterly opposed to the new politicians like Cleon, who wielded the chief influence in the assembly. The ability of Nicias was irretrievably mediocre. He would have been an excellent subordinate officer, but he had not the qualities of a leader or a statesman. Yet he possessed a solid and abiding influence at Athens, through his impregnable respectability, his superiority to bribes, and his scrupulous superstition, as well as his acquaintance with the details of military affairs. This homage paid to a mediocre respectability throws light on the character of the Athenian democracy and the strength of the conservative party. Nicias belonged to the advocates of peace, and was well disposed to Sparta, so that for several reasons he might be regarded as a successor to Cimon. But his political opponents, though they constantly defeated him on particular measures, never permanently undermined his influence. He understood the political value of gratifying in small ways those prejudices of his fellow citizens which he shared himself, and he spared no expense in the religious service of the state. As Thucydides says, he thought too much of divination and omens. He had an opportunity of displaying his religious devotion and his liberality on the occasion of the purification of Delos, which was probably undertaken to induce Apollo to avert a recurrence of the plague. The dead were removed from all the tombs, and it was ordained that henceforth no one should die or give birth to a child on the sacred island. Those who were near to either should cross over to Rhenea. The Athenians revived in a new form the old festival celebrated in the Homeric hymn to Apollo, the festival to which the long-robed Ionians gathered, and made thee glad, O Phoebus, with boxing, dancing, and song. The games were restored, and horse races introduced for the first time. 4 years later the purification was perfected by the removal of all the inhabitants, and the Persians accorded them a refuge at Adramyttion. Conducting such ceremonies, Nicias was in his right place. Unfortunately, such excellence had an undue weight, and it should be noted that this is one of the drawbacks of a city-state. In a large modern state, the private life and personal opinions of a statesman have small importance, and are not weighed by his fellow countrymen in the scale against his political ability, save in rare exceptional cases. But in a small city, the statesman's private life is always before men's eyes, and his political position is distinctly affected, according as he shocks or gratifies their prejudices and predilections. A mediocre man is able, by judicious conforming, to attain an authority to which his brains give him no claim. Pericles was indeed so strong that his influence could survive attacks on his morality and his orthodoxy. Nicias maintained his position because he never shocked the public sense of decorum and religion by associating with an Aspasia or an Anaxagoras. The Athenian people combined in a remarkable degree the capacity of appreciating both respectability and intellectual power. Their progressive instinct was often defeated by conservative prejudices. Though Nicias was one of those Athenians who were not in full sympathy with the policy of Pericles, and approved still less of the policy of his successors, he was thoroughly loyal to the democracy. But an oligarchical party still existed, secretly active, and always hoping for an opportunity to upset the democratic constitution. This party, or a section of it, seems to have been known at this time as the Young Party. It included, among others who will appear on the stage of history some years later, the orator Antiphon, who was now coming into public notice in connection with some sensational lawsuits. Against the dark designs of this party, as well as against the misconduct of generals, Cleon was constantly on the watch. He could describe himself in the assembly as the people's watchdog. But at present these oligarchs were harmless. So long as no disaster from without befell Athens, they had no chance. All they could do was to make common cause with the other enemies of Cleon, and air their discontent in anonymous political pamphlets. Chance has preserved us a work of this kind, written in one of these years by an Athenian of oligarchical views. Its subject is the Athenian democracy, and the writer professes to answer, on behalf of the Athenians, the criticisms which the rest of the Greeks pass on Athenian institutions. I do not like democracy myself, he says, but I will show that from their point of view the Athenians managed their state wisely and in the manner most conducive to the interests of democracy. The defence is, for the most part, a veiled indictment. It displays remarkable acuteness, with occasional triviality. The writer has grasped and taken to heart one deep truth, the close connection of the sea power of Athens with its advanced democracy. It is just, he remarks, that the poor and the common folk should have more influence than the noble and rich, for it is the common folk that row the ships and make the city powerful, not the hoplites and the well-born and the worthy. Highly interesting is his observation that slaves and metics enjoyed what he considered unreasonable freedom and immunity at Athens. Why, you may not strike one of them, nor will a slave make way for you in the streets. And his malicious explanation is interesting too. The common folk dress so badly that you might easily mistake one of them for a slave or a metic, and then there would be a to-do if you struck a citizen. There is perhaps a touch of malice too in the statement that the commercial empire of Athens, which brought to her wharves the delicacies of the world, was affecting her language as well as her habits of life, and filling it with foreign words. An important feature in the political history of Athens in these years was the divorce of the military command from the leadership in the assembly, and the want of harmony between the chief strategoi and the leaders of the people. The tradesmen who swayed the assembly had no military training or capacity, and they were always at a disadvantage when opposed by men who spoke with the authority of a strategos on questions of military policy. Until recent years the post of general had been practically confined to men of property and good family, but a change ensued, perhaps soon after the death of Hercules, and men of the people were elected. The comic poet Eupolis, in a play called The Demes, in which the great leaders Miltiades and Themistocles, Aristides and Pericles are summoned back to life that they may see and deplore degenerate Athens, meditates thus on the contrast between the latter-day generals and their predecessors. Men of lineage fair and of wealthy estate, once our generals were, the noble and the great, whom as the gods we adored, and as gods they guided and guarded the state. Things are not as then, ah, how different far, a manner of men our new generals are, the rascals and refuse our city now chooses to lead us to war. Cleon was a man of brains and resolution. Hitherto his main activity had been in the law courts, where he called officers to account and maintained the safeguards of popular government. If he was to be more than an opposition leader, he must be ready to undertake the post of strategos, and supported by the experience of an able colleague, he need not disgrace himself. An understanding, therefore, between Cleon and the enterprising Demosthenes was one which seemed to offer advantages to both. Acting together, they might damage both the political and the military position of Nicias. But before we pass to a famous enterprise, which was probably the result of such an understanding, we must note the great cost which the continuation of the war entailed. More than 4,000 talents had already been borrowed from the temple treasures, and though steps had been taken to increase revenue when Lesbos revolted, the drain was continuing, and the end was not in sight. Cleon seems to have been particularly concerned with the financing of the war, and it was no doubt under his influence that it was decided to strengthen the position at the expense of the allies. The decree providing for the new assessment was passed in the assembly after the dramatic success at Sphacteria, but the main lines had probably been worked out by Cleon earlier. We possess numerous fragments of the stone recording the decree, and below it the list of cities with their new assessment. The main character is clear. Since the tribute has become too small, they, the jurors, shall join with the council in making the current assessments. They shall not assess a lower tribute on any city than it was paying before, unless, because of impoverishment of the country, there is a manifest inability to pay more. These instructions were faithfully followed. Many cities had their tribute doubled or trebled. Few escaped increase. Cities that had long discontinued payment were included, and more than 100 names were added of cities which are not known to have paid before, including a large group of cities in the Euxine and the stubborn island of Melos. The total of the assessment by these drastic measures was increased to nearly 1,500 talents. But this total is in part illusory, for many of the cities waited on events, and in the following years Athens was not able to display the necessary force overseas. Borrowings, though on a reduced scale, had to continue. A sharp increase in tribute was necessary to maintain the offensive, but it was an act of ruthless imperialism. It increased discontent among the allies, who found sympathy from some of Cleon's opponents in Athens. While the allies were to be more heavily burdened, Cleon raised the juror's fee from 2 to 3 obols. It would be a mistake to consider this measure a mere bid for popularity. We shall hardly be wrong in regarding it as an attempt to relieve the distress which the yearly invasions of Attica and the losses of the harvests inflicted upon the poorer citizens. End of Part 9. Section 40 being Chapter 10, Parts 10 and 11 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 10, Part 10, The Athenian Capture of Pylos. It was probably through the influence of Cleon that Demosthenes, though he received no official command, was sent to accompany the fleet of 40 ships which was now ready to start for the west under Eurymedon and Sophocles. We have already seen this fleet at Corcyra assisting the people against the oligarchical exiles who had established themselves on Mount Istone. Demosthenes accompanied the expedition without any official command. He had a plan in his head for establishing a military post in the western Peloponnesus, and he was allowed to take advantage of the sailing of the fleet and use it according to his discretion. Arriving off the coast of Messenia, Demosthenes asked the commanders to put in at Pylos, but they had heard that the Peloponnesian fleet had already reached Corcyra, and demurred to any delay. But chance favoured the design of Demosthenes. Stress of weather drove them into the harbour of Pylos, and then Demosthenes pressed them to fortify the place. The task was easy, for the place was naturally strong, and there was an abundance of material, stone and timber, at hand. The commanders ridiculed the idea. There are many other desert promontories in the Peloponnesus, they said, if you want to waste the money of the city. But the stormy weather detained the ships, the soldiers were idle, and at length, for the sake of something to do, they adopted the project of Demosthenes and fell to the work of fortifying Pylos. The features of the scene, which was now to become illustrious by a striking military episode, must be clearly grasped. The high promontory of Pylos, or Coryphasion, was on 3 sides encompassed by water. Once it had been an island, but at this time it was connected with the mainland on the north side by a low sandbar. If we go further back into prehistoric days, Pylos had been part of a continuous line of coast cliff. In this line 3 rents were made, which admitted the sea behind the cliff and isolated the islands of Pylos and Sphacteria. Accumulation of sand gradually covered the most northern breach and reunited Pylos with the mainland, but the other openings were never filled up, and Sphacteria still remains an island. Originally, Pylos and Sphacteria, when they had been severed, formed the sea wall of one great landlocked bay, but a curving sandbar has gradually been formed which now joins the mainland with the southern extremity of Pylos, and secludes a small lagoon of which Pylos forms the western side. It is impossible to say whether the formation of this sandbar had perceptibly begun in the time of Demosthenes, but in any case it seems probable that it had not advanced so far as to hinder the waters behind Pylos from appearing to be part of a continuous bay. This north corner of the bay, now a marshy lagoon, was sheltered and afforded harbourage for ships. The rest of the bay, the modern bay of Navarino, had no good anchorage, but the whole sheet of water, by virtue of the northern corner, was called a harbour. It follows from what has been said that there were two entrances into the bay, the narrow water which divides Pylos from Sphacteria, and the wide passage which severs the southern point of Sphacteria from the opposite mainland. We must distinguish yet another smaller bay on the north side of the Pylos hill. The sandbar which there connects Pylos with the mainland is of lunar shape, and forms the little circular basin of Bouphras, dominated by the height of Pylos on the south, and a far lower, nameless hill on the north. The length of Pylos is less than a mile. On the seaside it was hard to land, and the harbour side was strongly protected by steep cliffs. Only in 3 places was it found necessary to build walls. One at the south-east corner, where the cliffs sloped down to the channel for about 100 yards. 2 along the shore on the south-west side, close to the entrance to the bay, for 400 or 500 yards. 3, the northern defence of the position consisted of a line of land cliffs, which required no artificial fortification except at the western extremity, where they declined before they reached the sea. Here another wall was built. One of the soldiers present vividly described to Thucydides the manner in which the fortifications were wrought. Being unprovided with iron tools, they brought stones which they picked out, and put them together as they happened to fit. If they required to use mortar, having no hods, they carried it on their backs, which they bent so as to form a resting place for it, clasping their hands behind them so that it might not fall off. In 6 days the work was finished, and the fleet went on its way, leaving Demosthenes with 5 ships to hold Pylos. The Lacedaemonian army under Agis had invaded Attica earlier than usual, before the corn was ripe. Want of food, wet weather, and then perhaps the news from Pylos, decided them to return to Sparta after a sojourn of only 2 weeks within the Attic borders. They did not proceed immediately to Pylos, but another body of Spartans was sent on. Requisitions for help were dispatched to the Peloponnesian allies, and the 60 ships at Corcyra were hastily summoned. These ships succeeded in eluding the notice of the Athenian fleet which had now reached Zacynthus. In the meantime Demosthenes, beset by the Spartan troops, sent 2 of his ships to overtake the fleet and beg Eurymedon to return to succour him. The object of the Lacedaemonians was to blockade the hill of Pylos by land and sea, and to prevent Athenian succours from landing. They probably established their camp on the north side of Pylos, so that no ships entering the bay of Bouphras could bring help to the fort. They were, moreover, afraid that the Athenians might use the island of Sphacteria as a basis for military operations, and accordingly Epitadas occupied Sphacteria with 420 Spartans and their attendant helots. It would have been easy to block the narrow entrance to the bay between Pylos and the island, but there was little use in doing so, as the Athenian ships would be able to enter by the ingress at the south of the island, a passage about 3/4 of a mile wide, far too wide to block with so small a fleet. The Lacedaemonians then prepared to attack the place before help could come to the Athenians. Demosthenes posted the greater part of his force to guard the northern line of defence and the south-eastern corner, while he himself, with 60 hoplites and some archers, took his stand on the edge of the south-western shore, which, though rocky and perilous, was the spot where the enemy had the best prospect of effecting a landing. Thrasimelidas was the name of the Spartan admiral. He had 43 ships, which he brought up in relays, the crews fighting and resting by turns. The great danger was that of running the vessels on reefs. Brasidas, who commanded one of the ships, was the leading spirit, "Be not sparing of timber," he cried to those who seemed to draw back from the rocks. "The enemy has built a fortress in your country. Perish the ships and force a landing." But in trying to disembark he was wounded and lost his shield. It was washed ashore and set up in the trophy which the Athenians afterwards erected. The Spartan attack, which was renewed on 2 subsequent days, was repelled. It was a singular turn of fortune, says Thucydides, which drove the Athenians to repel the Lacedaemonians, who were attacking them by sea from the Lacedaemonian coast, and the Lacedaemonians to fight for a landing on their own soil, now hostile to them, in the face of the Athenians. For in those days it was the great glory of the Lacedaemonians to be an inland people, distinguished for their military prowess, and of the Athenians to be a nation of sailors, and the first naval power in Hellas. The fleet from Zacynthus, now augmented to 50 ships by some reinforcements, at length arrived. But finding the shores of the bay of Buphras and the island of Sphacteria occupied, they withdrew for the night to the isle of Prote, which was some miles distant. The next morning they returned, determined to sail into the harbour, if the enemy did not come out to meet them. The Lacedaemonians were preparing their ships for action, evidently intending to fight in the bay. The Athenians, therefore, rowed in by both entrances. Some of the enemy's vessels, which were able to come out to meet them, were captured, and a tremendous struggle ensued close to the shore. The Athenians were tying the empty beached ships to their own and endeavouring to drag them away. The Lacedaemonians dashed into the sea and were pulling them back. The Lacedaemonians knew that if they lost their ships, the party on the island of Sphacteria would be cut off. Most of the empty ships were saved, but the fleet was so far damaged and outnumbered that the Athenians were able to blockade Sphacteria. The interest of the story now passes from Pylos to Sphacteria. The blockade of Demosthenes and his Athenians in Pylos by the Spartans has changed into a blockade of Epitadas and his Spartans in Sphacteria by the Athenians. The tidings of this change in the situation caused grave alarm at Sparta, and some of the ephors came themselves to see what measures could be taken. They decided that nothing could be done for the relief of the island, and obtained from the Athenian generals a truce for the purpose of sending ambassadors to Athens to ask for peace. The terms of this truce were as follows. The Lacedaemonians shall deliver into the hands of the Athenians at Pylos the ships in which they fought, and shall also bring thither and deliver over any other ships of war which are in Laconia. And they shall make no assault upon the fort either by sea or land. The Athenians shall permit the Lacedaemonians on the mainland to send to those on the island a fixed quantity of kneaded flour, viz., 2 Attic quarts of barley meal for each man, and a pint of wine, and also a piece of meat, for an attendant half these quantities. They shall send them into the island under the inspection of the Athenians, and no vessel shall sail in by stealth. The Athenians shall guard the island as before, but not land, and shall not attack the Peloponnesian forces by land or sea. If either party violate this agreement in any particular, however slight, the truce is to be at an end. The agreement is to last until the Lacedaemonian ambassadors return from Athens, and the Athenians are to convey them thither and bring them back in a trireme. When they return, the truce is to be at an end, and the Athenians are to restore the ships in the same condition in which they received them. In accordance with these terms, 60 ships were handed over, and the ambassadors went to Athens. They professed the readiness of Sparta to make peace, and pleaded for generous treatment on the part of Athens. At heart, most of the Athenians were probably desirous of peace, but the assembly was under the influence of Cleon, and he, as the opponent of Nicias and the peace party, urged the Athenians to propose terms which could hardly be accepted. It might seem indeed an exceptionally favourable moment to attempt to undo the humiliation of the 30 years' peace, and win back some of the possessions which had been lost 20 years ago. Not only Nicaea and Pagae, the harbours of the Megarid, but Achaea and Troezen were demanded as the purchase of the lives of the Spartans in Sphacteria. The embassy returned to Pylos disappointed, and the truce came to an end. but the Athenians refused to give back the 60 ships, on the pretext of some slight infractions of the truce on the part of the Lacedaemonians. The blockade proved a larger and more difficult matter than the Athenians had hoped. Reinforced by 20 more triremes from Athens, they lay round the island, both in the bay and, except when the wind was too high, on the seaside, and 2 ships kept continually cruising round in opposite directions. But their vigilance was eluded, and Sphacteria was secretly supplied with provisions. Large sums were offered to any who succeeded in conveying meal, wine, or cheese to the island, and helots who did such service were rewarded with freedom. When a strong wind from the west or north drove the Athenian ships into the bay, the daring crews of provision boats beat recklessly into the difficult landing places on the seaside. Moreover, some skilful divers managed to reach the shores of the island, drawing skins with poppy seed mixed with honey, and pounded linseed. But this device was soon discovered and prevented. And besides the difficulty of rendering the blockade complete in a high wind, the maintenance of it was extremely unpleasant. As there was no proper anchorage, the crews were obliged to take their meals on land by turns, generally in the south part of Sphacteria, which was not occupied by the Spartans, and they depended for their supply of water on one well, which was in the fort of Pylos. The supply of food was deficient, for it had to be conveyed round the Peloponnesus. At home the Athenians were disappointed at the protraction of the siege, and grew impatient. They were sorry that they had declined the overtures of the Lacedaemonians, and there was a reaction of feeling against Cleon. That statesman took the bold course of denying the reports from Pylos, and said, with a pointed allusion to the strategos Nicias, that if the generals were men, they would sail to the island and capture the garrison. If I were commander, he added, I would do it myself. The scene which follows is described in one of the rare passages where the most reserved of all historians condescends to display a little political animosity. Seeing that the people were murmuring at Cleon, Nicias stood up and offered, on the part of his colleagues, to give Cleon any force he asked for, and let him try. Cleon, says Thucydides, at first imagined that the offer of Nicias was only a pretence, and was willing to go, but finding that he was in earnest, he tried to back out, and said that not he but Nicias was general. He was now alarmed, for he never imagined that Nicias would go so far as to give up his place to him. Again Nicias bade him take the command of the expedition against Pylos, which he formally gave up to him in the presence of the assembly. And the more Cleon declined the proffered command and tried to retract what he had said, so much the more the multitude, as their manner is, urged Nicias to resign, and shouted to Cleon that he should sail. At length, not knowing how to escape from his own words, he undertook the expedition, and coming forward said that he was not afraid of the Lacedaemonians, and that he would sail without withdrawing a single man from the city, if he were allowed to have the Lemnian and Imbrian forces now at Athens, the auxiliaries from Ainus, who were targeteers, and 400 archers from other places. With these, and with the troops already at Pylos, he gave his word that he would either bring the Lacedaemonians alive, or kill them on the spot. His vain words moved the Athenians to laughter. Nevertheless, the wiser sort of men were pleased when they reflected that of 2 good things they could not fail to obtain one. Either there would be an end of Cleon, which they would have greatly preferred, or, if they were disappointed, he would put the Lacedaemonians into their hands. The story is almost too good to be true, but whether Cleon desired the command or had it thrust upon him against his will, his words, which moved the Athenians to laughter, were fully approved by the event. He chose Demosthenes as his colleague, and invested with the command by a formal vote of the assembly, he immediately set sail with special light-armed troops. In the meantime, Demosthenes, wishing like Cleon to bring matters to an issue, was meditating an attack upon Sphacteria. This desert island is about 2 miles and 3/4 long. At the northern extremity rises a height higher than the Acropolis of Pylos over against it, and on the east side descending, a sheer cliff, into the water of the bay. Some of the Spartans had naturally occupied the summit, but the chief encampment of their small force was in the centre of the island, close to the only well, and an outpost was set on a hill further to the south. An assault was difficult, not only because the landing places on both sides were bad, but because the island was covered with close bush, which gave the Spartans, who knew the ground, a great advantage. Demosthenes had experienced in Aetolia the difficulties of fighting in a wood. But one day, when some Athenians were taking their noonday meal on the south shore of the island, the wood was accidentally kindled, and a wind arising, the greater part of the bush was burnt. It was then possible to see more clearly the position and the numbers of the Lacedaemonians, and when Cleon arrived, the plan of attack was matured. Embarking at night all their hoplites in a few ships, Cleon and Demosthenes landed before dawn on the south of the island, partly on the seaside and partly on the harbour side, near the spot where the Lacedaemonians had their outpost. The whole number of troops that landed must have been nearly 14,000, against which the Spartans had only 420 hoplites, and perhaps as many helots. And yet a high military authority described the Athenian enterprise as mad. The truth seems to be that it could hardly have succeeded if the Spartan commander had disposed his forces to the best advantage, posting watches at all possible landing places, and organising a proper system of signals. The outpost was at once overpowered, and light-armed troops advanced towards the main Spartan encampment, along a high ridge on the harbour side of the island. Others moved along the low shore on the seaside, so that when the main body of the Spartans saw their outpost cut to pieces, and began to move southward against the Athenian hoplites, they were harassed on either side by the archers and targeteers, whom, encumbered by their arms and in difficult ground, they were unable to pursue. And the attacks of these light-armed troops, as they grew more fully conscious of their own superiority in numbers, and saw that their enemy was growing weary, became more formidable. Clouds of dust arose from the newly burnt wood, so Thucydides reports the scene from the vivid description of an eyewitness, and there was no possibility of a man seeing what was before him, owing to the showers of arrows and stones hurled by their assailants, which were flying amid the dust. And now the Lacedaemonians began to be sorely distressed, for their felt cuirasses did not protect them against the arrows, and the points of the javelins broke off where they struck them. They were at their wits' end, not being able to see out of their eyes or to hear the word of command, which was drowned by the cries of the enemy. Destruction was staring them in the face, and they had no means or hope of deliverance. At length it was determined that the only chance lay in retreating to the high hill at the north of the island. About a mile had to be traversed to the foot of the hill, but the ground was very difficult. The endurance and discipline of the Spartan soldiers was conspicuously displayed in this slow retreat, which was accomplished with but a small loss, under a burning sun, by men who were suffering from thirst and weary with the distress of an unequal battle. When they had reached and climbed the hill, the battle assumed another aspect. On the high ground, no longer exposed to their flanks, and finding a defence in an old Cyclopean wall, which can still be traced round the summit, the Lacedaemonians were able to repel their assailants, and they were determined not to surrender. At length a Messenian captain came to the Athenian generals, and said that he knew a path by which he thought he could take some light-armed troops round to the rear of the Spartans. The hill on its eastern side falls precipitously into the bay, but the fall is not direct. The summit slopes down into a hollow about 50 yards wide, and then the hill rises again into the cliff, which falls sheer into the water. But at the south end of the cliff there is a narrow gorge by which it is possible to climb up into the hollow. Embarking in a boat on the eastern side of the island, the Messenians reached the foot of the gorge and climbed up with difficulty, unseen by the Spartans, who neglected what seemed an impracticable part of the hill, and then ascending the summit suddenly appeared above the Lacedaemonians, who were ranged in a semicircle below on the western and northern slopes. The Athenians now invited the defenders to capitulate, and with the consent of their friends on the mainland they laid down their arms. 292 of the 420 survived and were brought to Athens. The high opinion which the Greek world held of the Spartan spirit was expressed in the universal amazement which was caused by this surrender. Men had thought that nothing could induce the Lacedaemonians to give up their arms. Cleon had performed his promise. He brought back the captives within 20 days. The success was of political rather than military importance. The Athenians could indeed ravage Lacedaemonian territory from Pylos, but it was a greater thing that they had in the prisoners a security against future invasions of Attica, and a means of making an advantageous peace when they chose. It was the most important success gained in the war, and it was a brilliant example of the valuable successes that can be gained, as it were accidentally, in following that system of strategy which Pericles had laid down at the beginning of the war. This stroke of luck increased the influence of Cleon. It was necessary for Nicias to do something to maintain his reputation. Shortly afterwards he led an army into the Corinthian territory, gained a partial victory at Solygia, and then went on to the peninsula of Methone, between Troezen and Epidaurus. He built a wall across the isthmus and left a garrison in Methone. In the following year he made the more important acquisition of the island of Cythera, from which he was able to make descents upon Laconia. The loss of Cythera was in itself more serious for Sparta than the loss of Pylos, but owing to the attendant circumstances, the earlier event made far greater stir. The Athenians had now 3 bases of operation in the Peloponnesus: Pylos, Cythera, and Methone. To none was the discomfort of the Spartans in Messenia sweeter than to the Messenian exiles who had borne their part in the work of that memorable day. At Olympia there is a figure of Victory, hovering aloft in the air amid wind-blown drapery, while an eagle flies below her. It is the work of the sculptor Paeonius, and it was dedicated by the Messenians in the Altis of Zeus, with part of the spoil they stripped from the hated usurpers of their land. Section 11. Athenian capture of Nisaea. In each of the first 7 years of the war Attica was invaded, except twice. On one occasion the attack on Plataea had taken the place of the incursion into Attica, and on another the Peloponnesian army was hindered by earthquakes from advancing beyond the isthmus. Every year, by way of reply, the Athenians invaded the Megarid twice, in spring and in autumn. The capture of Pylos affected both these annual events. The invasion of Attica was discontinued, because Athens held the Spartan hostages, and the elation of the Athenians at their success induced them to undertake a bolder enterprise against Megara. Minoa, now a hill on the mainland, but then an island, lay at the entrance to the harbour of Nisaea. It was separated from Nisaea by a narrow channel, protected by 2 projecting towers. Nicias had destroyed these towers 3 years before, and had fortified Minoa, so as to blockade completely the port of Nisaea. The Megarians then depended entirely on the port of Pagae and their communications with the Chrysean Gulf. They were hard pressed. Their distress was vividly portrayed in the comedy of the Acarnanians, which was put on the stage 2 years later. The situation became almost intolerable when a domestic sedition led to the expulsion of a small party who seized Pagae and cut off Megara from importing food on that side too. It became a question between allowing the exiles to return or submitting to Athens. Those who knew that the return of their rivals from Pagae would mean their own doom opened secret negotiations with Athens and offered to betray Megara and Nisaea. The long walls and Nisaea were held by a Peloponnesian garrison. The generals Hippocrates and Demosthenes organized the enterprise. While a force of 4,000 hoplites and 600 horse marched overland by Eleusis, the generals sailed to Minoa. When night fell, they crossed to the mainland. There was a gate in the eastern wall close to the spot where it joined the fortification of Nisaea, and near the gate there was a hollow, out of which earth to make bricks had been dug. Here Hippocrates and 600 hoplites concealed themselves, while Demosthenes, with some light-armed Plataeans, and a band of the youthful peripoloi, or patrollers, of Attica took up a position still nearer the gate, in the sacred enclosure of the war god Enualios. The conspirators had long matured their plan for admitting the Athenians. As no boat could openly leave the harbour, owing to the occupation of Minoa, they had easily obtained permission of the commander of the Peloponnesian garrison to carry out through this gate a small boat on a cart at night, for the alleged purpose of privateering. They used to convey the boat to the sea along the ditch which surrounded Nisaea, and after a midnight row, return before dawn and re-enter the long walls by the same gate. This became a regular practice, so that they carried out the boat without exciting any suspicion on the night fixed for executing the conspiracy. When the boat returned, the gate was opened, and Demosthenes, who had been watching for the moment, leapt forward and forced his way in, assisted by the Megarians. They kept the gate open till Hippocrates arrived with his hoplites, and when these were inside, the long walls were easily secured, the garrison retreating into Nisaea. In the morning the main body of the Athenians arrived. A scheme for the betrayal of Megara had been concerted. The conspirators urged their fellow citizens to sally forth and do battle with the Athenians. They had secretly arranged that the Athenians should rush in, and had anointed themselves with oil as a mark by which they should be known and spared in the assault. But their political opponents, informed of the scheme, immediately rushed to the gates, and declared decisively that they should not be opened. The battle would have to be first fought inside. The delay apprised the Athenians that their friends had been baffled, and they set about blockading Nisaea. Their energy was such that in 2 days the circumvallation was practically completed, and the garrison, in want of food, for their supplies were derived from Megara, capitulated. Thus the long walls which they had built themselves, and the port of Nisaea, had passed again into the hands of the Athenians. They were not, however, destined to take the city on the hill. The Spartan general Brasidas, who was recruiting in the north-east regions of the Peloponnesus for an expedition to Thrace, hastened to the relief of Megara, and was joined by forces from Corinth and Boeotia, to whom the defence of Megara was vital. An indecisive skirmish took place. The Athenians did not care to risk a battle, and they resolved to be content with the acquisition of Nisaea. Soon afterwards there was a revolution in Megara. The exiles from Pagae were received back. They soon got the power into their hands and murdered their enemies. A narrow oligarchical constitution was established. The new order of things, says Thucydides, lasted a very long time, considering the small number of its authors. End of Part 11. Section 41 being Chapter 10, Parts 12 and 13 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1 by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 10, Part 12. Athens fails in Boeotia. The recovery of Nisaea, which had been lost by the 30 Years' Peace, was a solid success, and it seemed to the ambitious hopes of the two generals who had achieved it the first step in the recovery of all the former conquests of their city. Hippocrates and Demosthenes induced Athens to strive to win back what she had lost at Coronea, but Boeotia was not like Megara, and an attempt on Boeotia was an unwise reversion to the early continental policy of Pericles, which Pericles had himself definitely abandoned. The dream of a second Oinophyta was far less likely to come true than the threat of a second Coronea, and the enterprise was a departure from the Periclean strategy, of which Nicias was the chief exponent, and it is significant that Nicias took no part in it. Moreover, at this moment, Athens, as we shall see, ought to have concentrated her forces on the defence of her Thracian possessions, which were in grave jeopardy. The Boeotian, like the Megarian, plan was formed in concert with native malcontents who wished to overthrow the oligarchies in the cities, to establish democratical governments, and probably dissolve the Boeotian confederacy. At this time the confederacy was governed by 11 Boeotarchs, 4 of whom were chosen by Thebes, and a federal council representing the various districts of Boeotia and divided into 4 panels. The new Boeotian plan, in which Demosthenes was now concerned, did not involve such extensive operations and combinations as that which he had conceived when he invaded Aetolia. But the 2 plans resembled each other in so far as each involved operations from the Chrysaean Gulf. Demosthenes, having sailed to Naupactus and gathered a force of Acarnanians, was to go on to secure Siphae, the port of Thespiae, on the shore of the promontory beneath Mount Helicon. On the same day, the Athenian army under Hippocrates was to enter Boeotia on the north-east and seize the temple of Apollo at Delium, which stood on the sea-coast over against the Lelantine plain in Euboea. At the same time, Chaeronea, the extreme west town of the land, was to be seized by domestic conspirators. Thus, on 3 sides, the Boeotian government was to be threatened, and the same day was fixed for the 3 attacks. But the scheme was betrayed by a Phocian and frustrated by the Boeotarchs, who occupied Siphae and Chaeronea with strong forces, and made a general levy of the Boeotians to oppose the army of Hippocrates. It mattered little that Demosthenes made a mistake about the day fixed for the attack. He found himself opposed by a Boeotian force, and could only retire. None of the internal movements in the Boeotian cities, on which the Athenians had counted, took place. Hippocrates, however, had time to reach and fortify Delium. He had a force of 7,000 hoplites, and over 20,000 light-armed troops. A trench with a strong rampart and palisade was drawn round the temple, and at noon on the 5th day from their departure from Athens the work was completed. The army then left Delium to return home. When they crossed the frontier and entered the Athenian territory of Oropus, at about a mile from Delium, the hoplites halted, to wait for Hippocrates, who had remained behind to give final directions to the garrison of the temple. The light-armed troops proceeded on their way to Athens. The hoplites were interrupted in their rest by a message from Hippocrates ordering them to form instantly in array of battle, as the enemy were upon them. The Boeotian forces had been concentrated at Tanagra, about 5 miles from Delium, and they had been persuaded by Pagondas, one of the Theban Boeotarchs, to follow and attack the Athenians in their retreat, although they had left Boeotia. After a rapid march, Pagondas halted where a hill concealed him from the view of the Athenians, and drew up his army. It consisted of 7,000 hoplites, the same number as that of the enemy, 1,000 cavalry, and over 10,000 light-armed men. The Thebans occupied the right wing in the unique formation of a mass 25 shields deep. The other contingents varied in depth. The Athenian line was formed with a uniform and regular depth of 8 shields. Hippocrates had arrived and was moving along the lines encouraging his men, when the enemy, who had for some time been visible on the crest of the hill, raised the paean and charged down. The extreme parts of the wings never met, for watercourses lay between them, but the rest pushed shield against shield and fought fiercely. On the right the Athenians were victorious, but on the left they could not sustain the enormous pressure of the massed Theban force, especially as the Thebans were probably, man for man, stronger than the Athenians, through a laborious athletic training. But even the victory on the right was made of none effect through the sudden appearance of a squadron of cavalry, which Pagondas, seeing the situation, had sent unobserved round the hill. The Athenians thought it was the vanguard of another army, and fled. Hippocrates was slain, and the army completely dispersed. The battle of Delium confirmed the verdict of Chaeronea. The Boeotians were left masters of the field, but Delium itself was still held by the invader. This led to a curious negotiation. The Athenians demanded their dead, and the Boeotians refused permission to take them unless they evacuated the temple of Apollo. Now, if there was an international custom which was universally recognized among the Greeks, even among the barbarous Aetolians, it was the obligation of the victor to allow his defeated opponents to remove and bury their dead, unconditionally. This custom had the sanction of religious feeling, and was seldom violated. But in this case the Boeotians had a pretext for departing from the usual practice. They alleged that the Athenians had on their side violated the laws of Hellenic warfare by seizing and fortifying the sanctuary of Delium and living in it as if it were unconsecrated, using even the sacred water. There seems little doubt that the conduct of the Boeotians was a greater departure from recognized custom than the conduct of the Athenians. The herald of the Athenians made what seems a foolish reply, to the effect that Delium, having been occupied by the Athenians, was now part of Attic soil, and that they showed the customary respect for the temple so far as was possible in the circumstances. "You cannot tell us to quit Boeotia," he said, "for the garrison of Delium is not in Boeotia." The Boeotians made an appropriate answer to the quibble. "If you are in Boeotia, take what is yours. If you are in your own land, do as you like." The dead were not surrendered, and the Boeotians betook themselves to the blockade of Delium. They took the place by a curious device. They sawed in two and hollowed out a great beam, which they joined together again very exactly, like a flute, and suspended a vessel by chains at the end of the beam. The iron mouth of a bellows, directed downwards into the vessel, was attached to the beam, of which a great part was itself overlaid with iron. This machine they brought up from a distance on carts to various points of the rampart, where vine stems and wood had been most extensively used, and when it was quite near the wall, they applied a large bellows to their own end of the beam, and blew through it. The blast, prevented from escaping, passed into the vessel, which contained burning coals and sulphur and pitch. These made a huge flame, and set fire to the rampart, so that no one could remain upon it. The garrison took flight, and the fort was taken. The Boeotians no longer refused to surrender the dead, who included rather less than 1,000 hoplites. Part 13. The War in Thrace. Athens loses Amphipolis. The defeat of Delium eclipsed the prestige of Athens, but did not seriously impair her strength. Yet it was a fatal year, and a much greater blow, entailing a permanent loss, was dealt her in her Thracian dominion. The war in Thrace was always complicated by the neighbourhood of the kingdoms of Thrace and Macedonia. Before the fall of Potidæa, the Athenians had formed an alliance with Sitalces, king of Thrace, and made his son Sadocus an Athenian citizen. The realm of Sitalces extended from the Strymon to the Euxine. Its coastline began at Abdera and ended at the mouth of the Ister. His revenue of tribute, both from Greek towns and barbarians, amounted, in the reign of his successor, to more than 400 talents, counting only what was paid in the shape of coin. The alliance with Athens seems to have lasted till the king's death. An Athenian ambassador from Thrace, in the Acarnanians of Aristophanes, reports to the assembly, "We passed our time in drinking with Sitalces. He's your friend and lover, if ever there was one, and writes the name of Athens on his walls." Perdiccas, the shifty king of Macedonia, played a double game between Athens and Sparta. At one time he helped the Chalcidians against Athens, at another he sided with Athens against her revolted allies. In 429, combined operations had been planned between Athens and Sitalces. Sitalces was to lead the Thracian tribesmen against Perdiccas, and to help in the reduction of the Chalcidic rebels. A huge Thracian army was mustered and invaded Macedonia. The territory was laid waste, but for some reason which Thucydides does not adequately explain, the Athenian force did not arrive, and the Thracians withdrew. Throughout all changes of fortune, the city of Methone, situated to the south of the mouth of the Haliacmon, held to Athens with unshaken fidelity, though the varying relations between Athens and Perdiccas must have seriously affected the welfare of the Methonians. Some decrees relating to Methone have been preserved on a marble, adorned with a relief of the Athenian Demos seated, stretching out his hand to the Demos of Methone, who stands accompanied by a dog. Perdiccas and the Chalcidians of Olynthus feared that the success of Pylos might be followed by increased activity of the Athenians in Thrace, and they sent an embassy to Sparta, requesting help and expressing a wish that Brasidas might be the commander of whatever auxiliary force should be sent. It was wise policy for Sparta to threaten her rival in Thrace at this juncture, though the prospect of any abiding success was faint. No Spartans went, but 700 Helots were armed as hoplites. The government was glad to take the opportunity of removing another portion of this dangerous element in the population. Having obtained some Peloponnesian recruits, and having incidentally, as we have already seen, saved Megara, Brasidas marched northward to the new colony of Heraclea. Brasidas was a Spartan by mistake. He had nothing in common with his fellows except personal bravery, which was the least of his virtues. He had a restless energy and a spirit of enterprise, which received small encouragement from the slow and hesitating authorities of his country. He had an oratorical ability which distinguished him above the Lacedaemonians, who were notoriously unready of speech. He was free from political prejudices, and always showed himself tolerant, just, and moderate in dealing with political questions. Besides this, he was simple and straightforward. Men knew that they could trust his word implicitly. But the quality which most effectually contributed to his brilliant career, and perhaps most strikingly belied his Spartan origin, was his power of winning popularity abroad, and making himself personally liked by strangers. In Greece, the Spartan abroad was a proverb for insolence and misbehaviour. Brasidas shone out on a dark background by his frank and winning manners. His own tact and rapid movements, as well as the influence of Perdiccas, enabled Brasidas to march through Thessaly, which was by no means well disposed to the Lacedaemonians. When he reached Macedonia, Perdiccas required his assistance against Arrhabaeus, the king of the Lynkestians in Upper Macedonia. Brasidas was impatient to reach Chalcidice, and he contrived to make a separate arrangement with Arrhabaeus, and abstained from invading Lynkestis, to the disappointment of Perdiccas. He then marched against Acanthus, situated on the base of the peninsula of Acte. The mass of the Acanthians were perfectly content with the position of their city as a member of the Athenian confederacy. They had no grievance against Athens, and they were unwilling to receive the overtures of Brasidas. They were, however, induced by a small party to admit Brasidas alone into the city, and give him a hearing in the assembly. From his lips the Acanthians learnt the Lacedaemonian programme, and Thucydides has given the substance of what he said. We declared at the beginning of the war that we were taking up arms to protect the liberties of Hellas against Athens, and for this purpose we are here now. You have a high repute for power and wisdom, and therefore a refusal from you will retard the good cause. Every city which joins me will retain her autonomy. The Lacedaemonians have pledged themselves to me on this point by solemn oaths, and I have not come to be the tool of a faction, or to enslave the many to the few. In that case we should be committing an act worse than the oppression of the Athenians. If you refuse, and say that I have no right to thrust an alliance on a people against its will, I will ravage your land and force you to consent, and for 2 reasons I am justified in doing so. The tribute you pay to Athens is a direct and material injury to Sparta, for it contributes to strengthen her foe, and secondly, your example may prevent others from embracing freedom. When Brasidas retired, there was a long debate. Much was said on both sides. The manner of Brasidas had produced a favourable impression, and the fear of losing the vintage was a powerful motive with many for acceding to his demand. The vote was taken secretly, and the majority determined to detach themselves from Athens, though they had no practical grievance, and were not enthusiastic for the change. Sparta's natural friends, here as in other cities, were the oligarchs. Acanthus was an Andrian colony, and its action led to the adhesion of 2 other Andrian colonies, Stagira and Argilus, and the relations which Brasidas established with Argilus led to the capture of the most important of all Athenian posts in Thrace, and among the most important in the whole Athenian empire, the city of Amphipolis. This place, of which the foundation has been already recorded, had diminished the importance of Argilus and roused the jealousy of the Argilians, although some of the colonists were of Argilian origin. The coming of Brasidas offered Argilus an opportunity, for which he had been waiting, against the Athenians of Amphipolis. After a cold, wintry night march, Brasidas found the bridge of the Strymon defended only by a small guard, which he easily overpowered. Amphipolis was completely unprepared, but Brasidas did not venture to attack the city at once. He expected the gates to be opened by conspirators within, and meanwhile he made himself master of the territory. That a place of such first-rate importance as Amphipolis should be found unprepared at a time when an energetic enemy like Brasidas was actively engaged against other Athenian cities in the neighbourhood seemed a criminal negligence on the part of the two strategoi to whom defence of the Thracian interests of Athens was entrusted. These were Thucydides, the son of Olorus, and Eucles. It was inexcusable in Eucles, who was in Amphipolis, to leave the bridge without an adequate garrison, and it was considered culpable of Thucydides, who had mining interests in the district, not to have moved up the Athenian squadron from the island of Thasos. A message was sent at once to Thucydides. That officer hastened back with 7 triremes, and reached the mouth of the Strymon in the evening of the same day. But in the meantime Brasidas had offered the inhabitants of Amphipolis such easy terms that they were accepted. He promised every citizen who chose to remain equal political rights, without any loss of property, while all who preferred to go were allowed 5 days to remove their possessions. Had the Amphipolitans known how near Thucydides was, they would probably have declined to surrender. Thucydides arrived just too late, but he preserved Eion at the mouth of the river, and repelled an attack of Brasidas. The true blame for the loss of Amphipolis probably rests not on the general, who was in a very difficult position, but on the Athenians, who, instead of making adequate provision for the defence of Thrace, were misled by the new strategy of Demosthenes into the unsuccessful expedition to Boeotia. It must be remembered that Thucydides was responsible for the safety of the whole coast of Chalkidiki and Thrace, that at any moment he might be summoned to defend any part of it from Potidaea to the Chersonese, and that therefore either Eion or Thasos was a suitable centre for his headquarters, and that Eion had the disadvantage of having no harbour. It may be that we are indebted to the fall of Amphipolis for the great history of the war. The Athenians accused the neglect of their generals as having cost them one of their most valuable possessions. Thucydides was sentenced to banishment, and it is probable that Cleon, to whom he bore no good will, was instrumental in drawing down upon him a punishment which possibly was not deserved. But in his exile the discredited general became the greatest of Greek historians. If he had remained at Athens and continued his official career, he might not have concentrated his whole mind on his history. By travelling in foreign lands, among the enemies of Athens, and in neutral states, Thucydides gained a large knowledge of the Hellenic world, and wrote from a wider point of view than he could have done if he had only had an Athenian experience. Associating, he says himself, with both sides, with the Peloponnesians quite as much as with the Athenians, because of my exile, I was thus enabled to watch quietly the course of events. Judged in this way, the fall of Amphipolis, a great loss to Athens, may have been a great gain to the world. Having secured the Strymon, Brasidas retraced his steps and subdued the small towns on the high eastern tongue of Chalkidiki. The Andrian Sane and another place held out, and their obscurity saved them. Brasidas hastened on to gain possession of Torone, the strongest city of Scythonia. A small party of the citizens invited and expected him, but the rest of the inhabitants and the Athenian garrison knew nothing of his coming until the place was in his hands. Torone was a hill city by the sea. Besides its walls, it had the protection of a fort on a height, which rose out of the water and was connected with the city by a narrow neck of land. This fortress, known as Lecythus, was occupied by an Athenian garrison. Brasidas halted within about half a mile from the city before daybreak. 7 bold soldiers, light armed and carrying daggers, were secretly introduced by the conspirators. They killed the sentinels on the top of the hill, and then broke down a postern gate, and undid the bars of the great gate near the market-place, in order that the men without might rush in from 2 sides. 100 targeteers who had drawn near to the walls dashed in first, and when a signal was given, Brasidas followed with the rest. The surprise was complete. 50 Athenian hoplites were sleeping in the agora. A few were cut down, most escaped to the fort of Lecythus, which was held for some days, and then captured. Brasidas called an assembly of the Toronaeans, and spoke to them in words which sounded strange indeed, falling from the mouth of a Hellenic victor. He told them that he had not come to injure the city or the citizens, that those who had not aided in the conspiracy to admit him would be treated on a perfect equality with the others, that the Lacedaemonians had never suffered any wrong from Torone, and that he did not think the worse of those who opposed him. End of Part 13. This recording is in the public domain. Section 42, being Chapter 10, Parts 14 and 15 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. By John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 10, Part 14. Negotiations for Peace. In the meantime, the Athenians had taken no measures to check the victorious winter campaign of Brasidas. Their inactivity was due to 2 causes. The disaster of Delium had disheartened them, and rendered the citizens unwilling to undertake fresh toil in Thrace. In Grecian history we must steadfastly keep in view that we are reading about citizen soldiers, not about professional soldiers, and that the temper of the time, whether of confidence or dismay, modifies all the calculations of military and political prudence. Secondly, the peace party, especially represented by the generals Nicias and Laches, took advantage of this depression to work in the direction of peace. The possession of the Spartan captives gave the means of coming to terms with Sparta at any moment, but it was clear that they could not now conclude a peace on such favourable terms as would have been possible a year before. If an able statesman, like Hercules, had at this time possessed the confidence and guided the counsels of the Athenians, he would have persuaded them to postpone all thoughts of peace until the success of Brasidas had been decisively checked and the prestige of Athens in some degree retrieved. This was obviously the true policy which would have enabled Athens to win the full advantage of the captives of Sphacteria. It was a policy which Cleon, a far abler politician than any of his opponents, must have preached loudly in the assembly. But the Athenians were not in a mood to weigh considerations of policy. They were swayed by the feelings of the hour, which were flattered by the arguments of the military experts, and they decisively inclined to peace. The Lacedaemonians were more deliberately set on peace than the Athenians. Their anxiety to recover the Sphacterian captives increased, and on the other hand they desired to set a term to the career of Brasidas in Chalkidiki. They wished to take advantage of the considerable successes he had already won, to extort favourable conditions from Athens before any defeat should undo or reverse his triumphs. Nor was the news of his exploits received at Sparta with unmixed feelings of pleasure. They were rather regarded with jealousy and distrust. The victories had not been won by an army of Spartan citizens, but by the brilliant un-Spartan qualities of Brasidas, and a force of which the effectiveness entirely depended on its leader. Brasidas had broken through the fetters of Lacedaemonian method, and his fellow citizens felt that he was a man of different fibre from themselves, and suspected and disliked him accordingly. Moreover, the personal influence of King Pleistoanax was thrown weightily into the scale of peace. This king had been banished just before the 30 Years' Peace on the ground that he had taken bribes to spare Attica when he invaded it after the deliverance of Megara. He had lived for nearly 20 years in western Arcadia, on the mountain of Lycaon, beside the dread sanctuary of Zeus, of which it was told that whosoever entered it lost his shadow and died before the year was out. Even here Pleistoanax was afraid for his life. His house was half within the precincts, so that in case of danger he could retire into the sacred place without passing his door. But he had influence at Delphi, and whenever the Spartans consulted that oracle, they were always bidden to take back into their own land the seed of the demigod, the son of Zeus, or else they would have to plough with the silver share. The Lacedaemonians at length recalled him, and re-enthroned him as king with ancient and most solemn ceremonies. But his enemies now vexed him with the charge of having bribed the Pythian priestess to procure his recall. Pleistoanax conceived that such charges would fall to the ground if he satisfied the people by negotiating a permanent peace and restoring as speedily as possible the prisoners from their captivity in Athens to their impatient friends at home. And as a matter of fact, Sparta had everything to gain from making peace at once, unless she was prepared to adopt the imperial policy of Athens, against which it had been hitherto her role to protest. Such a policy might for a time have met with some success if she had put her whole confidence in Brasidas, but must soon have been checked by the naval superiority of her rival. Pleistoanax and Nicias understood each other, and Nicias, a man of commonplace ability and possessed by one idea, played into the hands of Sparta. It was not, however, an easy matter to arrange the exact terms of a durable pacification, while it was important for Athens that the negotiation should be made before she experienced any further losses in Thrace. Accordingly, the two states agreed on a truce for a year, which would give them time to arrange quietly and at leisure the conditions of a permanent peace. The truce and some of its conditions were suggested by Athens. The terms were drawn up at Sparta and accepted by the Spartan assembly, and were then conveyed to Athens, where they were proposed for the acceptance of the Athenian assembly by lackeys. The clauses were the following. 1. Free access to the Delphic oracle was ensured to all, for Athens had been debarred from consulting it during the war. 2. Both parties guaranteed the protection of the treasures of Delphi. 3. During the truce, both parties should keep what they had, the Athenians retaining Pylos, Cythera, Argolic Methone, Nisaea, and Minoa. 4. The Lacedaemonians were not to sail, even along their own coasts, in warships or in merchant vessels exceeding a certain size, 12 tons. 5. The free passage of envoys for the purpose of arranging a peace was provided for. 6. Neither party was to receive deserters. And 7. Disputes, in case they arose, were to be decided by arbitration. The truce was sworn to, but in the meantime an event happened in Chalkidiki which was to disappoint the pacific calculations of the statesmen at Athens and Sparta. The city of Scione, on the western prong of the Chalcidian fork, revolted from Athens and invited Brasidas, much to that general surprise. For it was far more hazardous for the towns on the peninsula of Pallene to defy the authority of Athens than for any others, since by the strong city of Potidaea, which stretched entirely across the narrow isthmus, they were isolated and as much exposed to the full force of Athenian power as if they had been islanders. The arrival of Brasidas and the words he spoke to them wound up the men of Scione to the highest pitch of enthusiasm. They set a golden crown on his head as the liberator of Hellas, and their admiration for him personally was shown by casting garlands on him as if he were a victorious athlete, so great was his popularity. At this point an Athenian and a Lacedaemonian commissioner arrived to announce the truce, which had in fact been concluded 2 days before Scione revolted. The Athenians refused to admit Scione to the benefit of the armistice until the authorities at home had been consulted. There was deep indignation at Athens when the news of the defection of Scione arrived. It was practically the rebellion of islanders, relying on the land power of Sparta. Cleon was able to take advantage of this exasperation and carry a decree that Scione should be destroyed and all the male inhabitants slain. This incident brings out in an interesting way the geographical difference between the three sea-girt promontories of Chalkidiki as to their degrees of participation in the insular character. Acti, with its steep inhospitable shores, is far more continental than insular. Sithonia partakes of both natures more equally, is more strictly a half-island. Pallene is more an island than part of the mainland. And we see the political importance of such geographical differences. The loss of Scione produces an irritation at Athens which the loss of Torone could not inspire. The revolt of Scione was followed by that of the neighbouring town of Mende, and although this happened distinctly after the truce had been made, Brasidas did not hesitate to accept the alliance of Mende, his plea being that in certain points the Athenians themselves had broken the truce. The case of Mende differed from that of Scione, for the revolt was the doing not of the people, but of an oligarchical faction. Brasidas was then obliged to join Perdiccas in another expedition against Arabeus, king of the Lyncestians. The fact that the Macedonian monarch was contributing to the pay of the Peloponnesian army rendered it necessary for Brasidas to co-operate in an enterprise which was of no interest to the Greeks. Arabeus was defeated in a battle, but a reinforcement of Illyrians came to his help, and the warlike reputation of Illyria was so great that their approach produced a panic among the Macedonians, and the whole army of Perdiccas fled, leaving the small force of Brasidas to retreat as best it could. He was in great jeopardy, but effected his retreat successfully. The incident led to a breach between Brasidas and the Macedonians. Perdiccas changed sides once more, and proved his new friendship to Athens by preventing Lacedaemonian troops, which had been sent to join Brasidas, from crossing Thessaly. Brasidas returned to Torone, and found that an Athenian armament of 50 ships under Nicias and Niceratus had recovered Mende and was besieging Scione. Everywhere else the truce was observed, and by tacit consent the hostilities in Thrace were not allowed to affect the rest of Greece. But it was inevitable that they should frustrate the purpose for which the truce had been concluded. It was impossible that negotiations with a view to the definitive peace should proceed in exactly the same way as had been originally contemplated. By the end of the year there was a marked change in public feeling at Athens, and the influence of Cleon was again in the ascendant. If Nicias had played into the hands of Sparta, Brasidas had played into the hands of Cleon, and effectually embarrassed the home government. His conduct first in regard to Scione and then in regard to Mende was indefensible and entirely governed by personal considerations. The gold crown of Scione seemed to have acted like a potent spell in arousing his ambition, and he began to play a war game of his own. His policy was the more unhappy as he was perfectly aware that it was impossible to protect the cities of Pallene against the fleets of their indignant mistress. He effectually hindered the conclusion of peace, which his city sincerely desired. Brasidas and Cleon, Thucydides said, were the chief opponents of the peace, but while the motives of Brasidas were purely personal, the policy of Cleon, whatever his motives may have been, was statesmanlike. He adopted the principle of Pericles that Athens must maintain her empire unimpaired, and he saw that this could not be done without energetic opposition to the progress of Brasidas in Thrace. The charge of Thucydides that Cleon desired war because he could not so easily conceal his own dishonesty in peace does not carry the least conviction. When the truce expired, Cleon was able to carry a resolution that an expedition should be made to reconquer Amphipolis. It does not appear whether he was himself anxious for the command, in consequence of his previous success at Pylos, or whether the opposition and the lukewarmness of the strategoi practically forced him into it. But it is certain that all possible difficulties were thrown in his way by Nicias and the peace party, who in their hearts doubtless hoped for the complete failure of his enterprise. End of Part 14. Part 15. Battle of Amphipolis and Peace of Nicias. Cleon set sail with 30 ships bearing 1,200 Athenian hoplites, 300 Athenian cavalry, as well as allies. Taking some troops from the force which was still blockading Scione, he gained a considerable success at the outset by taking Torone and capturing the Lacedaemonian governor. Brasidas arrived too late to relieve it. Cleon went on to the mouth of the Strymon and made Eion his headquarters, intending to wait there until he had augmented his army by reinforcements from Thrace and Macedonia. Not far from its mouth the stream of the Strymon expands into the lake Kerkinitis. On narrowing again into its proper channel, it is forced to bend to the westward in order to skirt a hill, and forms a great loop before it disgorges its water into the sea close to the walls of Eion. In this loop the high city of Amphipolis stood, water-girt as its name implies, the river serving as its natural defence, so that it required artificial bulwarks only on the eastern side. On the right bank of the river, to the west of the town, rose the hill of Cerdylion. On the east were the heights of Pangaeus. A ridge joined Pangaeus with the hill of Amphipolis, and the wall of the city crossed the ridge. The Strymon bridge was outside the south-western extremity of the wall, but since the place had passed into the hands of Brasidas, a palisade had been built connecting the wall with the bridge. Brasidas, with some of his forces, took up a commanding position on the hill of Cerdylion, from which he had a wide view of the surrounding country, while other troops remained in Amphipolis under the command of Clearidas, whom he had appointed governor. Their hoplites numbered about 2,000. The discontent and murmurs of his troops forced Cleon to move prematurely. The soldiers had grumbled at leaving Athens under an utterly inexperienced commander to face a general like Brasidas, and they were now displeased at his inaction. In order to do something, Cleon led his army to the top of the ridge near the city wall, where he could obtain a view of the country beyond, and as he saw Brasidas on Cerdylion, he had no fear of being attacked. But Brasidas was resolved to attack before reinforcements should arrive, and seeing the Athenians move, he descended from Cerdylion and entered Amphipolis. The Athenians, who had reached the ridge, could observe the whole army gathered within the city, and Brasidas himself offering sacrifice at the temple of Athena, and Cleon was presently informed that the feet of men and horses ready to sally forth could be seen under one of the gates. Having verified this fact for himself, Cleon gave the signal to wheel to the left and retreat to Eion. It was the only possible line of retreat, and necessarily exposed the unshielded side to an enemy issuing from the city. But he made the fatal mistake of not preparing his men for action, in case they should be forced to fight. He rashly calculated that he would have time to get away. Hence, when Brasidas, with 150 hoplites, came forth from one of the gates, ran up the road, and charged the Athenian centre, the left wing, which was in advance, was struck with terror and took to flight. At the same time, the rest of the garrison of Amphipolis, led by Clearidas, had issued from a more northerly gate and attacked the Athenian right. Here a stand was made, though Cleon, unused to the dangers of warfare, proved himself no better than many of his hoplites, who were said to be the flower of the army. He fled and was shot down by a targeteer. But the bravery of Brasidas was doomed, as well as the cowardice of Cleon, by the equal decree of death. As he was turning to assist Clearidas, he received a mortal wound and was carried into the city. He lived long enough to be assured of the utter rout of the foe, but his death had practically converted the victory into a defeat. The people of Amphipolis gave him the honours of a hero. They made him their founder, and removed all the memorials of the true founder of their colony, the Athenian Hagnon. Sacrifices were offered to Brasidas, and yearly games celebrated in his honour. The death of Brasidas removed the chief obstacle to peace, for no man was competent or disposed to resume his large designs in Thrace. The defeat and death of Cleon gave a free hand to Nicias and the peace party. The peace party were in truth far more responsible for the disaster than Cleon, whom they had placed in a false position. Thus the Battle of Amphipolis led immediately to the conclusion of peace, and the comic poet could rejoice in the destruction of the pestle and mortar, Cleon and Brasidas, with which the spirits of war and tumult had pounded the cities of Greece. But the desire of peace seems to have been even stronger at Sparta than at Athens, where there was a certain feeling, in spite of the longing for rest from warfare, that the lustre of the city was tarnished and something strenuous should be done. Menaces of invading Attica were required to apply the necessary pressure, though they could hardly have been seriously contemplated as long as the captives were in an Athenian prison. Negotiations were protracted during autumn and winter, and the peace was definitely concluded about the end of March. The peace, of which Nicias and Pleistoanax were the chief authors, was fixed for a term of 50 years. Athens undertook to restore all the posts which she had occupied during the war against the Peloponnesians, Pylos, Cythera, Methone, Atalanta, and Teleon in Thessaly, but she insisted upon retaining Solion and Anactorion and the port of Nisaea. The Lacedaemonians engaged to restore Amphipolis and to relinquish Argilus, Stagira, Acanthus, Scolos, Olynthus, Spartolus, which cities, remaining independent, were to pay a tribute to Athens according to the assessment of Aristides. Moreover, the fortress of Panacton in Mount Kithaeron, which the Boeotians had recently occupied, was to be restored to Athens. Certain towns in the possession of Athens, such as Torone, were to be dealt with at the discretion of Athens. All captives on both sides were to be liberated. The details of this treaty and of the truce of 423 BC have been given fully by Thucydides, and are of great importance for the study of the diplomatic methods of the Greek states. Other clauses of the Peace of Nicias are as follows. The common temples of Greece are to be free to all. The autonomy of the Delphians and their temple is ensured. Controversies between contracting parties are to be settled by legal means. The inhabitants of any city handed over to the Athenians are allowed to leave it and take their property with them. Argilus, Olynthus, etc. may become allies of Athens if they voluntarily consent, and Mechyberna, Sane, and Synge are to be independent. If any matter is forgotten in this contract, the Athenians and Lacedaemonians may make alterations by mutual agreement. The oaths to the peace are to be renewed every year, and the terms are to be inscribed on pillars at Olympia, Delphi, Isthmus, and on the Acropolis of Athens, and in the temple of Apollo at Amyclae. It appeared immediately that the situation was not favourable to a durable peace, for when the terms were considered at Sparta by a meeting of deputies of the Peloponnesian allies, they were emphatically denounced as unjust by three important states, Corinth, Boeotia, and Megara. Corinth was indignant at the surrender of Solion and Anactorion. Megara was furious that Nisaea should be abandoned to the enemy, and Boeotia was unwilling to hand over Panacton. Yet Athens could hardly have demanded less. The consequence was that the peace was only partial. Those allies which were politically of most consequence refused to accept it, and they were joined by Elis. The diplomacy of Nicias was a complete failure, so far as it aimed at compassing an abiding peace. But since the deepest cause of the war lay in the commercial competition between Athens and Corinth, and since the interests of Sparta were not at stake, the treaty might seem at least to have the merit of simplifying the situation. But if we admit the justification of the imperial policy of Pericles, then the policy of vigorous action advocated by Cleon was abundantly justified. It may safely be said that if the conduct of the state had rested entirely with Cleon, and if the military talents of the city had been loyally placed at his disposal, the interests of Athens, as Pericles understood them, would have been far better served than if Nicias and his party had been allowed to manage all things as they willed, without the restraint of Cleon's opposition. Few statesmen of the merit of Cleon have come before posterity for judgment at such a great disadvantage, condemned by Thucydides, held up to eternal ridicule by Aristophanes. If we allow for the personal prejudice of Thucydides, whose testimonies only show that Cleon was a coarse, noisy, ill-bred, audacious man, offensive to noblemen and formidable to officials, the watchful dog of the people, nothing is proved against his political insight or his political honesty. The portrait of Aristophanes in the Knights carries no more historical value than nowadays a caricature in a comic paper. He too had suffered from the assaults of Cleon, who had dragged him to the Senate house, and trodden him down, and bellowed over him, and mauled him till he scarce escaped alive. The peace of Nicias was celebrated by a play of Aristophanes, which admirably expresses the exuberant joy then felt at Athens, but carefully avoids the suggestion of any noble sentiment that may have quickened the poet's delight in the accomplishment of the policy he had advocated. So Cleon's friends might have said, but we judge Aristophanes unfairly if we misapprehend the comic poet's function. Comedy did not guide public opinion, but rather echoed it. Comedy set up no exalted ideal or high standard of action. The best hits were those which tickled the man in the marketplace, and more or less responded to his thoughts. Aristophanes had his own political prejudices and predilections, but as a son of Athens he was assuredly proud of the great place which her democracy had won for her in the world. It was the nature and the business of his muse to distort in the mirror of comedy the form and feature of the age. But the poet who was inspired to write the verse, "O rich and renowned and with violets crowned, O Athens, the envied of nations," cannot have been altogether out of sympathy with those who strove to maintain the imperial position of his country. End of Part 15. End of Chapter 10. End of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This recording is in the public domain.